wholesale. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another round of the Thailand Super Series by B-Quik. Straight into the on-track action for our racing categories here this weekend, and it is time for the GT4s and GTCs to get underway with qualifying number one. 2 sessions of qualifying coming here this morning, and then we're going to get into racing this afternoon. Scott Rankin and David Haynes bringing you all the action on your Super Saturday for the Super Series. And there is a little bit of an update to one of the teams that we'll get into as well as part of this session. But first and foremost, Dave, we're back. We're at Sepang, and I love this racetrack. I really, really love it. We've seen some cloud cover this weekend too.
It is some of Tilke's best work. I like the way that it races around here. You've got flowing corners, changes of direction, but some great overtaking opportunities at that final hairpin into turn one, and all sorts of cars that we are going to see across this weekend all seem to race very well around here. So motorbikes, GT4 cars, GT3 cars, the GR Cup cars of the Malaysian series, all of them, and F4 Southeast Asia, seem to just flow really well around here into some things that challenge the cars and the drivers, but also create some good racing.
Yeah, and GT4s, like we set out on track here at the moment, getting an opportunity to turn some laps. So what I was talking about a little bit earlier on is that you are going to see Hayden Heikal and Daniel Bilski behind the wheel of a Porsche. That's the first time that they have actually driven the Porsche this weekend. Effectively showed up at the circuit earlier on in the week. There was a technical issue. They couldn't solve it with their Mercedes AMG GT4. They've had to rent a Porsche for the weekend. So it's a car that's new to them. It's a car that's new to the team. They're getting their first laps on board of it, and they're gonna do their best, but they're gonna keep out there. But yeah, you don't want to be showing up race week and having to not just come to grip with the circuit, but also be in a new car at the same time.
Whole lot of tyre preparation clearly happening at the moment in this 15-minute qualifying session. So just before they get on to their flying laps, still just trying to continue to build the temperature through. You imagine we'll see lap times continue to get quicker across this session. It's not necessarily one and done.
Yeah, they'll be out here for a number of runs, and this is the qualifying for race number 1 of the weekend as well. And qualifying 2 will be handed over to where you have a 2-driver partnership, will be handed over to the second driver. So if you're qualifying the car now, you will start the first race of the weekend. If you're qualifying in qualifying number 2, you will start the second race of the weekend. For the GT Pro and AMs drivers as well, it will be the AM out here for qualifying 1. It will be the Pro out in qualifying number 2. In the meantime, though, first flying lap has come through for the number 1 car of AMS Motorsport. Again, like Dave said, we are expecting times to improve as they come up to temperature and pressure. 2:37.6 for the number 1 car. That's the 99 on screen at the moment. And Decathlon behind the wheel, making some overtakes for track position. There's the number 1 machine on its run down into the slowest corner on the circuit.
Yeah, some are pushing harder than others at the moment, but all of the purple sectors at the moment belong to this car, the 33. So they're flying along in the Toyota Supra. So decided maybe pressure the tires in a way that means you attack and then back off and then attack again. Whereas I think I'm seeing quite a few other cars that are just thinking, let's sort of build up slowly, build up the pressure, and hopefully be quick later on in the session. Purple sector 3 goes to the 99 Porsche though, but this is going to be one of the first representative laps that we see heading towards the final hairpin to then come around onto the start-finish straight and the timing line.
Interesting the mix between these 2 categories as well, because you've got the GTC cars that are actually out there at the moment as well. And for the GTC cars, they actually have a fair bit more horsepower but less grip. But Sepang really asks for that long loaded downforce style of setup coming our way. The 33 machine will cross the line and goes purple in sector 4 as well. 2:19.0 puts them to the top of the board. Decathlon has managed to reply with a 2:21, so he's not too far off the pace at the moment. And I'm just seeing a new purple sector time as well for one of the Toyota Supras, so they're doing a great job at the moment. One of our GTC drivers has jumped in and claimed second spot overall. which is the Ken and Shane Team Supersonic by Rongpo Power Units, number 23. Honda had some issues back at Bang Sen earlier on in the year, and they were just circulating, just trying to score points at the end of the race, which will be critical for their championship if they're quick here this weekend.
Well, it's a bit of a Porsche fest here with all of them in line. Lots of new purple sectors coming through. So the 39 is quick. '98 here, Todd James Kingsford, one of just a few single driver cars.
And also in that 98 machine as well, just got himself a warning for track limits, and lap 3 had its time deleted for him. So currently no real time on the board, and no representative lap time on the board for the solo driver. Just waiting for the cars to come through the middle sectors, get some more opportunities to have some sector times, and indeed they would have come through sector 3 by now. Purple lap time, I'm starting to see the Wing Hin Motorsports number 39 Toyota Supra has gone purple sector 1, 2, and 3. So we should be expecting a quick time out of that car. There's the number 1 machine looking to try and set a good lap time as well. Kamik did not set a strong lap time on his first time of asking. We'll have to see what he's got for us on his second flying lap. 7 minutes left on the board as well. There'll be enough time for about another 3 laps for this group of cars.
Says the timing line at the gantry, but you're not getting a whole lot of clear space. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 Porsche Cayman GT4s all in a row. And I think in the case of a couple of these, particularly the ones behind Kingsford, you either drop back this lap or you try to get that track position this lap, because you don't want to just be stuck in the train, stuck in the dirty air all qualifying session.
2 different ways of attacking turn 1 on display by those 2 drivers as well. You're right, here comes that train of Porsches. I think the dirty air is certainly causing some drivers. The number 95 machine in the background, Prakoon behind the wheel, ENG Auto Works Racing. Third of the Toyota Supras at the moment, as Nakib's currently leading the way from Faofeng in the 39 and 33 entries respectively. Wing Hin Motorsports on top in qualifying number 1 at the moment. There is a car jumping out of the queue and looking for a little bit of fresh air as well. I wonder who that one might have been, trying to set up their final 2 qualifying laps.
One of the Toyota Supras staying out of the way, letting everyone go, and now we're parking it up here as well. Decided we're not improving on this lap. In a GT4 car, almost everyone will have access to information on their dash telling them if they're improving or not. And if you're not by about halfway around the lap, then maybe you do just pull out, cool off, try to find a little bit of better track position. Lap times for these GT4 cars, the best we've seen is 2 minutes 14. So you kind of got a budget about 2.5 minutes to get around to do a lap here. And so with those 5 minutes left, you imagine for these cars where they are, it's really only 2 or 3 more flying laps. And now you've gone and backed off this one. It's just going to be 2 more.
Must be some sort of drama, because there's hazard lights being displayed at the moment by the 39 entry, which is Nakib behind the wheel. They've got the fastest time in the session at the moment, so very curious about what's going on there. Improvement in lap time for a couple drivers coming through by the look of things at the moment. No, sorry, my apologies. Anyone I'm seeing in green at the moment is cars that are jumping out of the way. Some of the GTC cars are actually jumping to pit lane, by the way. It looks like the GT4s are actually the one with pace here from Sepang this weekend. Last year's championship winner, Kamik Kanasuda and Kantadi Kasiri. Mainstays in this championship over the last couple of years. And yet again, quick for the Team AAS Porsche Cayman. A little bit of time though. He's got to find about 1.5 seconds for Kamik Kanasuda at the moment to improve his position but is the lead of the Porsche crew here today.
Yeah, not a lot of purple sectors flying around, so the tyres have either reached their best or people are sort of backing off. Quite a few drivers were repositioning themselves to then make another run sort of late in this session, but nothing suggesting that that time at the top is under much threat.
Race control actually put a note out to all teams to respect the track limits. Just, I think, a reminder they want passed on. We can delete your times, and we'll do so. So please make sure that you are driving within the track limits. Interesting to note as well for this weekend, it is round 7 and 8 for the GT3s, GTMs, and GT4s. The GTCs, though, they weren't here last time out. Round 5 and 6 for those cars. Touring cars are here as well this weekend, also competing in round 5 and 6 for those guys. 3 minutes left on qualifying 1. We'll get to hand over to the pro drivers here in a few moments. And that is the number 1 car taking an early exit out of this session. I'm actually starting to see quite a number of cars diving into the pit lane and abandoning the last couple laps of this session. I think you might be right, Dave. I think the tires might have just crested that hill and gone away, unfortunately.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 left. This is one of my favorite cars, the Aston Martin GT4. It's got the hot weather cooling package installed, as you can see looking at the bonnet, which became near enough the default, but absolutely you'd want it racing in Thailand, racing in Malaysia. Good range of categories this weekend. So obviously you said, GTC have made the trip to Sepang along with all the other categories again, and then 2 sort of local categories in Formula 4 Southeast Asia and the Malaysian GR86 series. So plenty of variety of cars and teams from Thailand that we know, and then also a little bit of local Malaysia. Is that a tiny bit of impeding there from Kingsford? I think it might have been.
Maybe just a touch, yeah. So certainly just being on the line and in the way, and that might be enough to do it. The 32 machine might just pull in. So that is our GT4 fastest qualifier at the moment, although he's still continuing on with the lap time for Yarrow.
No personal best sectors. Oh, leaves some 11sies. A little bit of wheel spin coming out of that hairpin. Yeah, there was no personal best sector, so I don't think the lap time was tracking improvement, but still you should be aware if someone's coming up quicker behind you and not try to balk them. That'd normally be the best way to do it.
By the way, just for our fans watching along, this is going to be an interesting afternoon worth of racing here. In the next sort of 3 hours or so, we've got about a 33% or above chance of a thunderstorm. So anything can and will happen. And the last time we had major thunderstorms last year, as you all know from Formula 1 in years gone by as well, it buckets down. And it absolutely can remove a race. The race can get to a position where it's red flagged, and that did happen last year. We had to rerun the final race of the first Malaysian weekend later on in the year when we returned to the circuit for the second round from Malaysia. At the moment, yeah, it looks like qualifying is going to be done for now. Checkered flag has now been displayed at the end of the lap, so anyone who's on a lap will be allowed to finish. I am seeing a lot of track limits violations penalties come across our feed at the moment, so it's going to be Nakib for now, who has pole position for race number 1 in the Wing Hin Motorsports machine from Kamek. Falfong and the 99 machine of Decathlon are going to make up row number 2. And Yarrow is the quickest of the M competitors. The front 4 cars all in our Pro M. Yarrow and Todd James Kingsford.
How close do you want it, though, between those two? 1/10 of a second, whereas you've got 1.5 seconds for your current outright pole sitter. And you go, that's an amazing performance there, but it's in some of these other categories where things could certainly get racing. With the multiple drivers, it's always swings and roundabouts in the qualifying and the racing, but you love that gap in that category.
I think this was just about prepping the cars a little bit better for qualifying 2 as well. With the pro drivers going on board, they wanted to make sure that all the systems were nice and cool. Cars prepped and ready, giving everyone the best opportunity. So let's put that 214.5 in at the back of our minds and 216 flat from Nakib and Kamik, because we'll need to keep an eye on what the pro drivers have available to us. Qualifying comes to its end. There is a total of 2 cars circulating at the moment. No, actually, my apologies. There is 1 car circulating at the moment. Everybody else is in the pit lane. We're just waiting on the 32 machine to return, and we'll focus on qualifying 2 for your GT4s. In terms of what's coming up for the rest of today's coverage, right now we've got qualifying for GT4 GTC. After that, we will get into our GT3 and GTM qualifying. Lunch break will happen from 12:10 to 1:10 p.m. local Malaysian time. Adjust that one for your clocks around the world. Before we get into Super Touring, which will start just after lunch. The highlights from qualifying: it was the pack that started things off, Dave. All the cars that are bottled up. We wonder, was there an effect to that in terms of qualifying?
Yeah, it's not like you can wait around too long to get out on track in just a 15-minute session around a full FIA Grade 1 size racetrack. You're only ever going to get a couple of laps, so you couldn't really hang around and dilly-dally. The slipstream is not going to gain you near as much as being in the dirty air is going to cost you through the corners, balk you, and overheat your tyres. So positioning yourself to be in the right place on the track when your tyres were at their prime, I think, was what was absolutely critical. And we might have seen a few cars, a few drivers that when their tyres were at their most primo, they were in a bit too much traffic.
Yeah, very quickly, everyone was looking to try and get out of the queue as well. 32 entry circulating there at the back end. That would also be the Trans Am car. Sorry, my apologies. That's the Mercedes in the background of that shot. Don't forget there was GTC cars that were out there in the middle of all of that as well. And that is going to bring us to a close in qualifying 1. Short break here of about 5 minutes before the cars will get back out on track for qualifying number 2. And like we said, handing over to the pro drivers now.
I think that'll see the margins between a lot of the cars close up a lot more as well. When you've got the AM drivers in, there's a little bit more spread and variation of pace. To get the pro drivers in, things should get a little bit closer. These are the times from qualifying 1.
Yeah, it was Nakib Aslan who got pole position in the 39 Toyota Supra. Kamik Kanasuda was going to start number 2. Quite close between the next couple of cars as well, only a couple tenths between 3rd and 4th place as well for final results from qualifying 1. And the GTC times, how about that? 4 tenths of a second between the Ford Mustang Trans Am and the Honda Civic FK8 as well. And I've got to be honest, Dave. I'm actually surprised the GTC cars were a touch slower than the GT4s in that session. That definitely shocked me a little, because all season we've seen the GTCs be the quicker of the cars at all the other tracks.
I mean, that Trans Am car should be pretty good on the long straights, you'd think, as compared to a GT4 car.
Yep. They're going to have some ponies. There was issues as well for quite a number of the GTC cars back at Banksen. Green flag at the end of pit lane, and a lot of these cars still doing tire changes and preparing themselves. So see the clock in the background of that one, 11:10 a.m. This session's scheduled to start at 11:10. So we're now 20 seconds past that before the first cars are even rolling out of pit lane.
Well, it's good that they get fresh tires, though. That'll certainly help in this second session to show some competitive times and also equalize things a little bit more. Because if it was the tires being carried over from the first part to the second part, then there wouldn't be much incentive to stay out too long in the first session because you're just trying to preserve your tyres into the second as well. So yeah, seeing that the Supras got turned around pretty quick and got out there, and we're still working on a little bit of this. You would imagine, though, going towards the pro drivers, that they might need fewer laps to get to the peak and extract the performance and the lap time the car's going to be capable of.
Yeah, here comes one of those GTC cars actually at the moment. You can just see a little bit of the difference. There's a front wheel drive entry of, I believe that'd be the Toyota Altis GTC from Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. Zakarapong behind the wheel in qualifying 1. Chris Vasaratna is going to take the wheel of the Altis for qualifying number 2. Other cars in that category, by the way, Geeky and Ross is driving a Porsche Cayman GT4 981. So I believe that'll just be perhaps a non-limited. It'll probably have a fair bit of, which would not be that car. It's a 23 machine. So that 36 is Hayden Highcal. You remember them behind the wheel of the Mercedes AMG prior to this weekend. But yeah, we saw a lot of technical issues for the Altis and the Honda Civic. I believe the Civic actually blew a turbo valve, or there was something wrong with the turbo back at Bong Sen. And that, like I said, they were just out there just trying to make sure that the car kept rolling and they could score points. They lost a lot of power, but did score points.
The Hyundai TCR cars used to blow the pipes off the turbo and lose all of their boost pressure. So I guess that's a thing that that can happen. Getting going here. So this is all still tyre prep outlap for almost everyone. And I trust the pro drivers to be even more experienced in the tyre preparation, knowing when the tyres are good and ready to go and finding themselves the space. And the same will happen for your reigning champions here. Just now coming out onto the circuit, sort of 3.5 minutes late, but I reckon from what we saw from qualifying 1, where everyone went out immediately and then were kind of done, that you still got enough time. 10 minutes is enough.
Well, this is the pole position car from qualifying number 1, now being handed over to Mitchell, and he is certainly trying to lay down the hammer nice and early in this session. Just wonder, hope he hasn't taken too much out of those tyres early on, because I think he's going to need them. This is going to be a quick session. Right, pole position time was in the 39 machine, 2:14.5 from qualifying 1. So how much of the improvement we watch and wait to see.
I think everyone's turned down their traction control. We saw one of the Porsches laying down 11s out of the turn 9 hairpin. And then you saw it just then coming out of turn 2 here. They're not relying on that traction control. You're probably still relying on your ABS quite a lot in these big stopping zones. This is that turn 9 hairpin. That's tidy traction there through fast turn 10. And then you've got to just scrub a little bit of speed as the circuit goes and tightens into turn 11. I think it's the exit of 12 coming up is another one of those places where the track limits might be in play, because you're just about flat out through this left-hander. And then there's a lot of pavement on the exit there that I think some of the cars were getting out and towards. Not in this case, though.
Yeah, then you just long right-hander before you come back onto this straight. And you want to really open up the exit to carry as much speed down this straight as possible. And the 39 machine, after going very aggressively in the first couple of sectors, has actually backed off now and is looking for a little bit of a window to set a better lap time. So there's some work to do here, as everyone's still trying to bring those tires up to temperature. And you can just see them, they're still weaving down the front straight, trying to get some temperature and pressure into these things. So this next lap's not even going to be a quick lap either. It'll be the one afterwards, which means we're going to be we're going to be under 5 minutes before we actually start seeing lap times. I reckon these guys are probably only going to have 2 laps to put it together, Dave, which is, I mean, to be fair, that's about what we saw from the peak condition of the tires earlier on. but there's going to be no opportunity to cool the tires off and go for it again.
Well, definitely going for it again there with the 39. Far less wheel spin out of turn 2, so presumably a little happier with where it all sits. Here's the Toyota Altis GTC. The times are coming in. The timing column's not on screen at the moment, but this car has just gone to second place. So, yeah, the rented Porsche came in as it was.
The big thing is that for Hayden Haikal, who's behind the wheel now, he's a Malaysian driver. So the main reason they rented the Porsche for this weekend was didn't want to miss his home race.
And he Haikal just took pole in the GR86 as well. So he's doing a little bit of double duty, clearly very familiar with Sepang, and therefore I reckon a good choice.
It's an interesting weekend for him, pulling double duties. But at the same time,
one's left-hand drive, one's right-hand drive. Yeah,
completely different sides of the car. So it's going to be a challenging weekend for his commitments. But why not?
Got to remember to get in the right door. That's sideways through the double apexes of 7 and 8, where I've seen quite a few drivers sort of get the apex at 7 but miss the apex at 8, and I kind of wonder if maybe there's a bit more optimization onto the straight to be had in a couple of classes. But this is pushing on, but it still looks a little loosey-goosey. It's moving around on the tires, and they're not prepared as best as they possibly could be. I think you've just got to go for it, because they'll be underdone 1 minute, and then boom, you look away from the oven and they'll be a bit overheated. So I think you've just got to go with what's underneath you.
Tires are a bit like cookies. They're best when they're hot and they're gooey. And for Hayden Haikal at the moment, maybe not quite gooey enough.
Well, gooey cookie is also Haikal.
This is why we like working with Dave, ladies and gentlemen. Bit of humour in the commentary box. Run down to the final corner. What's the lap time going to be for the 36 machine? And again, it's a scruffy lap. It's not a perfectly put together lap from a car, a team, and a driver that are trying to learn a package for the weekend and make adjustments as they go to the start-finish line. 36 machine, 15.9. 2 minute 15.9 for the Malaysian driver.
So behind the wheel, second place in outright, second place in their category.
And it was purple in the final sector, by the way. So if he can pick up time in the other sectors, and definitely through sector 2, sector 3, it's going to be down at 7 and 8. There will be some time left on table.
This is the car that's currently at the top, though, with that 2:15.9. Remember, we saw, I think, a 2:14.5 as the fastest from
Correct.
qualifying 1. So, yeah, maybe there is a little bit more time to come. It's not coming on this lap. Sectors 1 and 2, not only not purple, not personal best either, in the body language of the car suggests backing it off just a little bit. Number 1 Porsche is flying. And that was one of the ones we saw just wait 3-4 minutes before getting out on track. So we think they'd be phased to peak a little bit deeper in this session than all the cars that raced out of pit lane, like the Supras and the Aston Martin from Team NZ.
So waiting on that lap time for the number 1 machine. By the way, Shane Ang in Team Supersonic by Rongpo Power Units Honda in GTC's put that car on pole and then immediately dived into the pit. So that might be them done for the session. They might be preserving the hardware for the race. Shane might feel comfortable that the lap time is good enough for him.
Sectors are all coming together for the number 1 Porsche of Cantati, who'll go to the top with a 2:14.6. That's the kind of pace we were expecting to see, and that's a real benchmark. 1.2 seconds clear of everyone else who really need to get their tires together and get a clean run.
Well, you say that, but the instant you finish talking about it, car number 1, turn 12, lap 3, time deleted. So for the number 1 car, I believe that was the lap they just set, 2:14.6. I believe it's going to be pulled from the timing tower. And it was at turn 12 where he took to the runoff area. So
it's the corner that I called out when we were looking at it earlier. It's near flat out with a lot of paved runoff on the outside.
I think he's been made aware that
Yep,
lap time's now deleted. It's gone off our timing screens. You'll probably see the timing tower shuffle here in just a moment. So that means that Kazuhisa Arabe in the ENG Auto Works Racing Supra moves back to the top of the timing tower, and there's the adjustment now. 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. If you hit the start-finish line now, you'll get 2 flying laps in.
Can you pull another rabbit out of the hat, having had a really amazing 2-minute 14 lap time deleted? Is there still not life in the tyres? There's not life in these tyres. Is that a little bit of track limits as the 32 pushes wide?
Expecting to see a little bit more pace as well, I thought, out of the 39 machine, but they've pulled to pit lane. So the Winghind Motorsport Supra is done for the session. Kazuhisa Arabe also into the pit lane, so they won't continue on. 32 machine. South of Pond in the B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche at the moment on your screen.
Surprised to see the tyre performance be so peaky. You normally think of the tyres that are made for GT4 cars as sort of being an endurance type of tyre, a really durable, long-lasting type of tyre, not super hyper duper soft. But yeah, we're seeing there's one magic lap in them, and then it kind of goes away.
Interestingly, how long it takes with the length of the lap here as well to bring that tyre to its best performance. It's not available on that second lap. You know, you do have to do a fair bit of work bringing it into temperature and pressure, which also says to me that they've not thrown qualifying pressures potentially at the tyre too much. Either way, at the moment, 32 machine out of the final corner. We'll see if they are going to improve. Sector times, not personal bests for this car. They're looking to beat a 2:17.2, 8.0, and it's a 2:20. So no improvement for Sathapon there, and that, unless he's not really got enough time to get back around for another one. So he's only got this lap to put it together if there's something left.
Yeah, so thinking about GTC as well, where there's 4 cars in this category of non-GT4 homologated vehicles. The Honda Civic's currently at the top. We're looking at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Toyota Altis, and the Mustang Trans Am car not quite as high up as it was in the first qualifying session. So that'll be across the races a bit of a jumbled field as well.
He'll mix and match. Remember that car, as well as the tyres on it, will hurt slightly as the run goes on, as that car moves around a little bit on its tyre. This category will go for an hour in terms of racing trim when we get there later on today. And it'll be the AMs who qualified in qualifying number 1. I'll start the car and hand on over to the pro drivers who are behind the wheel now in qualifying 2. 18 car at the moment is Geeky and Ross. This is a GT4 spec Porsche initially, and then it's been adjusted to bring it up to GTC spec. It's probably a little bit less downforce, a little bit more horsepower. I remember a couple of years ago there was a cracking battle. We had the GT4 class, and then we also had some GT4s in one of the GT categories that wasn't actually GT4, and they went toe-to-toe. At the front of the field was a Porsche and McLaren back then. Very beautiful McLaren 570S. They regularly, though, with that car, had the bonnet up, working away at it. And that car's not looking quick at the moment, so I don't think it's realistically Hayden Highcalla. He's outside of track limits here, so that means that lap will definitely get aborted. He's on an in lap.
Speaking of this, almost looks like a deliberate picking up tyre rubber type of situation. Kansas City in the number 1 car has taken the checkered flag, will be no better than 14th, had a stonking time that was top of the board, deleted because of track limits, and just didn't seem to be able to prepare and get around to set a better one. 32's also taken the checkered flag, so this is it's pushing, but I think you're done.
There's exactly one car I've seen make an improvement on their sector times at the moment, and it's Giki and Ross. So I'm not expecting to see another car shuffle the timing lists, and it'll be the number 18 Porsche we're looking for, who's on a flyer. There is a few cars still on track, but I'm expecting them to be in laps at the moment. Pretty right Mercedes AMG's just come out of the last corner. We'll see that in a few moments. I think potentially set another time. Yeah, he has come through, but the lap time was not an improvement for him. 2:25, and his best time currently at 2:23.
Well, race 2 is going to be so interesting if what looks to be the fastest car has to start out of 14th on the grid for that number 1 Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, that'll be something certainly to keep our eyes on as well. And don't forget the weather we've got coming through this afternoon as well is going to play havoc here. In terms of when that storm's going to hit, it might be tailing off actually during the GT4. So we might see the back end of it for the GT4 GTC race. So the confirmation qualifying 2 results for the weekend. It's going to be Kazuhisa Urabe in the ENG AutoWorks Racing Toyota Supra, who takes pole position by less than a tenth of a second over Hayden Heikel. He's done a phenomenal job to be in P2 in a rental car for the weekend. And that flicks us over the page and gives us the last of the results as well. Final cut on the top 3 is the 39 machine. Mitchell did manage to set a 2:16.264. So that lap time from Q1 ended up being the fastest time out of both sessions for the 39 machine. They have got some really, really good pace. And the best part is they're going to be first and third across the 2 races, Dave. So pace across that car, brilliant for the 39 machine.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing faster than a rental car, I think, goes the saying. So, yeah, that works out. Yellow gloves for Heikel as well. They make you go faster. Going to see a little bit of track limits, a little bit of wheel spin throughout this session. But it's so rare for me to see Pirelli GT4 tyres be so one and done in a qualifying pace. Real surprise to me. So I wonder about their durability also in the racing conditions. Managing them around here could be key. There's so many medium, high speed, long loaded corners. Turns 1 and 2 are so long, and then 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not just counting the steps, but it's a tire eating kind of track, really.
Yeah, it's going to be something that I think we'll be talking about all weekend is the long loaded corners. Here come the GT3 cars for qualifying as well. This will be an interesting one. What has the weather got in store for us? This is Sepang, ladies and gentlemen, and your Thailand Super Series GT3 cars coming your way in just a few moments. Don't forget the Super Touring later on this weekend as well. That will be the first of our races for the weekend. And the support categories at Worlds, Southeast Asian Formula 4 and Toyota 86s. We'll be back in just a few moments with GT3 qualifying. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Green flag for qualifying one. This is your Thailand Super Series by B-Quik. GT3s and GTMs rolling off of pit lane. One of the cool things I've just taken a quick look through the entry forms to see is the return of Douglas Koo and the Viper Racing Mercedes. Took a little bit of a break at the start of the series. He is back in your GT3M Championship as well. Good mixture worth of manufacturers, as we're seeing Toyota in the GTM and Porsche, as well as the Honda, NSX, Porsches, Audis, and the Ferraris coming to us in GT3 as well. And there it is, bright green and black. That is going to be Simon Chen in the Fire Monkey Motorsports Porsche rolling off a pit lane. There's the 24 machine of Nadavude. And two Ferraris now. One of them, the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand entry, that's the Carlo Van Dam of Ravud Birambakti testing that car to see whether or not they're going to go away from the Honda NSX. They run for their second car. Peter Birambakti and Kennesack currently in that machine. So with Peter Birambakti in qualifying one, he'll hand over to his teammate. Whether or not the decision of if they go to the Ferraris for 2026 is still being discussed behind the scenes, potentially purchasing the second of those to go racing. But regardless, here we go, Dave, qualifying in the GT3s. This is what we've been waiting for the all weekend thus far. You know, bring the tyres up to temperature, and already a little bit of games for track position too.
That was immediately going to be my question again here in GT3 GTM. What are the tyres going to do? Where's their peak? Are they going to be very peaky, or we get a couple of laps out of them? I think everyone's positioned ready to go flying on the first opportunity here. So getting down to the final hairpin at speed at turn 15, and then ready to just fly off and begin.
And on the run, down the start, finish straight. Here we go. First laps in anger in GT3 in qualifying this weekend. The 18 machine, Vidakorn behind the wheel for AES Motorsports, partnered by Dorian Bocciolacci this weekend. The Porsche with the highlighted yellows on the front axle on those rims.
Porsches used to be one of the GT3 cars that had narrower front tyres than rear tyres, but I think they changed that across the updates and went to the largest sizes that they could get. And this certainly looks like it's giving every impression of sort of pushing at least 9/10 right here. Sectors so far are going to the number 12 car though. So the Honda NSX is flying out of the gates.
Good. It's good though. The biggest difference you can see between the GT4s and the GT3s is that, yeah, you're definitely right. There's a lot less squirming around going on at the moment. The downforce package is allowing that grip level. Of course, running a high downforce package here this weekend with the amount of long loaded corners at Sepang. At the moment is here, the run down to turn 12. This was the one that cost pole position in GT4 qualifying 2 for tipping back into the double right-hander on the run to the back straightaway. Then you've got to pull it up nice and accurately down the end down here. Late apex it. Still a little bit of tyre warming going on for Vidakorn, so he's still not quite up to pressure, but I think it was perhaps a press for a little bit of track position in behind him at least. He's now got a comfortable little bit of space to work with. He'll round up the final corner and set first lap time for that car.
The NSX is backed off as well, so it had a couple of quick sectors, and we're all backing off once again into turn 15 just to set up. That's the GT3 spec Ferrari 296 out there, and then there's also a Ferrari Challenge spec 296 out there. There's big events and grills and everything on the GT3. and it's got more downforce, but the Challenge spec car has got plenty of horsepower and straight line push. None of these times yet particularly representative, although the fastest belongs to Vudakorn, and you saw him weaving past the support paddock pits and really not pushing the back half of that lap. So things will get quicker. Will things get underneath 2 minutes?
Yep, here comes the number 12 machine. So this is that Honda NSX. At the moment, Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. Said PDB on Bakhti will get the wheel of this for qualifying 1.
That's the GT3 Ferrari around there at turn 4.
Interesting. So, few issues at the moment for that car.
Was there a yellow flag then out when this number 12 Honda went through?
Absolutely would have had to have been. But he's still pressing on, by the way. We're going to get that replay of what happened to the Ferrari. It's just in the tail end of the acceleration zone.
Just a bit too much rotation. Began to slide on the left rear tyre and never quite caught it. So that sort of throws away that lap. Does it throw away the best of the tyres for this qualifying session as well? Is that a recoverable mistake? No damage on the car that you can tell. Certainly not the optimal way to go qualifying. Now we're about to get some proper representative lap times out of GT3 and GTM.
Yeah, so here comes at the moment Piti Birombakti. Sector times look good. He actually went purple in Sector 2, which you would think would be quite interesting given that's where the Ferrari was around. He'll come out of the final corner. It's green in Sector 3. Gets to the start-finish line. Lap time is going to be 2:07.798 as he sets that time. At the moment, about 1.6 seconds clearer than the field. Well, you wonder whether or not they are actually bringing tyres in. Just hearing as well, car 18, which is Vudakorn at the moment in the Porsche, the AES Motorsports by EBM Porsche, had lap 3 deleted. So that lap is going to drop off the timing sheets for track limits at turn 8.
Yeah, that's this car here with Vudakorn driving at the moment. At Bunsen, he had Lauren Heinrich. He's got Dorian Boccalacci this weekend. So getting some pretty good support from Porsche for this. Is that a little bit track limits-ish there? Again, when race control delete lap times, they tell us what corner. So turn 12 has been mentioned a couple of times. A few times exiting here, you thought, you just got to keep tyres within the white side of the line. And there's enough sort of runoff, you can kind of carry speed outside of the white lines. But you shouldn't.
That's the problem, is it? And the drivers would have been coached on track limits throughout briefings across the weekend. The treatment of it, looking to get the power down, just about gets to the grass on the exit of the final corner. For the number 18 machine, Vudakorn comes to the line, went purple in Sector 1, and it's good enough to go to pole position 2:07 flat. Now puts 8 tenths between it, or 7.5 tenths between himself and Piti Birombakti. Although we're expecting that Porsche to the timing line in just a few moments. And he'll get an opportunity to reply. Sorry, my apologies, the Honda NSX. What's the pace going to be like for that car? Because it's also been purple in Sector 2 yet again, improving on the previous best time for the sector.
Yeah, in GTM, you've got that Ferrari Challenge car currently leading that over the two Toyota Supras. Kind of resemble a mother chassis GT300 type of race car. They're not quite that, but they've got sort of the appearance of that, and they're built from not from the road car chassis, but built up with a bunch of the Toyota parts. Audi R8 here of Hazik.
Whoa, look at the handful that was through turn 8. There's a lot of drivers having that mid-corner snap through turn 8 today.
7 and 8's a challenge because it functions like one big long corner, but it's sort of two tight apexes, and your precision is really, really critical to navigate the double gauntlet. There's a couple of the little places you'll question about track limits is everyone's using all of the road, but the line is somewhere, and you've got to stay the correct side of it.
Get patience
here, not really improving as much as I think they would like.
The big thing is, one of the things I was thinking about is if you're having problems at turn 7 and turn 8, you're going to have them down there as well. It's slower, but again, that long radius on the corner. At the moment as well, Vorevud Biranbakti's continued on after his spin in the session. He's put down a 209.155, moves to third place in class.
That looks like it held a little bit in the final corner just to try to set up onto the next lap again. Currently fourth with a 209.2, as you can see, but only 1/10 behind Vorevud, that Ferrari 296 GT3. With that spin earlier, still has a little bit of pace in it, and it's gone to third 1/10 quicker than this Audi.
Now we'll wait for their next time as well, because it's quick in sector 1 and 3, and they're on due to come back to the start-finish line. So keep your eyes on the time for P3 at the moment from the timing boards. That should improve at the moment, and there he is coming across the line. Does improve, finds himself another 2/10 on board that car, gets down into the 208s. Still some time to find for the Ferrari, however. Carlo Van Dam, what's he going to be capable of? He gets behind the wheel a little bit later on. The drop and the jump over those curbs down at turn 2, it drops away quite massively and is exceptionally tight. That 1 and 2 is so technical. It's realistically, there's one other corner combination I think that is somewhat close, and even that's completely different, and that's the Shanghai circuit. Turn 1 and 1, was it 1, 2, and 3? There, because turn 1 is so long.
Reheating his nachos again.
But this a lot more tight, and again, technical. Where do you place the car? How much corner hugging do you do? How much wider do you let the car flow? Carry a little bit of entry speed and get wider. Well, you're going to have a really shallow entry to turn 2, and there's a long straightaway, again curved down through turn 3 and turn 4. It's not easy to get the power down. That's the challenge in behind of us, though. 7 and 8, fast and flowing double right-hander. And
add a little bit of extra brake in between 7 and 8 just to really rotate it to that turn 8 apex rather than being a little bit wide of it. So I like that, but still tyres not giving them back to back flying laps here. And I think that previous effort, the 208.9, might be the best that we see for Vorevud Biranbakti.
It did improve in sector 1 though, so it's not a mile away. There is an opportunity. He's going to have a very, very quick final sector, though, to improve upon that time. And that's sort of all we can do is watch and wait to see if he can improve in the final sector. The big thing for this car, though, will be looking to make sure that they're nice and consistent. It's the first time they've run, the second time they've run the 296 with races 5 and 6 a bit over a month ago from Sepang. It's their first outing in the Ferrari. Last year, a pair of Honda NSXs for the team. And not an improvement as he got to the line, by the way. That was a 209.246. So just about matches the lap time that he set earlier on in the session. Less than a tenth away from that previously. And you can already see there's a queue of cars down in pit lane who are done for the session. There is only four cars, actually, sorry, still out on track. So Piti Biranbakti, Vorevud, Hazik in the GT3M Audi in the 786 machine, and Hank Kicks is the other.
There's the Ferrari challenge car, got a different rear wing, got a different front splitter, got less vents in the bonnet, and just behind it, we didn't see a whole lot of the Toyota Supra GTM cars on track, but you can see there on the pit lane just behind the challenge Ferrari. GT3's been exciting qualifying. I just kind of wish we'd seen a tiny bit more of the GTM cars out there, because I mean, GT3 racing is amazing. It's all around the world. You do love just those little quirky local things that add some extra flavor to Supercar GT3 GTM.
Well, that's the benefit of it, isn't it? You've got the Ferrari Challenge car up against the Porsche Cup car, and then two different spec of GTM Lexus. Sorry, my apologies. They were Lexus last year. They adjusted the chassis as the Porsche comes to the finish line. So that's Henk Kicks putting his final lap in. Actually, an improvement for Henk Kicks as well. Finds a 209.8. So not too bad from Hank. He's actually found a fair amount of time. He'll be partnering Sandy Stuvik this weekend. We'll see Sandy drive that Porsche here in time. Good for him. Improved in Sector 2 and Sector 3. So still some time to find in the opening sector and the final sector. But confirmation of qualifying results for GT3 is Whittacorn is taking pole position. He'll hand over to teammate Dorian Bocciolacci in the Porsche 992. Peter Biron-Bakti puts a Honda in P2, and Voravud Biron-Bakti makes it Team Singer Motorsport Thailand number 2 and 3. Hazik Zariel for B-Quik Absolute puts their AM entry on 4th before Henk Kicks comes home in 5th and rounding out the GT3 field. Good to see the return of Douglas Koo and the Viper Nitzer Racing Mercedes.
Over in GTM, Saravut with the challenge Ferrari, laying down a 2:12.666. Simon Chan had a couple of lap times deleted for track limits. Once, I think, was at turn 6, once was at turn 8. So there might yet be more pace than we see from that lap time.
And confirmation of qualifying. So this is everyone coming out to get their tyres up to temperature in the early running. So a lot of issues with the Audi rear end wanting to wobble around for that 786 car throughout the session as well. The 18 was quick early on, continued that pace throughout the session to pole position from qualifying number 1. That's the Honda NSX though. I'm a little curious to see whether or not they do get a talking to for perhaps speed in a yellow flag zone. And the reason for the yellow flag zone was the 89 Ferrari that's on the screen at the moment. And Voravud, unfortunately, too much jandal to use a New Zealand term in that car before the rear end of it came around, but still good enough for P3. Only might have put a small mark on those tyres. And that would be the end of the session. That's the 786 coming to pit lane. Qualifying 2 for GT3s about to come our way, and then we'll head off on the lunch break before we get into Super Touring after that. Small short break here before we get into qualifying number 2.
GTC มาเพิ่มในรุ่นของ Supercar อีก1รุ่นเราจะมี Sport Race มา2รายการก็คือ Formula 4 และก็ GR86 ร่วมทำการแข่งขันกับเราในสุดสัปดาห์ของเดือนกันยายนด้วย
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Quick breather, quick reset, quick change of tyres and drivers for the teams with 2. Qualifying 2 now. And the last on-track action before we go to lunch. 15 minutes worth of laps in anger, and the pro drivers now get their opportunity to step behind the wheel. That lap time from the first session, we'll see if we can eclipse it here in session number 2. We're lucky enough in this series to have quite a number of stout drivers here. And yeah, I'm just keen to see what Dorian can lay down for us in that AAS Motorsports Porsche. You got anyone?
Got a good look at the Ferrari Challenge car there as well. It's oh, here it is again, the best part of 700 horsepower. So it's got a bit of shove in a straight line. It's got a less sophisticated diffuser, but I think a larger rear wing. Here's one of the Toyota GR Supra. As you can see, it's not quite exactly the shape and spec of the road car, but it looks mean. Looks very, very nice.
Big push from Toyota of late to get back to international level racing across the board. Obviously, the Supra is doing quite well in GT4. And I believe they're going to be bringing us the Lexus GT3 in the very near future.
Yeah, new GT3 car coming, new Australian Supercars car coming. Looking like they remain committed to WEC and World Rally Championship, and that's awesome stuff.
It's just that expansion across the board, a little bit of a change of point and direction from Toyota and where they want to go. Of course, for such a long period of time, they've focused on a successful WEC prototype program. Now coming back,
I think they've still got factory cars in Rally Dakar. Well, every corner of racing, they're all about.
Just see those clouds are just lurking, aren't they, in the background? Famed torrential thunderstorms from Sepang. When it rains, it doesn't just rain; it pours. And
famously, they also don't sort of form somewhere else and then move across the circuit. The circuit is positioned kind of where the rain forms from, so it is difficult to predict because it's not a band of rain that has a speed and is coming towards the circuit. It's sort of, it started raining on the circuit. This is a slightly older spec of Mercedes-AMG GT3. It doesn't have the gigantic krill-feeding whale mouth of the newer one, so it's a 2019 and earlier spec.
And interestingly enough, as much as that is the Mercedes is actually a front-engined car, they're actually a front mid-engine. So all of that space in between the driver and the front wheel, that's where the engine is. Ahead of the front wheel is all intake. So it is the engine is actually placed rearward of the front wheels, which means it is effectively a mid-engine car. It is just a front mid-engine car.
Yeah, they started the lap just behind the Porsche that then immediately began to weave on the pit straight. So if Douglas Khou's pushing on a little bit in this lap, what he does have is a little bit of traffic. And what we are about to see is the first flying and representative laps.
Sandy Stuvik, partnering Hank Kicks, owner of the B-Quik Absolute Racing team. And 2:06.289 means that this would have also been a pole position lap time from qualifying number 1. Now for some work to do, though, for the rest of the field to track that one down. 786 Audi's just gone through. Yeah, there it is. Nope, that'll be the Honda NSX, but the 786 Audi's gone through ahead of these guys, through down to 2:09.2. So I think everyone's still working on a little bit of tyre preparations. Lap time for Khou was a 2:12.1. And that is a car facing in the wrong direction. The number 9 entry, Natapong's behind the wheel, the Super GTM. And was that just before the last corner? It was in the last corner.
Yeah, it's off camber there. And I think he might have just, in trying to set up for a flying lap, been wider than the normal racing line and actually found a bit of marbles as well. I think it looked like that might have happened, that they've gone in, really deep to try to set up a straight line exit, but that's taken them off the racing line. And rather than getting a really good line to kickstart a new lap, they've actually found a dirty bit of the track. Is the camber on the right rear a little off? I think that's cambered poorly on the right rear.
I was just going to say, is he going at speed? No, he's not moving all that quickly for Nadavude.
Car crabbing slightly, potentially. I think there could be an issue on the right rear just visually looking at it. But again, this isn't the road car Supra. It isn't the GT4 Supra. So the shapes, the stylings, and what's normal is a little different.
Yeah, so he's about 7 seconds off the pace in Sector 1, about 10 seconds off the pace in Sector 2. So he's certainly not on a push lap for Nadavude Day. But yeah, we'll just have to watch him wait and get some more information. In the meantime, though, I believe we're starting to see some more representative lap times come down. Right now, yeah, Kansas Akasiri's gone to pole position at 205.7. So Stuvik's just on a 206.149. Sorry, my apologies, 206.170. So he did improve on the second lap. And he's off and on his third flying lap. This is Afik Ikwan behind the wheel at the moment. Has been handed the PSC Motorsports Ferrari Challenge car in GTM. 211.6 from his first lap. What's he got for us on a second flyer?
The answer is just 0.3 of a second quicker, so an improvement to stay at the top of the GTM category. Got a little bit of time on the Porsche Cup car. They're also pretty decent in a straight line, but I think they, even when you spec them best as you can, got a few less assists as far as ABS traction control stuff than the Ferrari Challenge car has got. Challenge car is geared basically purely to gentleman drivers, whereas the Porsche Cup car sort of halfway in between gentleman drivers and then also being featured in the Porsche Super Cup, where some really, really quick and talented drivers wrangle it.
You're right, though. Those cars, one of the benefits of this spec with the racing is that the Porsche Cup cars, and I guarantee it'll probably be the same for the Ferraris as well. They had the traction, the assist systems are still there and still able to be enabled. And what happens is that when you get these formulas and classes together, is you can go, okay, well, we want engine package 3 because that gives us a curvature in terms of delivery that is quite close to the Ferrari, which means the way that they're putting their horsepower down is a little bit more similar. And then, we can toggle the traction control. They'll have options 1, 2, and 3, but no more than that. There's a couple of different specs that you can sort of put in, and that comes by a thumb drive and gets given to the teams, I think, by the officials, and then they have to run that spec and effectively plug your settings into the car. Vorovu Biron back to you. I think that was a slower lap for him, cool down lap. Now he's going to fire it off and start a new one.
Color Van Dam in the car and just prepping those tires once again. Interesting to see. It's, as we thought, with the pro drivers in the cars, very close at the top of GT3. So a 205.7, 205.9, 206.1, 206.1 for those top 4. And that's close to kicking up a little bit of the dirt and the dust out of turn 2. You won't accuse him of holding anything back on this flying lap.
No, he's certainly trying to use that tire to its utmost. 5 minutes left in the session. Enough time for 3 more flyers. And Dorian's Porsche has gone to a 205.9 as well. Yeah, and that is using all of the limits. And then just a little bit more for Carlo Van Dam.
Pipe in, there's a car from Douglas Koo just a little bit up the road, but other than that, it's a pretty clear track. I think it's a tiny bit more overcast than it might have been sort of 10 minutes ago or so. And they've really had a lot of drivers sort of look like they've prepped for one flying lap, backed off for the last 5 minutes and going for it again.
'26 machine. Sandy Stuvik out of the final corner.
You see, based on that time, that again also prepping to begin a new one, because a 2:18 doesn't move the needle compared to a 2:06 that's currently the best. But with 4 minutes left in the session, you're now looking to load it all up, fire off again.
Nice and accurate at 1. A lot of curb usage at 2. That's where you find the time down there. You tip in down the hill, try and open the corner up as well, get to the throttle nice and early, carry that speed down this straightaway. Then it's to turn 4. Crucially for him as well, he's cleared the Acura. Gets that Kasiri on a cool down lap. By the way,
Having just gone quicker.
Second place Porsche has now pulled to the pit lane as well. Yeah, you're right. 205.324 as well for our pole position. We will not be seeing the number 18 Porsche, the AES Motorsport. They are done for qualifying, as is most of the field at this point in time. So 4 cars still out on the track. Candice Kasiri, we just saw him. He's pulled aside. We might have seen the last for the Honda NSX, but we have not seen the last of Sandy Stuvik in the 26 Porsche at the moment. Carlo Van Dam and B-Quik Audi, the 786 machine, with Aaron Lim Sejun behind the wheel at the moment. 2 Malaysian driver combination on board that Audi.
Yeah, so all the GTM cars are in the pit lane. We saw that for the Honda NSX of your current provisional pole sitter, they had backed off. So this is a car that's flying and basically just about the only one. There's might be 1 or 2 other cars out there currently prepping in the final 2 minutes to go. But this is going to be probably the last great opportunity for Sandy Stuvik to fire up the order, if indeed it's possible.
Yep, here we go to the final corner. Time now down below 2 minutes as well. So if Stuvik decides to go for one more on what we expect to be a tyre that is probably going to be beyond its peak now, run from the final corner to the line. Timer ticking away. Does Stuvik get into the 5s? He does not. 207.258, still over a second away. And in actual fact, I believe he's the last car now circulating, because we've just had Carlo Van Dam drop into the pit lane. And Candice Kasiri is also going to drop into the pit lane. Yep, so we have 1 car out on track. So Sandy Stuvik, there will be no traffic impediments at the moment. If you can go ahead and set a flying lap on your last attempt, although I would expect that car to probably venture back to pit lane. Time in sector 1 was 27.083. So not backing down by the look of it, which will be interesting enough to contemplate. That NSX is a long way at the back end of pit lane. And I believe those are the boards for Parc Ferme that were coming out to stick on the windshield of that car.
And the weighbridge, I think, is down that end as well. So when you're looking at the provisional pole sitter, I think they've called them to that end of the lane. And there's just a couple of tenths missing in every sector for Sandy Stuvik here. And it's tantalizingly frustrating, because when you look at that timing, literally a hundredth of a second, a couple of hundredths of a second would do it to move you up a spot. 206.149, 206.170. Super close between 3rd and 4th. But you can't back to back to back laps like these.
Yeah, run down for Stuvik, and you're right. There was a little bit of pace in Sector 3, but regardless, he's going to make sure that he finishes off the session. Session will come to a close. Checkered flag will be displayed for the 26th of Sandy Stuvik when he comes out of the final corner. Was there pace carried in? There was not. He's going to pit lane. So the sector times are actually reasonable. So he just aborted that late on. But either way, that is it. Qualifying is now done. for GT3 and GTM. Qualifying across the categories has finished as well. 60km/h pit lane speed limit. And from the Sepang International Circuit, qualifying 2 goes the way of the Honda NSX. Ketesak Kasiri sets our fastest lap time at 2:05.324. Dorian Bocciolacci is going to bring the Porsche home in P2. Carlo Van Dam finds some speed on board the Ferrari. So those 3 cars, quickest in both of the sessions. It's going to be a dogfight between them all weekend long, I feel.
Yeah, and then GTM, I think Ikwan with that Ferrari Challenge car up top. We've seen Simon Chan be very strong in the Porsche Cup car, though, and again, across both qualifying sessions, he had some lap time deletion. So I think in race pace, it might be a little bit closer than that suggested. Highlights of qualifying 2 for GT3 and GTM.
Yeah, and the highlights at the moment for Carlo Van Dam. Getting on board Doug Koo. I do enjoy it. That is a very beautifully prepared Mercedes.
Yeah, and it's a common livery to Viper Nizza Racing that you also see on LMP3s, LMP2s, other things that they've raced. This was a little bit of the drama in the final corner for one of the GTM competitors from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. This was your pole sitter in GTM, that red Ferrari Challenge car.
For Carlo Van Dam. Setting some lap times. A little bit of a wild ride at turn 3, using all of the curb and a little bit beyond it. Sandy Stuvik was out there the longest, searching for lap time. But as the session came to a close, the Honda NSX has got control of the field. We're going to step away for an hour before we'll be back with the first of the races after lunch. And we'll see you all on the other side of the break. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first of our races for Sepang Weekend 2 here from the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. We are getting ready for racing action in the Super Touring category. They've made the journey over to Malaysia with us and is part of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series categories you normally see across the year. And they get their opportunity to come to Malaysia, which is going to be a new circuit for a lot of the drivers that are actually out there. So a great opportunity to, really put your talents on display, pick up speed as much, really put a case. Good drivers really adapt, don't they, Dave? And the better you are, the quicker you tend to adapt to these sorts of things. This is a really, really good opportunity to put that on display, I think.
Yeah, looking forward to this. Certainly should give a little bit more slipstreaming opportunity. Could be close racing out of these cars. Love seeing all of the little Hondas, Toyotas grid clearing right now, as they're not too far away from getting this one underway. You've got some cars with two drivers in them. You've got some cars with just the one driver. There's varying compensation time when it comes to the pit stop. That should mean that the back half of this race remains very close. Your top three from last race get 15, 10, and 5 seconds extra compensation time. So it's tough for anyone to run away. And then there's also little extra bits based on the driver composition and the grading of the drivers So if you see a little bit of field spread begin to happen in the first 15, 20 minutes, there's a good chance that it could close up a little bit with some of the driver changes and with that compensation time around pitting, so that things should be still pretty competitive by the end.
Yeah, 3-minute board now displayed from the front end of the field as we'll get underway with this one in the very near future. You'll see the gridding come up as well, but worthwhile pointing out that Dhanaraj and Natned, who have been some of the quicker drivers across the calendar thus far, have got pole position here yet again. I think one of the biggest things, though, is when you have a look at the rounds that we've had thus far this season, we've actually seen quite a number of tyre failures. That really plagued, I think it was race 1 of the championship as well. And we had a big shuffle up in who we were expecting on the podium back in round 1. I think we're going to see that continuing. Here is your starting grid. Dhanaraj managed to grab pole position from qualifying 1. Nabil will line up alongside in the Wing Motorsports number 38. Passarit in the solo entry from Lai off of row number 2. Row number 3 is going to be Kulonar in the next to RMR Motorsport entry, and Wong Si-yoon, one of the new entries for Fire Monkey Motorsport, Nora Rat and Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, and Varanchit in the Wing Hin Motorsports 39. Going to make up row number 4. Row number 5, Verovic in the YK Motorsports 22 from Thanawat and Mitsu Racing Team Thailand by AP. Chotnen in the next to RMR Motorsports entry alongside of Kritapas on the back couple of rows. Etanaz the Thorn, Chase Chakras Parks, and Chanik Nun to bring up the rear of the field. And 15 entries that make the journey to Malaysia. Down on the grid, you can see that heat haze, Dave. It is quite hot right in the middle of the day right now.
Yeah, in the sort of 30 degrees Celsius, 31 degrees Celsius range, but also significant humidity. The team's trying to keep their drivers cool. You saw all the umbrellas and fans and everything out on the grid. In this sort of moment, you're just waiting to get moving so that you can focus on the racing, so that you can get air through the car that way. And yeah, the waiting is no fun. It's the racing that we live for. 60 minutes plus 1 lap will be the race. The 1-minute board is out, so we will be getting the formation lap soon. The base pit stop time is 145 seconds. The longest with the compensation time added will be for the number 7 car of Passarit Tromsabat, who has 164 seconds. Some of the added time is for being a single driver rather than a pairing, and then plus 15 for being a new entry as well, I believe.
You can see these guys roll off here behind the pace car in just a few moments as well. So it is time for the hour-long race that we've got for ourselves here. The critical factor as well is keep thinking in the back of your mind about championship points as well. And we've got this weekend, and then we've got one more. And normally the final race of the championship has been in about the mid-December style of things, but it's actually going to be coming from us from the last weekend in October this year, 31st of October, 1st and 2nd of November. So practice will be on the Friday, 31st of October, to get us kicked off back at Buriram as well. So it's going to be worthwhile keeping an eye on these results. I like the fact that the categories made the tour with us this year, because this means that, new circuit, new opportunity. How are they going to cope? Well, in terms of championship standings at the moment, it's the 55 machine of Chanik Nun and Thanapatra who actually lead the way. They DNF'd the first race, but they've won races 2 and 4 to compensate for that, alongside P3 in race number 2. So all 3 races they've won. They've finished in. They've actually managed to take away the podium. 14 machine of Thanaraj and Natned, that's our pole sitter. They sit second in the championship. They're on 56 points, 6 points behind our championship leader, and critically 14 points ahead of tied third place in Ertanaz the Thorn is tied with Norat and Nardor. And Ertanaz the Thorn's coming from the rear end of the field today as well. Worthwhile keeping an eye on the way that he cuts his way through the field. So that is the battle for the championship places. There's also another car, which is the 66 machine, 2 points further back of that two-way tie for third place. And so effectively, you've got 3 teams covered by 2 points in that battle for third in the championship. But Thanaraj and Natnid will need to score some points over the 55 machine, also to come from the rear end of the field. So our championship leader will come from the very back here, Dave. That's they're going to have to do some work, I think, in this one.
Yeah, but thankfully, we've got a racetrack that's wide and open and flowing. Passing will be possible here. It is a pretty long race, all things considered, 60 minutes plus 1 lap. So there is actually 65 minutes in the books to get this one done. And then you've got the pit stop. So strategically, a little bit can be done as well. So if you've got car pace, I'm sure you can move forward in this race.
Moment forming up as they run down to turn 8, I believe, at the moment. Sorry, my apologies. It looks like they actually gotten beyond that for now. Yeah, they'd be down through turn 12. This will be the long right-hander before coming onto the back straight. So pace car will pull away. I am showing that potentially we have lost our other car from the front row, which was supposed to be the number 38 machine of Nabil and Timothy Thomas in the Winghead Motorsports car. You'll probably see that spot left vacant as they roll out here. Pace car's going to pull away from the field. Yeah, and indeed, confirmation of that as well. My concern is that nearly looks like our front 2 rows on that side of the grid are actually missing. I think the first car we're actually going to have from the even side of the grid is actually the Wong Su Yin Fire Monkey Motorsport. No, that is further back. That's the black and green. So they're just holding back a little bit on that side of the grid, but it is going to be our pole sitter alone on the front row as they get down into the final turn. Turn 15, 1 hour worth of racing for Super Touring. We get ourselves set for the first race of the weekend. And we've waited with bated breath to get this one underway. Field is now in the hands of Thanaroj as they'll come through the final corner. The stadium that watches all that's coming. The threat of rain potentially in the next hour. And who is going to stand atop the podium at the end of race number 5 as they roll out of the final corner? They'll hold them. But the green flag will be in the air in a few moments' time. Here we go racing from Sepang International Circuit.
4-5 lanes in action, heading down towards the long, twisting turn 1, folds in on itself before the change of direction at 2. The inside line is the place to be if you can get down there.
Yeah, and that gap actually closed up on the inside line. I think it's a 17 machine or so, a little bit deeper in the field that was looking for the opportunity to get to the inside. They're all going to feed through turn 1 and turn 2 without too much contact, which, given that they were 5 wide on the run in there, couple wheels in the dirt, though, for one of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand entries. And that might have been Ayrton Asdathorn's 51 machine, as he looked like he was already cutting his way through the field. Norat Nardol a little bit further up. So, yeah, that would have to have been Ayrton Asdathorn that had 2 tyres in the grass as they made their way through 3.
Yeah, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand hatch Yaris there that's made its way up into 3rd of Norat, and then the other one is the sedan you see in the middle of shot here with the prominent Toyota Gazoo Racing branding. But yeah, a really tightly packed race start, so many lanes in action, and I like what Norat was able to do there, and this car getting up into 3rd place.
Yep, so a reasonable start for them.
Heaps of rotation through 7 and 8 as well. There's rear tyres just hanging out. A lot of front-wheel drive cars, of course, struggle to build heat into their rear tyres. And this is the Toyota mowing service back there on the exit of 2. Not the first car, not going to be the last.
No, already seen that from Carlo Van Dam and the GT3 Ferrari earlier on in qualifying. And now they'll start to stabilize out just a little bit. Late apex down here for the 65 machine. Leon Koo behind the wheel for our engineering. And this is our 2nd place driver, Passarit from Sombat for YK Motorsports. So at the moment, YK Motorsports looking pretty. Car leading the race and in P2, and additionally in P4, I believe. We'll keep an eye out for the 22 machine of Verovic and Thanakorn. Verovic behind the wheel to start this one. And indeed they are. So 1, 2, and 4. Great start for them.
Yeah, the second car's still under a little bit of pressure from that Yaris HB of Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, but I think the Hondas have maybe just got a tiny bit more in a straight line here, challenging into the final hairpin.
Around the outside, it's going to take a little bit of bravery. The 65 machine, Leon Koo, will try and get that car wound up out of the final corner. And it's going to be the turbocharged machine that leads the way. Naturally aspirated P2 and P3, and Nadal is really under pressure at the moment as they all go hunting him down into turn number 1. And when they got to the timing line, it was Verovic who had it. And now Nadal is going to be on the defensive. I tell you what, the 65 and Leon Koo, they've both managed to find their way past at the moment. Everyone's squabbling down through turn 2, turn 3. It's become nearly 3 wide through turn 3. That'll take bravery to dip off onto the dirty part of the road with the marbles, but you can already see how much this squabbling has cost them, and Nadal's going to block all the way to the inside of the track. He's going to force them to go the long way round, and Leon makes a little bit of contact with the 22 machine. Verovic with a little bit of a touch on the orange front end of the 65 machine. The R Engineering car starting to try and be the bully. It'll be this section of the track that they're not going to have the best performing car, but once they get out into the straights, they are supremely quick in a straight line.
And there's a real group forming. I mean, what a great opening lap from the 25 Toyota. But now as we get into the racing action, clearly a couple of cars behind that are a little bit quicker but struggling to pass, and it's forming up this massive group just in behind 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th through to 7th. I think I see Ed and Asdathorn just in that as well, moving around. So your 3rd place car looks good on the brakes, looks good through some of the long corners, but then there's the long straights here that we're about to approach past the support paddock and then down the front straight as well, where they look super vulnerable. And then even through high speed 3 and to the braking zone of 4, the pressure was absolutely on. And once one car gets past, there could be a train in action.
Really interesting note as well. Yeah, we did not see a start from the 38 machine that lined up on the front row. So it was due to line up on the front row. So they've not ventured out to the track. Unfortunately, no sector times at the moment for them. Now, this is the section of the track where Noah Rat's going to be quite vulnerable, as the 22 machine, Verovic, will start to line him up. And have a look, he is forced to cover all the way to the inside of the road. Now he's trying to shuffle him back and open up that final corner. Leon Koo, again, quick in a straight line. Is he clear when they get to the final corner? Yes, it looks like, but he's blocked it up. Huge lockups, huge issues getting that car pulled up. That was the 65 machine's opportunity. And Leon Koo is going to try and get on the power and get clear. And again, it's still covering to the inside of the road. Noah Rat is not giving up the inside line anywhere.
First and second are looking in their mirrors saying, not my monkeys, not my circus, because you got 3 wide for 3rd place. These Honda CRZs have got so much straight line performance, and eventually it looks like they will overcome and form a bit of a roadblock through 1.
Very wide from Leon Koo. Didn't quite get it there. So 1 spot back, and a car nearly around at turn 3 does manage to catch that one, and they will all continue on. And I think that might have been the 55 machine in Channicnon, I think.
It's a Honda City, not one of the CRZs that are multiple in this category. You can see it's dropped back just behind a couple there, including the Fire Monkey Motorsport car in black and green, which has a little bit of a lockup. But as we go to the replay, this is when, he gets it maybe a tiny tap from behind, but you're in a front-wheel drive car. Your right foot can be your savior.
It is power down and out the other side. So continuing on. There is the 15 machine, and indeed another one of those sedan-styled cars. In the meantime, the hatches are disappearing down the road a little bit, and Verovic has managed to pick this spot up. And the Yaris is certainly much better with that shorter wheelbase at getting the car tipped in and turned in through the corners, but it's a taller car, punches a little bit bigger of a profile. In
straight through 7 and 8, just so much more speed. Got great run out of 8 to break down the inside of 9, and then not as strong in some of these other places, but driving so wide.
And you can just see how defensive he's having to be, because as soon as he gets to the twistier sections, he's under control. That's where he's comfortable defending from. And the 55 machine of Channicnon, by the way, is under investigation for contact with car number 94. So it was the next to RMR Motorsports 94 entry. the Honda City. It was potentially rotated a little bit off the nose of the Chanek Nun driven 55 M&M Shop Pattaya machine, we're hearing.
So far, everything's looking good for your race leader. They're extending their lead. They've got the fastest lap of the race, and by this document, only 145 seconds for the pit stop time. So if you can just keep building out that gap, things are looking good in the early stages for your race leader. All the action, I mean, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th here. It's awesome. You got a little bit of variety of cars, strengths in different areas, and it's creating simply awesome racing.
Yeah, at the moment, let's have a little bit of a look. Best lap times, 2:32.6 for our race leader, 2:34.8 for P2, and everyone's starting to see just a little bit of tidy. The biggest problem, of course, with Verovic and Norat is that neither of these guys have had a clean lap. They've both been racing, so I think they both feel they could probably go a touch faster. But they are setting basically identical lap times to their fastest thus far. So not seeing the same fall off that the guys up ahead of them are. So I think there will be a little bit of a concern towards looking after tyres the deeper that we get into this one. We are about 15 minutes away from that pit window open as well. About 16 and a half minutes from pit lane window opening.
It's the Fire Monkey Motorsport car, and then you got, having problems coming off at the corner. So from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, and as the Thorn is going to look to the inside, side by side through this sequence here. Oh, that's super brave stuff. Both of them ended up a little bit wide off the proper line that you can see the car trailing behind has been following. So this will all close in a 3-way scrap. Toyota versus Toyota.
Yeah, and as the Thorn's going to manage to take that spot, you're right, it was the Fire Monkey Motorsports.
Wide through 8.
I reckon there was a mistake up at turn 4 as well. But yeah, wide again, trying to carry that speed as much as they possibly can. Cover to the inside for Asda Thorn. We'll try and force the competition to go the long way around, and it's more than that because that's the 94 machine that was sideways at turn 1. Lap and a half ago. Closing in on the background of these guys. He's not giving it up at all, by the way, Wong Sion. So, Fire Monkey Motorsports machine is big and bright and absolutely filling that rear view mirror at the moment of Ayrton Asdathorn.
Ayrton Asdathorn, 159 seconds compensation time coming his way, but for Wong Si-hyun only 149. So for Asdathorn, you want to build out an advantage, and you've got 2 single driver cars here as well in this battle. So they'll have to make a stop, but they won't have to change drivers. They'll just have to serve the pit lane time. Oh, big lockups. Super wide, unfortunately.
Oh, and then he sort of just gets told, I'm taking this space. Good luck for a little bit extra for Norat, but that means that down the front straight away, Verovic becomes a little bit more safe and secure. Starts to stretch that margin out quite nicely, and here comes the games down at turn number 1. And it's going to be the 55 machine that closes in and tries to go the long way round, and Norat is certainly forcing him to go the long way around. It wouldn't surprise me, by the way, if Race Control's keeping half an eye on that car, because that block, for now, I think it's on the line, but I don't think he can get much more aggressive than the way that they are currently defending.
Most times, been looking to cover the inside very, very early, and you don't call it a block, but in a couple of cases, it has been very, very robust defense. But the thing is, it's working, you know. They challenge the Toyota in a straight line, but then in the braking zone, it's pretty good. Through some of the long corners, it's pretty good. Certainly 7 and 8 is such a strength, which is where we're about to get to, and you'll see.
Yeah, here it comes as well. The speed for the Honda CRZs. Yeah, you're right. Look at Norat right up and underneath that rear wing of the CRZ just ahead of him. And now he's going to try and get down the inside. Update from the incident at turn 1, by the way. There has been a 10-second time penalty as Norat actually gets down the inside and runs Verovic a touch wide. Now he's going to try and get a reply going from Chanek Nun, who feels like he should be a little bit further ahead and potentially in this battle. Norat's got that spot back once more. And now have a look at Chanukdon. He is supremely quick at the moment and starting to harass and the battle in behind. I don't think any of these battles are going away. But yes, update is that the 55, that blue machine, that's off the back end of that battle for P3, has 10 seconds added to his mandatory pit stop for causing a collision at turn 1.
So first, serene 7-second lead over Passarit. In second, and here, would you like 3 wide for third place? Battle going on in the background as well. Toyota braking so well, has the inside line here. As Honda's around the outside look to usurp. You can't afford to lock up here when you're racing 3 wide because you'd skittle so many people.
Yeah, look at them all having to sort of adjust and turn out a couple whacks at the steering because there's a car up the inside. Norada lead us back to the line from this group yet again. And he's going to get chased to the inside of the racetrack by Verovic, and then he moves back to the center and tries to open it up. Norad's going to again break narrow and try and hang on to that tight line through 1 and 2. This time, though, Chanukdon did manage to pull up the car nicely. He's compromised the line at turn 2 now for Verovic. Just not quite able to get the drive out, though, Dave.
Yeah, I want whatever brakes that Yaris has got, because everywhere you think, oh, he doesn't have the straight line speed, he's about to be cooked here, and then just manages to brake. 10 meters later, everywhere, cover them off on the way into the corner, park them in the middle, rinse and repeat multiple times, just doing everything to hold on to that third. And now as we get into the twistier parts of the track, I think you are getting back to the true strengths.
Yeah, carries good speed. Down and through. Left and right combination of 5 and 6. Up to T7 here. And now, under assault, Verovic has been forced to yield a bit. He's going to try and look for the crossover, but that's not very often going to work for you. Through 7 and 8. 8's definitely been a weakness, unfortunately, for the 22 machine. And now he's actually going to start to track down. So he's lost not only 2 spots on this lap, but he's also starting to fall back into the clutches. And again, this comes back to that point I was making earlier, is what damage are you doing to the tyres racing these guys so hard?
Yeah, it's a good point to think about with a long race like this, as we've seen a couple of lockups, we've seen some slidey moments, and eventually the pace gets away from you. See, it's a bit slidey through there as well. At 12, one of the places that the track limits have been rather strictly enforced in qualifying.
Secondary pit lane as well. There on driver's left.
It's what the F4 grid are using, that support paddock pit lane over there.
Yep.
Here we go, all the way to the inside, every time, every single which way.
And back over to the right, opens it up. A little bit of a pinch on the front left, but again, has got priority at the apex with just how much of that car he gets parked up there. The tricky part this time is that I reckon Chanukdon's not done half a bad job of getting there, and he didn't want to follow him across the start-finish straight. He started looking for that inside line, and Norad immediately had to make a decision about where was he going to cover for him. This time, Chanukdon's got down there, and he's going to pin him to the inside of the racetrack on the run of turn 1. Is he going to be able to hang around the outside of the Yaris? He does to the apex. No overlap, though, when they get to turn 2, and he'll have to yield. And again, the defensive masterclass that we're seeing at the moment from Norat is paying dividends.
This is about the speed where the aerodynamics makes a difference.
That's very, very late on the block there for Norat at the moment. I'm just waiting for the message to pop up on our timing screen of a bad sportsmanship flag for blocking, because it is now starting to get egregious. And have a look at how much time they've lost to the pack in behind. They were clear of these guys, and again, nearly contact at turn 5. That's a wild one to nearly be making contact there. I can guarantee you it would be very difficult for Chanukdon to be maintaining a level head in these circumstances.
Yeah, it's bringing a couple of more cars in as well, because the battling between Thorn and Wang Si-Hin has dropped back a little bit. So they're not quite as intense. They've picked up their pace. They've closed in on this group too. Maybe the Toyota sedans are preserving their tyres pretty well, as the Thorn has just a little cheeky look to the inside of 9. How come Asdathorn gets a rear wing, but Wong Su Yin doesn't?
Uncertain. Weird message actually just popped up on the timing screen. Car 65 under investigation, driving in the pit garages. And that car has dropped a fair way off now for the 65 machine. Because remember, they were a part of all this squabbling very, very early on. And then, unfortunately, something's gone wrong for them. They're now in pit lane, but did get back out on the racetracks. They lost 2 laps with whatever was going on. Back out and onto the racetrack now, though. This is P2. Passerit from Sombat. Fastest lap of a 2:34.8, but most recently in 2:35.3. Tell you what, he actually is now the fastest car on track at the moment. Or at
Needs
least
to
he
be with 164 seconds of compensation time for the pit stop. So less than their teammates in front of them. Sorry, I meant to say that the other way. 145 seconds. Coming for your race leader. Oh, here we go again.
Well, you block aggressively, and that's fine. That's okay. To me, this is just the return of serve for Chen. Don't mind this. But again, not a rat's the cork in the bottle.
Asdathorn was under pressure as well and has gone a tiny bit wide out of turn 2.
By the way, pit stop window will open in 6 minutes. So driver changes. If you're thinking about tyres, and believe me, the tyres have definitely fallen away. Give you a comparison, our race leaders lost 3 seconds a lap worth of pace out of that car at the moment. This time, though, the 55 machine is ahead when they get to the apex at 5. The reason he wants to stay alongside as they get to 6 is this will give him priority when they get to 7. Cannot hang around the outside at 5, though. That was extreme bravery, but again, just trying to do everything he possibly can. He just wants to be ahead. If he's ahead when they get down here to 7 and 8, he can probably run away.
Asdathorn's dropped in behind, and that's wide, and that's a cut. So we go side by side through turn 8, a rare thing to happen.
Now Wong Si-yoon gets through on the 22 machine. So they have definitely burned off their tyres from Verovich and been run down. Try to get down the inside. Not quite able to close it off. Now Asdathorn goes around the outside. And that's great braking at turn 9 for him to hang tough around the outside. And get the spot away as well. Verovich is in trouble a little bit here. Wonder how marked up that left front tyre is. Feels like the one that would be copying the bashing at the moment.
And we've got another player joining the party here as well. Yeah, really quality racing.
Brilliant thus far. I can't believe it's gone on. You look at it and you go, yeah, this can't last. Well, it has. It's lasted for 20 minutes.
Straight line performance, but rarely the braking performance. But that's the correct line to have if you're trying to outfox. And yeah, very well parked at the apex. And now you'll be able to keep that 3rd place in the straight line, give up nothing easily.
Much better. Finally got priority on a corner where he can maximize the advantage that comes out of it. And immediately the 36 machine of Wong Si-yoon pulls alongside. He's actually going to clear him on the run at turn number 1. And look at the margin that as soon as the 55 machine gets clear, he's immediately starting to pull a little bit of acreage. Remember, 10-second penalty to be served at the pit stop for that 55 machine that leads this little battle pack now for 3rd. So he has got to try and get clear off the front end of this pack. And if his tyres are in a little bit better condition, it's exactly what he needed. But I tell you what, that 36 machine is very, very quick at the moment.
And so you can see it on your timing column as we approach the pit stop window. Some cars are going to change driver. Some cars are going to keep the same driver in. So the state of play certainly changes a little bit through that pit window with the compensation time, but also there'll be some fresh drivers in some and some drivers staying in others. Passerit in 2nd. Asdathorn currently in 6th. Wong Si-yoon obviously going to stay in this black and green. Toyota. Gosh, hasn't he just come on strong in the last 2 or 3 laps?
Yeah, certainly has. Now, As the Thorn's going to have to get defensive because Varenshitz showed up on the scene in the 39 machine. And that of the next of the Toyota Yaris's from Wing Hin Motorsports. Well, black and white warning flag for track limits infringements for the 55 machine. Channickman probably won't mind too much now that he's clear off the front of this pack. Probably a little bit more room to be better with track limits now that he is clear.
That run through turn 12 in these cars, the tail really slides out. Super exciting to watch. They're not quite as planted as the GT3 cars, GTM cars, some of the others that we've seen.
Braking underneath brakes as well. As the Thorn in fractionally hot, runs wide at the apex, and then it's, you know, you're just beaten once you've run wide at an apex. Sinking feeling of, oh gee, the front's not turning in the way that I really want it to. Car 22, additionally, warning for track limits infringements. That's Verovich, who we're starting to see sink off the back end of this field. This little pack, he was at the front of it, 5 laps ago. Now he's off the back end. As the Thorn defending to the inside of Varenshit as well, just ahead. So this is now 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Is still the battle for 3rd place on screen at this point in time. Wong Si-yun, fastest lap 35.6. And you know what? He's just done that. So he was the fastest car last time by. By the way, race leader is losing fractional time to P2, but it is marginal.
Hasn't 3rd position been the hot seat all throughout this race? You can challenge for it, but you can't hold it forever. It's basically leader of the opposition.
Rasen Frang for 3rd spot. Step on the podium. It's all going to change in 20 seconds when that pit window opens. Compensation time. Effectively another tool to balance these cars, these classes, these drivers. And remember, win in race 4 went the way of the 55 machine. That's why they've got a very, very long pit stop. Not helped out by picking up a 10-second time penalty. So when Thanapatra finally jumps in, it will be an extended stay in pit lane. Shit, good job. Gets down the inside. Move done on As the Thorn. See if he can start to pull away a little bit. Give himself some breathing room.
So if you thought your second driver was stronger than your opening driver, you'd be looking to go for that pit window early. But in the opposite, you might want to stay out a little bit longer. There's that turn 12 where all of them just get the tail out in a high-speed corner, front-wheel drive cars. UPB coming in for Wong Si-yun last lap. So that's a car, that black and green one here, that's just gotten stronger and stronger and stronger as this race has gone on. There was a time he was back in 8th or something, and now really with a realistic shot of challenging for 3rd. Looks good on the brakes into the final hairpin. Rotates really well. Ooh. And will get underneath with a bit of a hip and shoulder if you don't mind.
But just, you saw how much he was able to throttle up in the middle of the corner and just really carry that mid-corner speed. And I don't think Channickman knew he was going to be there, to be honest with you. He recognized he missed the apex, and at the same time, Wong Si-yun was trying to, not, I wouldn't say elbow, I think that's the wrong word, but he was, I'm there, I'm going to try and take the racing line out, middle and out of this corner.
Now parks it in 1. You've got 4 cars taking the opportunity that the pit window is open to serve their stop. So the 25 of Norat and Nadzol Verovich and Thanakorn's 22 is in, the 92 is in, so is the 65. There's another look, so a bit of a lock-up. And like, okay, well, I'll just claim the high ground there. And it took a square door-to-door hit as well to seal the deal.
Bit of hip and shoulder. That's touring car racing at the end of it. Yeah, have a look at the tyre changes that are going on as well. I'm not surprised to see this either.
It's those corners like 7 and 8, like turn 1, and even like turns 13 and 14. They're just such long right-hand corners. You got to imagine that they put a lot of load and a lot of work through the front left. So as you watch, certainly front tyres and front lefts are the priority for what takes a hit around here in this type of heat at Sepang.
I'll also point, unfortunately, it's gotten worse actually for Leon Koo in the R Engineering 65 entry. Under investigation for pit lane speed limit, and that says to me there's probably further infringements. You don't normally flash a message up of investigating speed limit unless you've got evidence, or somebody spotted something they think should be looked at. So I would say we'd be expecting a penalty for that car. Now, admittedly, they are 3 laps, unfortunately, down at the moment with whatever drama they've had at the start of this race. But this
race leader hasn't taken to pit lane just yet, but might soon. Pit entries wide around the outside of the final corner, and that looks like the regular racing line, so staying on the racetrack for the moment, maintaining an 8-second lead. You'll see cars in the background on that little road shooting across like just now if they're heading to pit lane.
beats off about halfway around the last corner. So we're going to straighten the steering wheel and then nearly back at it to get the car into pit lane. Here comes some of the cars who have completed their pit stops. Backing out onto the racing surface. 22 and the 25 machine in and out. And this here's the 7 Passerit from Sombat entry that's been sitting in P2 the entire way in for his pit stop.
New front tyres is the way to go, not seeing rear tyres change. Thus, always for TCRs. Oh no, Wong Su Yin wide out of turn 2. Camera comes back to him because he knows that's serious error to have. Hasn't stopped yet. Neither has their rival behind them.
That was a pinch of the brakes too from the 36 machine.
Understeer, understeer, understeer.
Oof. That's running very wide at turn 2 into turn 3. And look at the mark, by the way. Did you see the tyre mark on the door? The 36 car from the contact earlier on.
Well, the Fire Monkey Motorsport Toyota's got the Safari snorkel from a 70 series Land Cruiser, and now it's got the off-road cred to go with it.
Yep. Turn number 12 once again. Is that the 25? It is the 25 Yaris that's come out just ahead of them. That's post pit stop.
Yeah, interestingly, the pit stop times mean that they're basically equivalent to a whole lap. So that car's pitted and basically the lap down until your leader stops and Wong Si-yun and others stop. Leader hasn't stopped yet. The teammates in the lane.
So then we'll watch him and wait. Yeah, there you go. Leader in. So Thanaraj does his 30 minutes and he'll climb from that car.
We saw 60 k's an hour is the limit in the lane here as well. As they shoot in there down to 60. Looking for the crew. Yeah, going to get just about everyone now, I reckon. There's only a few that haven't stopped, and these drivers are coming in on this lap. There's one car behind them that hasn't stopped yet and could also be coming in, and that'd give us our whole field through this this pit window that only has a couple of minutes left anyway.
Yeah, well, the big problem is if you go another lap, you're right on the window, the pit lane window closing. So this is the safe one to go as far as you possibly can on this first stint. 22 machine back out and circulating post pit stop. You know what? I think they might be leading the guys that have completed their first stop, because that looks like the teammate car, the number 7 machine, just in the background of that last shot.
Yep,
So
164 second stop for the number 7, 140 for the number 22 of Verovic and Thanakorn. So they were only 8 seconds apart on the track before the pit stops happened. So you would have thought that the 22, with that quicker pit stop, would have gotten ahead and towards the race lead. And indeed, they have. But Passarit could close this in and make a real fight of it. There's a reason for the difference in the compensation times, and it's got to do with past performance and also driver composition for the cars. So the compensation time says, you know, we think Passarit's a really strong driver, needs a tiny bit more pit stop time to try to equalize things, and thus it sure looks doing so. Just closing massively in this phase right now as the driver in the other car settles in their first laps in the race.
Yep, so keep an eye on this one now. Passarit. Yeah, everybody's in now, so that will cleanse the field. And something further's gone on for that Leon Koo car, because that's been in the pit lane for over 11 minutes. And a request from race control to have the team manager for that car report to race control immediately. Not a lot of activity going on in around the 36 machine.
Just waiting on the 149 seconds. I think they've completed all their service, and now it's just, you know, watch the clock, time to go, looking for a podium. They were battling for it on track in the first stint.
Tell you what, they're going to pop out ahead, I reckon, of this little battle pack, which might see Wang Xiyin maybe in the lead. No, he was at the back end of the pit lane, but it is going to be very, very tight. Here comes your race leaders. They're going to get to the pit lane speed limit line just ahead, and he's going to feed out in third spot, and we'll see toe-to-toe battle between Wang Xiyin. I reckon that's the 22 and the 7 as well, as it's just gone through.
Keep an eye on that car. If they've gone for the new tyres, he had massive understeer just at the end of the first stint. Now you'll have quite a different balance of car to contend with. That's everyone into the lane and out, and you're looking at first, second, third. Ooh, yeah, there's the balance on the cold front tyres. Tiny bit of a lock-up, little pinch.
Yep, so just patience, patience, patience. Pit window is now closed in about 2 seconds. Open no longer as we tick below 25 minutes on the clock. Pit lane window is now officially closed. And there's the margin for your race lead. Get you some lap times as well. 2:43 plays a 2:45. That was their pit stop laps.
Another lock-up. So that Toyota Vios, the black one, really come on strong as well in this part of the race. Saw it picking off some spots just before the pit window. It's had a competitive pit stop time and now challenging for 4th place against Wang Xiyin. And you do have the YK Motorsports CRZs up front as your top 3 for the moment. Is the timing just a little bit confused about it for the moment, though?
Yes, it will be, because of pit stops. Yeah, it doesn't like it being in and around pit stops. So I reckon that is actually our race leader, and we'll get an update on the gap here shortly. But Nat Ned, provided they've cleared their pit stop window, they're going to have a very, very comfortable lead at the front. But they need to make sure that those tyres go the distance, because we know that the Vios in P4 is strong. Difficulty for Wang Xiyin is going to be trying to get those tyres up to temperature without having to defend. He's put a mark on that front left tyre now a couple times under brakes. So now he's going to try and make them last the distance. Last time by 2:35.5 for Verovic and Thanakorn. So that'll be Thanakorn behind that one. Passarit in P3, 2:35.2. Took 0.3 of a second out of him. By the way, so he thundered down this hill. Still looking quick as well on the run up to turn 4. And I'll tell you what, I've just taken a look at the timing. New PB first sector for the number 7. So Passerit is being encouraged by trying to run down Verovic just ahead of him. And remember how you noticed a little bit earlier on? That's a Honda CRZ without a rear wing as well, Dave, for Passerit. Doesn't get one.
Yeah, interesting. Certainly a bit of work on driver cooling, etc., going on a couple of these cars. Different solutions, different ways to scoop more air in to the drivers. Some of them looking a little bit more Bunnings Warehouse than others. Oh no!
It's around. It's in the edge of the gravel for Wong Si-yun.
Could be beached.
If it is, we'll get ourselves a safety car, which is going to eliminate all of that lead that Natned's got at the moment. That's 6. That's turn 6. Very, very wide. Nearly gets collected. Gets away with it.
Absolute heart-in-mouth moment, but that's the change of direction through turns 5 and 6. So as he's then turned into 6, the rear's gotten loose. He hasn't been able to catch it. My goodness, could have been a massive accident, but instead it looks like Wong Si-yun potentially beached in the gravel on the outside of turn 6. Now, the safety car would be not what you want if you're in the number 14 car. You've got this nice 24-second buffer. If the safety car erase that, you might be unhappy. No sign that they've gotten going, though, Wong Si-yun in that 36. Been one of the most exciting cars to watch this race, but perhaps too exciting there with the balance through turn 6.
Still waiting for him. I think he might have gotten out of the gravel. I think we might have a sector time for him down at sector 3, so he might be okay and rolling, which will mean there will be no need to send somebody out there to rescue him from the gravel trap. He was on the edge of it. I need to go a little bit further forward and would have pulled himself out. So we'll wait to see if we get him at the start-finish line or if he peels a pit lane for Wong Si-yun.
Yeah, there is a third sector time. Lost about 50 seconds being out there. 1:20 sector 2 compared to 34 seconds for others. Battle for who stands where on the podium.
Down the inside now for Passerit. He has run down Thanakorn in the sister car just ahead of him, but there is a glimpse at the look at the no rear wing versus rear wing structure differences between the two CRZs.
Oh, it's real drifty through turn 6, even for these cars. That's where the Fire Monkey Motorsport Toyota went off. That's a bit more understeery, though, through the next sequence of corners.
Stay with him, just Passerit, but you can just see the difference. That's where the downforce, any sort of pressure on that rear end of the car, making it a fraction more stable through the higher speed stuff. And certainly played its hand. Nardole now behind the wheel of the 25 car that was doing a stout defensive job earlier on.
Now, you can't tell me what the difference is between the Toyota Vios and the Toyota Yaris HB, but apparently there is one.
I'm just going to say where it's sold. Is that the alternative name for the Vios in perhaps Malaysia?
I think they've got slightly different headlights, but the rear looks very similar. How's that line through there? Just a little bit of the apex curb. Tail kicks out, but I've raced a front-wheel drive car. You just keep your right foot in it, and you pull yourself out of trouble pointing the nose where you want to go.
Well, Passerit's closed in once again. And we'll see if he can make some ground down the start-finish straight. Does manage to make some gains, at least to get a touch closer. On this lap, what do the lap times look like? 2:36.2 plays a 2:36 flat for Passerit, so he is quicker still.
And of course, as you can see on the timing column, these two cars classed together differently than your outright race leader as well. So there's certainly a little more than just second place outright to play for here.
T stands for turbocharged, N for naturally aspirated. So Super Touring-N, Super Touring naturally aspirated, Super Touring-T, Super Touring Turbo is the difference between those two classes and categories. But it's the turbocharged car that leads the way at the moment from the two naturally aspirated CRZs.
So still quite a bit to play out in this race, 17 minutes. You know, we built up towards that pit window. We had the various different compensation times. Thought maybe we were going to get a safety car, but now you're still going to get quite a bit of laps and a bit of time where you've got to keep your tires in. You've got to keep your car going. Reliability's been pretty good actually from everyone so far in this category. And it's 60 minutes plus 1 lap as well. Last lap time, not bad from this 4th place car. We saw that there was battling for 2nd and 3rd, but the 2:35 was about a second quicker than the cars in 2nd and 3rd. And you look to your outright leader, though, who was even quicker with the 2:34. So through the pit stop compensation time, getting a decent lead and being able to really expand upon it further at the moment with the pace everyone's got in this stint.
Again, clean pair of heels out in front. Going to be waiting.
Lead's gone from 24 to 28 seconds as we've played out as well.
Oh, flash of the headlights now for Passaret. And the teammates, whether or not that was seen, whether or not that was distracting, wasn't anywhere near a braking zone, so there was a bit of room. But I wonder if that's not a message of, hey, Baron, shit's coming. We might need to do our best to let the quicker car go. Drop on in, tag in behind, grab a draft, and we'll see what we can do. That's one of the lap down cars. I think that might be the Chase Chakras Parks and Chaya car.
We go different lines through 1. This is really key part of the design. Oh, how about a little bit of sideways with the rotation, change of direction into 2 as well. Passaret from Sabat just kicking the tail out. But yeah, you've got such a long turn 1 that sometimes you just run the short line right up against the curb the whole way around, and then sometimes you dive in with a little bit more speed and then make it a double apex, and whatever the driver in front does, you can do something different through there to try to challenge them. There's no right way to do it. There's 2 different ways to do it, like the millions of lines through Sunset Bend at Sebring, and that's part of what makes this layout great. And this racetrack is there's a couple of corners where there's a couple of different ways you can attack it, and it gives the driver behind an opportunity to strategize with their racecraft by taking different lines.
Keep an eye on that lap time as well for the car that's in behind. So these two fought on that previous lap, and 36 is back out there and circulating yet again. The big issue for him is he's about 15 seconds behind 10th place at the moment. It's fallen to 11th spot, but he is a fair bit faster, and there is actually 2 cars together on the circuit. Trouble for him, 15 minutes left of this race. It might not be enough time for him to run them down. I tell you what, he's going to get there with like 1 or 2 to go, and give himself an opportunity to potentially pick off those 2 cars.
He's flying though, going sort of 3 seconds a lap quicker than the cars ahead. Obviously, could have been challenging for the podium. Doesn't seem to have picked up any damage. So still a quick car, but well deep through the field, having lost almost a minute off the circuit. Probably had to refire the engine, dig himself out. So yeah, still lapping competitively in the 2:35s. Your leaders doing 2:34s. 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place are all doing 2:35s. So the lap times are very close between all of your contenders in this class. And that was on show in the first stint as well, the battling that we were witnessing.
Can I just say that bodes really, really well for tomorrow's race as well?
Which will have different compensation time as well.
and these guys are everyone that's in the cars now will be starting that race tomorrow with the lap times so close together. So for Wong Si-yun, it will be an opportunity. Today will be a race of what could have been a little mistake. He's very, very lucky as well that there wasn't major damage to that car with the other car that was on scene at the same time. So regardless, no damage. Quick race car. Feeling confident of his potential for a result tomorrow. But in the meantime, the two teammates, and I tell you what, Varenchit's actually fallen a little bit away from these guys now. Just not able to close in as much as he necessarily would have liked. About 3/4 of a second quicker on the last lap, but on that pace, he's not going to get there. So it's just going to be these two racing each other for P2 at the moment.
Whole heap of good categories this weekend, really. So on paper, GT3 is the headline act, and we look forward to that. But this has been super exciting, close racing. We've got Formula 4 Southeast Asia out here, and there are some drivers racing in that could go on to do really, really big things in global motorsports. It's paying super license points, I'm pretty sure. So it's worth something there. And then the other categories we got, but that's a slow Honda City.
And that is at the final corner on the outside of it. And they've not been able to get that car to pit lane. They were slow earlier on. Chayar and Chase Chakras Parks will be Chayar behind the wheel now. If they can't get that car rolling, we might get a safety car that leaves us with maybe 2 laps.
Is it blocking pit entry as well? Like, it looks like they were going for it, but then couldn't roll their way in or came to a stop. I didn't see See, sometimes you might come to a stop somewhere inopportune if there's fire or something and you are going to get out quickly. But I didn't see any urgency in the cockpit. It just seemed like a mechanical problem.
Not seeing that car on the run through to pit lane as well, which means it's gone nowhere for the moment, which is concerning.
Now, through Sector 3, as they were slowing, they lost, almost 30 seconds, and then it's come to a halt in Sector 4.
Race control, obviously, they're trying to give him every opportunity to try and get that car cleared, but it's not happening. I think they're going to have to do something about it. And the problem is, we just got to watch and wait for the moment because we're just not getting enough shots of, unfortunately, Chase Chakras Parks and Chayar's M&M Shop Pattaya car, which is going nowhere at the moment, we believe. And that would be confirmation. I think the safety car has been deployed. Safety car boards are out. Red lights on the timing gantry are flashing. Safety cars being deployed. This race is going to get neutralized. We're going to get a restart. And there is a bunch of cars that are quick, a bunch of cars that have times that are all relatively close together. This could be a huge opportunity for a bunch of cars.
Oh, give me a Wong Si-yun on board for the remainder of this race, because this is really going to save his bacon in a way. We know that's a quick car, but it's down in 11th place, and this will close everyone in. Hopefully, if you can just put a tow strap on that and not have to lift it onto a truck, this should be able to be cleared quickly. You can see crew are there and they're reaching for the tow hook, strap already in hand. Pull it taut. Gee, you would not get me stepping over the top of a taut tow strap.
Yep. It's interesting one.
And I'm the worst four-wheel driver of all time, so
yeah, I wouldn't be trusting that one.
I'm still just not standing that close to a taut tow strap.
Something I was always taught, yeah.
Were you always taught? There it goes, straight into pit lane, or back towards the paddock. And the race leader is looking for the safety car. It's going to be that Mercedes again?
Should be.
It was for the formation lap.
I think one of the difficult things is that who was that just ahead? It was the 59 machine of Kritapas and Thanasith they're a minute and 55 seconds behind the race leader. And there's the safety car. Right. So the safety car has gotten out on track. So the problem is, to really gather the field back up is going to be a problem. Because our lead margin was out to 32 seconds.
Yeah, this is compared to the race cars, this is a safety car that can do a bit of pace as well. So there's your lead up, but we're not really super duper backing up the pack just yet.
Yeah, I would be slowing the pace of the safety car to a crawl. Let's get everyone bottled up as quickly as possible and go racing, because the obstruction's now been removed from the circuit.
Yeah, that's a bit more like it. Like 80 k's an hour-ish would probably do it. So first place. The thing is, sometimes the safety car boards come out, the yellow flags come out, and everyone drops their pace significantly rather than catching the safety car train. But I don't think you got second or third particularly dawdling. Here comes the compressing group. So at Nasdathorn could also be an interesting one to watch on the restart. That car was quick at points. There's a couple of cars that we saw in that battle for third place in the first stint that had sort of no longer been in the picture, that could be right back in the picture now. And the safety car's doing like 60 there now. They've figured it out.
Yeah, well, it needs to keep rolling, but try and pick up the field.
James
and again,
Taylor is on the documents as race director and very experienced all around the world.
Yeah, so he'll be aware that obviously that instruction will be passed through the safety car team of, this is one of those situations where we do want you to slow down and try and pack them up. The problem is they're going to have to do a whole nother lap. The 59 car's only just about to cross the start-finish line. And we're still over in the third sector, so that there is, a fair chunk of time for that car to catch up.
But it is 60 minutes plus 1 lap. So that kind of makes the race a lap longer than if it was IMSA or WEC rules on a timed race.
We're going to get two laps, I reckon. But by the time we do another safety car lap, there's going to be just enough time for 2. So
yeah, Jacoby Scott Rankin, I think it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, it's going to be a big sprint. I am keen to get another cup of coffee after this one's done. But here comes the adrenaline hit I think we all want as racing fans. And Ned, Thanaroj, they did all the work to get themselves into this position. Well, they've got speed. Now they're going to have to show it again. That margin was 30 seconds. It is now nothing. And they're going to have to work hard if they still want to win this one.
Wong Su Yin just caught the group back there in 11th. It's at least one more lap with safety car. So you've got your top 11 in the train. Still on the lead lap was 12th place, but 13th is off the lead lap. So it is just one more car to catch the group. They've gone from 2 minutes 35s in race pace. So that was just a 4-minute 19 behind the safety car for the race leader. So the pace is basically chopped in half, which means 2 laps behind the safety car should let everyone be able to catch the train.
Yeah, and we've just got confirmation safety car. This will be the last lap under safety car. Regardless of what happens, it's coming at the end of this lap. So the one car that we've got to wait on is still Critipass down in 12th. But you're right. Give me an onboard shot. I don't think we have it for you, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. But the car that we're going to be keeping an eye on, with all the racing up the front, is the flash of green and black in the background, because Wong Su Yin has made one mistake this race, and it's cost him about 50 seconds.
Oh, this is going to be so delicious. So confirmation again on screen, safety car in this lap. We'll get to the start-finish line before the timer elapses. So we'll start that lap and then should get one more once the clock runs out. So certainly it's a 1 or 2 lap dash, probably a 2 lap dash. And all that action that we saw in the first 15 to 20 minutes of this race, expect it again. YK Motorsports have got the top 3 spots locked down, but we've seen when it comes to wheel-to-wheel racing, some of those smaller, nimbler Toyotas like we've got in 4th and 5th place, they can't time trial as well, but they can sure hold their own in the braking zones through the changes of direction. This will be thrilling. I'm full of nervous anticipation.
Well, think of the aggression that Norat's going to, sorry to be Nardol, my apologies, behind the wheel of the 25 into turn 1. We've seen how strong the Yaris is on the brakes. So, all right, buddy, show us what you got. But Thenopatra in the 55 entry, they've had to serve an extra long pit stop because of that driving service infringement down at turn 1, turn 2. They're not out of this yet either. 6th place at the moment. Could that become a 5th? Could it become a podium? YK Motorsports in control of this one, and the safety car is starting to pull away from the field. It's going to be Natned with control. There's only going to be 2 laps, you know. There is only going to be 2 laps left to this one. Natned in the 14 machine, the 22 machine of Thanakorn. Then it's Passerit from Sombat, the solo driver in P3. YK Motorsports 1, 2, and 3. Winghin Motorsports, Nick Teo in the 39 entry comes 4th. And Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, Nardol 25 entry in 5th. And I did notice this last lap, but I wonder whether or not there's going to be a little bit of a check into what's going on with Passerit, because there was a huge gap under that safety car just recently. It has already peeled off.
He's playing the team game, isn't he? And I think that's not quite allowed. You've got to keep a minimum number of car lengths under safety car. Passerit sort of backed up the rest of the pack to let his teammates have a great run at the final 2-lap dash.
Yeah, and here they go out of the final corner. Who's going to have the horses? Who's going to have the ponies down to turn number 1? Keep your eyes in the background. And that 59 entry still, by the way, did not catch the back end of the field. That's him all the way back down there, already looking to the inside now. For Wong Siyun, he's going to try and pick off a couple spots on the run to turn number 1. 2 YK Motorsports cars get away nicely. All 3 of them, 1, 2, and 3 on the track. Asda Thorner has actually made some spots. And I think he's actually the first of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entries as they come off of turn 3. Yeah, indeed he is. So Nardol's lost spots at turn 1. And Wong Siyun is actually going to be just about catching up with him at the moment. So issues now for the 25 car. Did not get to where it needed to be. Confirmation. Car number 7 under investigation for safety car procedure infringements.
And we'll be getting a 5-second penalty as well. Well, that's tough in this sprint to the end. High chance that lots of cars could be within the 5-second window behind Passerit Promsabat. And will be definitely off the podium as things stand at the moment. But how many spots will a 5-second penalty cost you? Eyes on the timing column could be so important at the end here. Oh, Wong Siyun, come on.
He is. He's going to get aggressive as they get down here into turn 8. Sorry, turn 9. Down the inside. Barrels it down in there. Nardol will be his next victim. Out the other side. The Yaris that's been quite strong on the brakes. But he now clears on YK. And I think actually that was Radapaki actually cleared at that point in time. The Idemitsu Racing Thailand entry in the 15. Time has now elapsed. 1 more lap left to go in this one when they get back to the start-finish line. And
update the timing on the column as well, and you'll be able to estimate how many positions Passerat might lose from that 5-second penalty. At the moment, it looks like 3 or 4 positions could be lost just by the 5 seconds.
How about Wong Siyun? He's come across probably the most defensive car in the first half of the race. That driver's been pulled out to put Nardol behind the wheel. Norat was extremely defensive in the opening sectors of this race, and now it comes down to 1 more lap. Natned from the final corner. Looks comfortable. We watch, we wait on the timing because it will be important to passer it.
Last lap sign out, so they know that it's all for keeps at the end of this Thailand Super Series Super Touring race here on the Saturday at Sepang. The inside line, the place to be for turn one, and that's where they're all heading there.
Yeah, it's Nazda Thorn who's making an aggressive late move down the inside. 55 machine, Thanapatra has started to climb his way back through the field. He gets alongside Nazda Thorn. There was contact between 1 and 2. So the 55 entry gets shuffled a little bit wide. Anawat now in the 66 CRZ was looking for a little bit of an overlap, couldn't quite get it. They'll barrel down and out of turn 3. But no one's touching that net. He's got to make a huge mistake at this point in time. Thanakorn starting to get pulled back in by Passerit, and he'll know he has a penalty at this point in time. Have a look at the timing, by the way. 8 seconds throws you all the way back to Wong Si Yun. They're going to go deep down here. Nardal had to defend. There was contact at the apex of 4. Wong Si Yun got through there, though. There's the 15 as well. He's also cut through. Ratha Park picks up a spot on the last lap. And Nardal was coming under all sorts of pressure. Wong Si Yun is looking at that next group now. It'll be the next car that fires through the back end of this screen. He's going to require these guys to get aggressive, but he's made gains on that last lap, which is big. Down to turn 7. Then it's the flick back again at 8. Final major opportunity, and this is the best one they'll have left on the lap down here at 9. Who can get down the inside and covering for Asdathorn. Moves to the inside of the road. Now it's around the outside for the 55 machine. Thanapatra will go side by side. Was there a little bit of a tap from the background? From the 66 at the apex.
Solid racing all through, but as we come towards the final lap, you got to commend the crew of that number 14 car, because they've been so strong in every phase of this race, and they're leaving everyone behind again in this final dash.
Down through the crest at 11, and the 55 machine was quick and got to the rear bumper of Asdathorn. Can the CRZ make some sort of final attack? Varan Shit at the moment is going to... Sorry, my apologies. It'll be Nick Taylor behind the wheel of 39 who's going to inherit 3rd spot when the penalties get applied. This is what it looks like. No, wasn't able to carry speed for the 55 machine of Thanapatra in that blue car for Eminem Shop Pattaya. But he's had control when he handed over from his teammate. Thanaroj got a great start and they got out to a massive lead. They've dominated the final 2 laps after he got released from safety car. 14 machine wins once again. First race of the weekend for Super Touring. And another race win for Natnet and Thanaroj. YK Motorsports lock out the podium on the track. Penalty to come the way of Passerit, which means Varan Shit will get there, but just over Tanazda Thorn and losing a spot at the final corner. Anawat in the 66 entry got down and managed to make that spot over Thanapatra, so he made a mistake. Wong Si Yun he restarted down in 11th spot. He comes across the line in 8th. And I tell you what, he just misses out on grabbing another free spot. So Passerit will slide all the way down to 7th spot after his penalty gets applied.
Yeah, and the timing's just updated with that in mind as well. Moving Varanchit and Nick Teo onto the podium. You'll probably see it on screen as well in a moment. That the 5 seconds, there you go, applies to Passerit. Drops down into 7th place. The Toyota moves up onto the podium.
Yeah, so it's not just dominated by the Honda CRZs. That gave us something interesting to talk about. That was a great race to start the weekend off in terms of racing action. We've had qualifying. Qualifying's always one of those ones, particularly around the longer laps here, where it's just watch and wait a little bit. But for Super Touring, 1 hour, well, that safety car just provided the little bit of spiciness we needed at the end of that one.
And in percentage terms, the pace was so close. You were looking at some cars, consistently doing 2:35, some doing 2-minute 36s across a lap of that size. It's percentage-wise not much at all. So that meant a lot of battles, a lot of cars close together.
Here's confirmation of the final results. Natned and Thanaroj from Anawat. Sorry, my apologies. This is the turbo results from Anawat. Thanapatra and Chanik Moon home in 3rd in the turbo-powered cars. As for the naturally aspirated ones, got an opportunity to review those results here in a second, I believe. But overall results, yeah, here it is going to be Thanakorn and Verovic from Nikto and Varanchit. They finished 2nd and 3rd on the road. Etanazda Thorn closed in on that final lap, so he had a great final lap. Not quite able to get there over for Nikto on the final lap. Finishes 3rd for your naturally aspirated Super Touring category. I have highlights for you in just a few moments, but just letting you know what's coming for the rest of the afternoon. TSS GT4 and GTCs are up next. The GT4s have been the quicker category thus far this weekend. That'll be an interesting one to see them let loose for the full hour. Formula 4 Southeast Asia has 25 minutes plus 1 lap to come our way as well, before we will get across to Supercar GT3 and GTM. One of the cool things, though, this afternoon is we're going to actually get some hot laps after everything's done for this afternoon's racing. And then, of course, full program worth of racing action here tomorrow as well. 2 races, by the way, of the GR86 Malaysia Cup. So Hayden Haikal, double duties this weekend. So we'll see him with 3 races on Sunday, by the way. Luckily enough for him, there's actually a category in between all of his races, so he does get a reasonable break tomorrow, but only the GT4 racing for him this afternoon. 1, 2, and 3, and they will try and open those cars up and get some airflow in for the drivers as soon as possible. And confirmation that shuffling around of the order sees Varanchit drive his way up and onto the podium for celebrations as well. Those are the final results from Super Touring. I'll tell you what, spicy little race to kick things off. That had a lot of sting in it, and you know what? It was also really interesting to see the defensive display as well of Norat. That was supremely good driving. Again, I think at one point he put his toe over the line, Dave, but other than that, it was aggressive defending, and it was, you know, I'm here, find a way through.
Yeah, and just the different strengths of the cars in some slightly different areas, but still altogether quite equal. It's a lot of it on the drivers, the strategy, and yeah, there's more racing from this category to come as we look to the highlights, which, woof, GG, 60 minutes plus 1 lap definitely gave us plenty of highlights from this beginning. 5 lanes in action down towards turn 1, lap 1. Chotagatsu Racing Thailand car kicking up a little bit of gravel. Offensive masterclass soon to come up as well. Oh, and that was one of the passes of the race, left a permanent mark on Wong Siu Yin's car.
Fortunately for Yongsu, it was also a trip to the gravel in the middle of the race. There it is. That's the huge moment. And I believe that was Varanchit. It went around as well. That would have been a scary, scary moment for both of those drivers. They all managed to survive out the other side. And then this car didn't make it to the conclusion. Back to field up on a safety car and give us a restart with 2 laps left in the race. Aggression was the name of the game, and everyone had to get aggressive. So there's what happened to the 15 machine on the final lap, running wide at turn 9. Final corner, and the win for the number 14, who have been so difficult to try and beat here this season. Nathan Thanaraj will win another one.
Yeah, in that 2-driver combination, both of them drove superbly, didn't they? The opening driver to a modest advantage that then compounded through the compensation time. And then to hold your nerve in that final stint when a 28-second lead was evaporated by the safety car, and a little bit of the lead was maybe assisted by your teammate on the safety car restart. But still, nonetheless, I mean, it's a high-pressure situation in all of those. Both drivers need to perform at that level to come away with the win when a safety car dissolves the stopwatch advantage that you had.
Yep, here we go. Gridding procedure has begun. So we're going to step away, grab ourselves a quick refresh before we get into action for your GT4s and GTCs. That'll be up next. 60 minutes and a lap coming your way shortly. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. Once again, 3-minute board from the front end of the grid means that we are about to get underway with the first of our GT categories for the weekend. Scott Rankin and David Haynes bringing you all the action. And at the same time, I want to say a big shout out to our guest producer for the weekend. We thank him for stepping up. And a big shout out to Hamish Munro, who's punching away on the buttons for us this weekend. Right. It is time to get into GT4 action. And the big thing, like we said a little bit earlier on in the day, Dave, is the GTC cars have been quicker everywhere else we've gone this year. And at Sepang, not the case.
Feeling would be the GT4 cars are a little bit more sophisticated in the long corners, medium speed corners, and that really dominates the mid part of this racetrack. In fact, it really dominates from turn 1 around to turn 14. Then you've got the 2 long straights between turn 14 and the final corner, the turn 15 hairpin, and out of that hairpin in the back a shot down the long pit straight towards turn 1. So kind of puts the racetrack in a split characteristic. Someone just ran for a bucket back there at the back of the grid as if there's some fuel or some oil down.
Somebody may be leaking a little bit of something. Yeah, there they go. That's actually ahead of the GTC category and behind the GT4s. So that's one of the GT4s that's put something down.
Better not be that Honda Civic again. Weren't you telling me about the mechanical problems they had previously?
You're never going to leave that one alone. But no, for me, that's behind the GT4s and ahead of the GTCs. So it can't be the Civic. It's going to have to be one of the GT4s. Question will be perhaps when they pull away is do they throw a little bit more on that driver's left, our right side of the grid.
Taking a look in that area, this is part of the GTC field. B-Quik Absolute Racing's older spec Porsche came in there.
Hoping we might got a shot of what they were looking at, what they were throwing the oil cleanup kit all over. But we're not going to get that shot. They'll be rolling off of the grid here in a few moments. An hour plus a lap for all the categories in operation here from Thailand Super Series this weekend. A reminder, we've got F4 action up next, followed by our GT3 and GTM categories to conclude the day. Just a lick after 2:55 p.m. in Malaysia. Adjust those clocks if you need to make sure that you're here for the rest of the racing action for today. Before we get into our gridding procedure. Pole position for Nikki Baslan in the Winghin Motorsports 39 car. Kamik Kanasuda will be off alongside the AS Porsche. Falfong in the 33 entry will be lining up alongside a Decathlon on row number 2. Yaro Razan Nakoto in the B-Quik Absolute Racing car alongside of Todd James Kingsford in the Fane Lab Racing Machine. Pakun and Daniel Bilski will be off of row number 4. Row number 5 is going to be Grant Superfong in the Toyota Guzzi Racing Thailand entry, and Graham Dowsett will be on board the Aston Martin to start this one. Pretty Rat will be the first, I believe, will be the last of the GT4s, and that was Damien Hamilton alongside of him. Chong Yi and Akarapong out the back of the GTC field. Geeky Ian Ross on the final row of the grid makes 15 entries across the 2 classes in this one. Don't forget, there's also an AM category in the middle of our GT4s. The Pro-Ams make up the front 2 rows. Then it's the 2 AMs, Yarrow and Todd James Kingsford. Third place is Grant in the number 19 Toyota. And coming from the rear of the field is Pruderat in the only Mercedes of the weekend. Oh, for GT4, we've got Doug Koo out there in the Mercedes in GT3. 2 Mercs here this weekend.
Well, we saw across qualifying how important tyre preparation was on this formation lap, everyone doing similarly looking to get a little bit of tyre temperature, but perhaps not too much, because your tyres are going to have to carry you a bit further in this race than they had to in the 15-minute qualifying sessions. As you say, 60 minutes plus a lap coming up. Same format as we just had for Super Touring. And it'll be the same when we get to GT3 and others as well. GR86 Cup Malaysia Series and F4 Southeast Asia doing slightly shorter races though, as is typical for them.
More of that sprint racing kind of format as well. Righto, got half an eye on this 39 car. It was quick in both the sessions earlier on today. So it's every opportunity to win this race with just the pace that they've got on board. Critical factor for them will be how long they have to spend static at the pit stop. At the moment, there is a little bit of a battle for the lead in the championship. It is our front row that are contesting it. The big factor, though, was back at Bang Sen and the 39 machine picking up a DNF in race 2 of that weekend. But the last time we were here, 39 car won both races a bit over a month ago in Sepang. And once again, they're going to be quick here from the front. 11 GT4s, 4 GTCs, 1 hour and 1 lap. Pace car peels off into pit lane. Here we go for race number 7 of the calendar for these categories. 4 races remain in the championship. And it's an all Toyota front row for GT4. Keep your eyes a little bit deeper. Todd James Kingsford's been close to an overall win this season. Can he pick up one today as we go green flag from the front end? Not a great start, though, from the number 1 car. And they will immediately start tumbling down the list. Sorry, number 1, of course, in the Porsche for Kamik and Cantadine. A little bit deeper in the field for them. They're going to try and hang it out. But immediately it's going to be the B-Quik Absolute Racing AM entry of Yarrow, who's managed to make a supreme start. He was challenging for P2 in the outright results there on the run through 1 and 2. Has been forced to slot back in. Now it's actually going to be Kamik trying to come back at him on the run down to turn number 4. He'll have to go the long way around in the Porsche. 2 Toyota Supras survive at the lead of this one. And again, Yarrow's managed to survive for now with P3 on the racetrack. But Kamik is certainly going to want to get a move on board the AAS Motorsports Porsche. He'll look for a way through. I guarantee he's going to have another crack at him down at turn 9.
Yeah, things are also super close in GTC, where it was an electric start for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand car there, but still have Team Supersonic Racing on their tail. And as far as how quickly they've lit up, the GTC cars from a bit of a gap behind are now already right on the tail of the GT4s. Only for the GT4s to just pick up their pace, build up their tyre pressure, and begin to pull away, because otherwise it's creating a little bit of a headache for the number 9 Toyota. And the Toyotas in GT4 have also gotten off to an amazing start. They've got 5 Toyotas total across the grid, and I think that's 6 Porsches.
Quite a number of them, and also as well, every Porsche that's competing is also competing in Porsche Sprint Trophy as well, with working together in the Asian arm of Porsche. Of course, Porsche Cup races here as well. They did so, and we raced alongside them in 2024 when the Super Series came to Sepang. For now, Kamik is definitely getting held up just a little bit by Yarrow. So he's going to have to try and find the way around. And for the driver ahead of him, he's going to have some defensive work to do, as the B-Quik Porsche will now go side by side into turn 1, and again just squeezes him out. Need to get all the way back to the curbing. Now he's narrowed down at turn 2 though, and this might present the opportunity that Kamik was looking for. Not close enough, not quite able to get the drive out of turn 2 he was hoping for. Car's going to cut the curbing in the background at turn 3 as well. and bring up a host of dust, and that is Damien Hamilton, the Trans Am car, not moving at breakneck speed like we assumed he might be able to.
No, potentially a problem with that car going slowly. The elevation change at turn 2 was challenging all of them as well, as they got a couple of slides on. Kmick was trying to cross over for the battle for third place, but got a bit of a nasty slide with the way they rode the elevation change through turn 2. So it just spaces everyone out a little bit in this section of the field. Turn 7 and 8, different lines on show again. Characteristic of this racetrack here at Sepang.
What's interesting to note as well, Dave, I think is what we were talking about then at 7 and 8 in qualifying as well, is that these cars were just sort of moving around the racetrack. None of that at the moment, and I wonder whether or not we're maybe 10 minutes away from seeing those tyres really start to go, or whether or not the cars were just a little bit more on edge, and they've detuned some of that coming into a race trim to perhaps look after the tyre fractionally. As well, keep a thought for the weather. Now, we spoke to Daniel Bilski earlier in the year from Buriram and said, mate, what's the decision? Because remember that back in round number 1, race number 1 of the calendar, we got rain and it started dry and they had to come in and throw the wets on. So there was a lot of debate about what the best way to approach that race was, whether it was to hybridize, whether it was to be full wet, whether it was to be full dry. And I think these guys, again, had a really, really tricky setup decision to make right here. So if the rain and the heavens do open, there might be some guys who are going through a little bit of pain right now, but they may come on a fair bit stronger. And remember, when we're in Sepang, it is very often the case that it buckets down.
So another flying lap, and the fastest lap of the race belongs to the race leader in the black Supra, stretching their legs. Battle for third's been most exciting. Porsche Cayman versus Porsche Cayman. B-Quik Absolute Racing versus AAS Motorsport. Turn 4, a little bit of elevation change there as well. Right at the crest of the apex can unsettle the car somewhat. But as far as the curbs and the elevation changes, it looks like Ayaro in that yellow and black Porsche has been handling it quite well.
Very good speed. He's doing a great job, is the AM driver at the moment. Don't forget as well, in terms of lap times that we're talking about, 2:17.3, the fastest lap time thus far. Well, Nakib actually managed to set the fastest lap from both qualifying sessions on board that Toyota Supra with a 2:14.5. So keep an eye on what his race pace looks like. I reckon next time by we might see peak race pace, although Sector 2 time didn't better, but he was quicker. New PB Sector 1 time for him at the moment as well. So there is perhaps already a going over the cliff in terms of tyres. They might have come up to temperature, might have come up to pressure. We might start seeing them go down the other side. A lot of long loaded corners here.
Yeah, not so much of a need though to push so hard once you've established a little bit of a lead. Then you can go a little bit more management about your tyres for the stints. Going for a crossover in the final corner. Does the camber of the road allow for that? I think it does.
Again, Yaro's just comfortable. He's just going to cover to the inside. And Kamek just cannot find a way by at the moment. He'll move to the outside of the road. Much more open entry. And now he's looking for the crossover. That was well done. And the mistake
goes
from
out
Yaro
in the middle of one to then come back in two to try to hold on to it. That was good. That was a really good pass.
Yeah, very smart. Forced the mistake out from Yaro. Had to go deep at turn 1 to try and hang on to the spot. Fractionally too deep. And when the door was left ajar, the number 1 car filled it. Now, what can he do about sending after the margin down the road?
Damien Hamilton in that Trans Am car in GTC has kept going, and his last lap wasn't too bad. So maybe just a little something they needed to work out, and he's kept going, but is tail of the field for the moment, and not part of the battle for the top at GTC. You can see that first and second in that category are just 3 seconds apart at the moment, with that Toyota sedan pulling away ever so slightly. And of course, when you've got this many Porsche Caymans making up GT4, they're all going to be pretty equal to each other. That's what you find in third, fourth, fifth, sixth at the moment. GT4 AM, though, being led by Ayaro still, whose rival is Todd James Kingsford back there in the sixth outright. We look to Kingsford in the 98. You can see why as they go through turn 12. Track limits was such a contentious issue for qualifying through that sequence. One of those corners that's just annoyingly not quite flat out. But that makes a really challenging and good racing corner though, so I love it.
It is. Because you've got to try and use a little bit of the curb on the left, but not a lot, because you don't want to unsettle the car. You want to flow the car, you want to carry the speed, you want to straighten up the braking zone. It's all of these technicalities about decisions that you're making about where to place the car. And that is really basically Sepang in a nutshell. If I place the car in a compromised position here, what does that do to my speed for the rest of the chain of corners? And there are a lot of chain of corners around this place. It's brilliant. Really, it challenges you as your driver. You technically have to be quite sound to make this place sing. Yara, though, again, fractionally deep at turn 1, but still managing to make reasonable lap time. 2:18.8 now for Kamik. Has got him 0.4 of a second faster. He is starting to eat into that margin down the road as well. Back to the GTCs.
Yeah, your GTC leader got checked up a little bit by the GT4s on the opening lap. That sort of restricted their ability to show their ultimate pace, pushed them back towards Kenneth and Shane in the Honda. But now that it's clean air, the GT4s are finding their rhythm and pulling away. It opens up clean space for your GTC leader, who has put now close to 4 seconds into second place in their category. And unfortunately, that is a lap down for Damien Hamilton. The third place is, in fact, Kiki Ross here in this older spec Porsche Cayman. Just a bit of a wiggle through turn 4, something we saw in GT3 qualifying from the Ferrari. Subtle little bits of elevation change around here. The track dropping away through 2, just rising a little bit through turn 4. Dropping down in the braking zone for the turn 9 hairpin as well. So from lowest point to highest point is not dramatic elevation change here at Sepang, but it's no billiard table.
No, it's just subtle. Little bits and pieces of elevation change in all the right places too, just to add to the complexity and the character of this circuit. In the meantime, race leader Nakeeb has continued to pull away up in front, around a 2:17.6 just recently, and we'll get an update on everyone else's lap times as they come through, but it was about 2 seconds or 1.5 seconds faster than the chasing 33 car as they come by the start-finish line. So again, another 2:17 for our race leader, and again a 2:19.268. So 2 2:19s in a row now for Falfong. Means he is starting to come under pressure. 2:18.415, 0.8 of a second faster, and a new personal fastest lap of the race for Kamik. So now that he's gotten clear of Yaro, he can sort of show the speed that car has. By the way, Decathorn in 5th in the number 99 AES Porsche. Porsche sit 3rd through 6th, by the way, at the moment. 4 of them in a row. Is starting to close in also on Yaro. That margin down to about 1 second. As is Todd James Kingsford, who's starting to make a little bit of speed in the 6th place Porsche as well. So we're going to end up with, probably in the next 5 or so minutes, a little bit of a condensed battle pack from 4th through to 6th here, which is, I think, what we're waiting for to happen. But this will be an on-track battle for 2nd as well.
Still a little while before that pit window opens, which is going to be really important if you're a driver like Todd James Kingsford, some of the others that are a single driver, there's just a little bit of extra compensation time. What the organisers want you to do is have, 2 bronze drivers or a bronze or a silver, and that's a piece of race car out there. We're about to see where it came from your GTC race leader.
About to say, that looked like that would have come from this car. And there's the confirmation.
That's racing line, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a problem. That is, at the moment, the field is actually mostly condensed. So our race leader is sort of around in turn 14 at the moment. Yeah, so there is enough time for a marshal to get out there. There's a significant piece of time for a marshal to get out there without actually having to deploy anything more than a local yellow flag, but that has torn away a huge piece of the rear bumper. Don't think that will be causing too many issues, but the driver would have been aware that there would have been a big old parachute applied to the rear of the car, and that there is no longer that problem.
Now, a couple of laps ago, I actually noticed through some of the fast right-hand corners a little bit of smoke coming out. So I think part of the bumper was actually rubbing on the rear tyre a little while ago and is still happening. So in the opening couple of laps, there might have been just a little bit of contact back there. Kmick applying the pressure to second place now. They might have pressured that Porsche for the long run here because the Supras were so quick out of the gate, but now they're just looking a little more squirrely compared to that planted number one. Oh no, jinxed him.
Just couldn't quite get the power down there. I was trying to suss out whether or not that's an extra vent. I think that is indeed an extra vent in the bonnet of the Porsche at the moment to try and get some extra cooling into that car. But Kmick has got speed and he's run this guy down. He was about a second faster on the most recent lap. So 2:19.7 plays a 2:18.7. And just a little bit of patience and time preservation starting to work the way Kmick. He is quick enough to go for this one. In the meantime, the Kib has just gone out in front to the tune of 8 seconds. And Iaro is back into the 2:20s now as well. So half a second faster was Decathlon on that most recent lap. So again, like we talked about, that battle pack's going to build. Daniel Bilski's also in a fight with the 19 Toyota Supra, a Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supra. And this is that secondary battle pack that I was talking about as the B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche comes under a little bit of threat here.
Just taking a look, this is like part of the bonnet latch sticking up or something on the number one car front of one of the intakes that's on the driver's right hand side. But Kmick, after that great move through turn one we saw earlier, is now pulled away from that battle, currently underway for 4th and 5th. So there's your leader. There's 2nd and 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Little flash of the headlights coming along. And if Decathlon gets through here, then you'll see the GT4 AM battle truly play out, because the number 32 leading GT4 AM at the moment, Todd James Kingsford, 2nd in GT4 AM, not too far behind with only the one car in between them.
That's getting darker. Did you see the background of that shot? That's getting darker. I reckon the circuit's starting to get darker as well. I reckon we're going to have rain here in not the too distant future. The tricky part is, does it happen before or after the pit stop window? Because if you have to come back for wets, that's going to cost you massively. 60 kilometers an hour through the pit lane. And battle back on for P2. As the mistake that Kmick made hasn't cost him too much time. And he is starting to run back down. The Toyota Supra for 2nd place on the track. The other thing I did notice in the background of that shot, and you can see it in the background of this one, it was a mistake from Yarrow at the apex of the final corner. He ran a little bit deep, and it took him ages to get back to the throttle. I had a feeling he might have been under assault down into turn 1. And again, can't carry the speed off, but that's outside of track limits now for Decathlon in the AES Motorsports Porsche. The number 99 machine. And Tom James Kingsford might be just sitting back a little bit, might just think about looking after the tyre fractionally, making sure he's around and ready to pounce on a mistake should it come, but he's not taking too much out of the tyre. Lap times now into the 2:20s for P2 and P3 as well.
At Kuala Lumpur International Airport, just a couple of kilometres away, the wind speed has picked up, the air pressure has dropped, so some slightly more exciting weather conditions could be on the way. I'm not going to promise you rain, but I am going to say it's a slightly more dynamic situation than it had been earlier in the day, certainly than what it was this morning.
It'll be interesting as well with the wind speed. So the wind's picking up. That's going to blow these cars around in the corners as well. You might see a little bit more attitude as they're not quite as settled with the calmer winds from earlier in the day.
4 knots of wind, direction variable, which gives you so much confidence as a racing car driver when it's blustering around and there's no consistency to it.
Well, one man without any issues in terms of the confidence department is the Keeb at the moment. You can saw him go through the front end of that shot. No threat. There is definitely something hanging out of that bonnet. That is not a straight Porsche at the front end for Kamek.
Could be tape, could be part of the paint wrap.
I like that call, actually. I reckon it is part of the wrap. I think you're right.
Not slowing it down, so long as it's not something that's outside of homologation, is what's important. Now, this is the move that he did so well earlier. Sold this dummy around the outside, then crossed back to the inside, but this time fully committing to all the way around the outside and a crossover now late in the corner. Just needs better traction out of turn 2, something he struggled for. Lit up the rear tyres in qualifying, had a big slide there earlier in this race. The traction out of the slow stuff, maybe not the Cayman's strength.
It's just going to be really a battle for what he's trying to do with that car. And I think turn 1's probably hit the way he's driving the car at the moment. Turn 1's going to be the best opportunity he's going to get. And you're right. And he just got outsmarted that time by Fao Fong. So now back to the drawing board, back to a little bit of work. Watch as they come through the change of direction at 5 and 6. Long flow. 7 and 8. This will be interesting. I'm very curious whether or not they're starting to get blustered around and it is affecting the cars. It looks like that Porsche was struggling for a little bit of turn in. Certainly wasn't as accurate as he wanted to be.
He's got the brake lights on more often as well, just using a little bit more trail braking to try to point the nose of the car. When you get a shot from behind of the Supra and the Cayman, you see a little bit more brake light activity from the Cayman. Needs a tiny bit more coaxing to rotate.
Yeah, Supra's a little bit more settled and planted as well. Down the hill to 12. And that tricky corner, carry the speed. Got to line yourself up for the braking zone. You've got to have confidence that not only the car is going to stop, but that you can point it. It's a braking zone where you've got to phase the brake. You've got to come on and off of it. I can brake a little bit harder because the car's straight. Now I've got to phase off of it because I need to apply some turning. Now I'm going to come more off of it because you've got to turn the car a little bit more. 39 minutes on the clock. And heading towards the pit lane window opening in 4 laps time. Porsche
4 minutes time.
Yeah. Sorry, my apologies. Yep.
This will be another one of those times you just want to watch in turn 1 and you ask yourself, does Kamek do the same thing or try to do something different? Do they try to cross underneath earlier in the corner?
How deep does he chase him? There's
yes.
Rubber on that racing line in the background as well. Maybe a little bit of something again. He's closer. He's definitely closer at turn 2. Look at the amount of curb that he was using. Compared to everyone else, he is driving over that inside curb at turn 2.
Best turn 2 exit they've had in a while as well. So suddenly you make your rival defend into turn 4, a place they previously thought they were safe.
Chasing each other across the racing surface. And again, not quite there. Now this gives him an opportunity to perhaps get the power down a fraction better. He's closer than he has been. Is Kamek in this battle for P2. Toyota Supra plays Porsche Cayman in GT4 Pro-Am standings at the moment.
Turn 7 and 8 is a tough place to follow right underneath another car. You need maximum grip on the front end, and I think I see the front just wash out a little bit from the Cayman, but if you can stay close, big straight line braking zone here at turn 9 is a potential overtaking opportunity.
Is it worthwhile, you think, Dave, just making him think about looking in the mirror in a few places he doesn't want to, as the Supra that time did not get the power down nicely and get through the greers on the drive out of turn 9?
Well, it's worth keeping them defending absolutely everywhere. So turn 1, turn 4, turn 9, make them think that there's no way that they're safe. Big slide through 12.
That was the moment. That would have been a heart and mouth moment. for the 33 entry. Gets to the apex now down here. We'll turn it back at 14. And there's a Porsche alongside where there's not been a Porsche alongside thus far. Does Kamek pin him to the middle of the road? He keeps it directly in the middle on the run down to the turn 15 of the final corner, which means he's going to be braking on the dirty side of the road. And this might finally be the best opportunity he's going to get for Kamek. Again, can't hang around the outside. Now he looks for the crossover yet again. Looks to get the power down. And we have got a stoush for P2 on the road. They'll come across the start-finish line. What's the margin between these guys going to be? Less than 1/10 of a second at the start-finish line. That's how close they are. Now he's closer. He is pinning him to the inside of the road this time. He doesn't open the corner up. He's ahead at the braking point. He's got it done. And Kamek had to work for that one.
Yeah, drag race twice, inline 6 versus flat 6. What is a V? Don't know, but fantastic work from Kamek. Persistence, precision, nothing reckless, but just set them up to defend in the final corner and then get another stupendous run down the front straight and trust their braking performance. And there's a couple of straight line braking zones like into turn 9, but then there's the curved braking zones like you've got through turn 1, like you've got into turn 14. The Porsche looks good in that sort of a corner, and so Kamek tilted the scales to his own favor, the rules of engagement, and moves up into second. But that's all that's happened. Your race leader has 19-second race lead.
He's comfortable at the moment now, starting to use a little bit of track limits as that B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche. It sits 4th on the road. This is second in class in the GT4 Ms. And Kingsford, and it was a little bit unstable, that Porsche. In fact, it's going to go around.
Todd James Kingsford takes the lead of GT4 AM as Ayaro and B-Quik Absolute Racing spin out. Now that's the exit of 8? No.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Because that's the entry down there to turn 9. He's lost it. He might be a touch wide in the middle of the corner and just a little bit in the marbles, but he was having so many problems getting that car to be accurate on that lap. And the pit window opened a few moments after that spin, so you just wonder whether or not he might have dived to the lane as well at the end of this lap and climbed from that car. Either way, now behind Daniel Bilski, so he follows the spot in class as well.
And that's why I was so surprised in one of the earlier races when we saw cars going side by side through turn 8, is it feels very narrow, one line through there. Marbles build up even just half a car width off the traditional racing line. So if you do end up there, you're in dramas. Pit window open and someone was going straight for it. A couple of cars are. Very interesting.
Is the Mercedes getting around at the tail end of the field at the moment? Pretty rad. And that's the GTC spec older style Porsche Cayman GT4 in operation.
The GT4 cars looked a lot more like the road cars. Now they're a full product like this. Cooling
vents.
Although to be fair, the road going Cayman GT4 also got meaner with the engine intake ducts in the rear quarter windows and extra venting in the bonnet and more carbon fiber bits, and very nice car. Saw one at my local Porsche Centre. Don't ever call it a dealership. It's a Porsche Centre.
Much like the Porsche Experience Centre, I think, as well.
Yes, the experience of looking at $20,000 options and paint to sample. Contrasting stitching.
One of the cool things actually at the moment is I've just seen a whole host of track limits ones. Well, actually, worthwhile pointing out, 7 and 8 is probably one of the most loaded and fast sections of the racetrack. Do you reckon there would have been a change in the breeze, actually, when Yaro got down there? And that may have accounted for a little bit more instability. We're just pushing the margins, back end of the stint. He actually dived into the pit lane, by the way, at the end of that lap to jump from that car after the moment that he's had. So he is out. Hand on over to Satapond. Pruderat's also jumped into pit lane. Now, remember, he's a solo entry, so no driver swap for him in number 44 Mercedes GT4.
Akib stays out, which suggests that the team for the number 39 think that Nakib's just a little bit stronger than Mitchell. And so they're going to try to continue to extend this gap before they make their stop. Whereas the minute the pit window opens, if you think you've got an equal or quicker driver to put in, you go for it. And the evidence, the proof was in the pudding, the 20-second race lead that this number 39 Toyota Supra had built out, that yes, certainly really great performance in this first half of the race from Nakib to put themselves, and I mean their team, in a very strong position. GTC race leader here.
Yep. Worthwhile noting as well, we did see a flash up of a couple messages for black and white flags for track limits infringements. So I'm going to run off the list of cars, and there is a list of them at this point in time. Car 1, so that's Kamek, who dived into the pit lane, so he's going to get out from behind the wheel of that car, the 32 entry. There's the 9, by the way, GTC leader coming into the pit lanes.
Part of the bumper is definitely dragging on that rear wheel, so I imagine someone wearing gloves will probably grab at that and try to pull it away at this stop.
Yeah, but track limits infringements, car number 1, car number 32, car number 99, and car number 33 have all been added to that list. So that is a couple of the guys that are actually still out. So Falfong and Decathorn are both elected to go long in this first phase of the race. They've got infringements. We've now got a host of extra cars into the pit lane as well. Driver swap now. Kamek drives from behind the wheel of the number 1 Porsche, and Kentidi Kasiri will jump back into that one. The keeper's Lan is probably moments away from diving in a pit lane here. Expect him this time by.
Yep.
And indeed, that's exactly what he does.
Carrying heaps of speed on that pit entry as well. Really good job there. But then you got to slow down to 60 in time for that sign, which I reckon he will. ABS might have got just a tiny bit of a workout on the pit entry, but it's all of those little things that matter, because your pit stop time doesn't include that part of the pit entry. It's only when you're in the lane. So you're still racing when you're through that pit entry. Quick word between the drivers.
And they've got time, so you can see it's not a huge hive of activity around the cars in the pit stop. Enough time to get the pit stop done comfortably. 100%. So, quick word between the drivers. How's it driving? Look for this. This is an issue. There's marbles over here. Little bits and pieces that can really assist the drivers opening laps and bringing themselves in. Kennedy Kasiri now behind the wheel of the number 1. And I believe that's Hayden Heikel right behind him in the 36 machine.
Now that Candidate is in the number 1 car, we think, remember how strong he was in qualifying, but then had a lap deleted. So I wonder what we'll see out of this now in this second phase of the race after the driver change for all of the teams running 2 drivers.
Tell you what, he is getting a hurry on too, excuse me, from Hayden Heikel, wanting to keep the pressure on. There's the pit stops for what was our race leader in GTC. There is actually only one GTC we're waiting on for a pit stop, and it's the geeky Ian Ross B-Quik Absolute Racing number 18.
They didn't rip away part of the rear bumper. It all looks the same back there. That tiny bit that might be rubbing against the rear tyre. We'll get a good look at it. The camera operator certainly wants to get a good look at it. Car that was your race leader. Plenty of leaf blowers happening. You notice that the GTC leader had 4 fans on the car in the pit stop. They put one down in front of the radiator. They had some leaf blowers counting down.
Yeah, away that car goes. There's, I believe,
Geeky Ross.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe that's the geeky Ian Ross car. Yeah, yes, it is, because he's on his way in.
Car that was your race leader is out.
We'll start to get a little bit more of a picture as to how this one shakes out. And that looks like Hayden Heikel hometown boy has gotten the job done on Kennedy Kasiri.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye out across all of the pit stop times as well. Big variation with the compensation time based on all of the things that factor into that, the driver composition of the teams, past results.
I'm seeing a weird number for a couple of cars, and I've actually got some questions for you to have a look at here, if you can, Dave. I've got a 2 minute and 4 second pit stop for Daniel Bilski, Hayden Heikel. I reckon that might have been supposed to be 2:05 or 2:03, so 4 seems wrong. So I wonder whether or not they've gone short or long on that car. And the other one I want to check in on is Iyaro and Sathapon, minute 29. I reckon that's a short pit stop as well. I reckon they're probably due for a 90-second end-to-end time on that car. Everyone has now been to the pit lane, by the way, so we are more than comfortably clear on our pit stop times. Again, checking in with GTC leader. Parapong's popped back out after the pit stop. Still with the class lead.
So it's the crossing the start-finish line this time around that we get a true reflection on the timing of where everyone stands after their pit stops. It says pit window open right now, but in a couple of seconds it will close, and I can confirm that we've had everyone through the lane. So Todd James Kingsford leads this race. This is smelling a little bit like team orders there. It's not, but it's the faster car going through. This is going to be a real hunt. So race leader has best lap in this race of a 2:19.3. It comes up on the graphics as well to tell you about it. Meanwhile, the car that was a race leader before the pit stops, a best of a 2:17.3, so 2 seconds a lap quicker, with 25 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Expecting probably about 11 more laps. As I've done the numbers in my head just there, I think, 10, 11 laps to go, closing at 2 seconds a lap, but 22-ish seconds behind at the moment, 25-ish seconds behind. It will get very close for if Kingsford can hold on to this, or if the number 39 Toyota Supra, which has been absolutely flying, will be able to close that down for the outright win. And then also the battle for Pro-Am. They are not distinguished on the timing column here by color, but the 98 and the 32 are both GT4 Am, while the number 39 is currently leading GT4 Pro-Am.
So I've gone through about half the pit stops at the moment. They're actually interesting to note is that second place at the moment is Yara and Sathapond, right? Well, they were actually long on their pit. I said the number minute 29 seemed really weird, and it was. It's because they actually went long at their pit stop. Todd James Kingsford needed a 1 minute and 33 second end-to-end time in pit lane. He had a 1 minute 33 second time, but Yara and Sathapond were looking for a minute and 25, and from their compensation time, a minute 29. So they lost 4 seconds in their pit time. That's why I said that number looked funny. The other one I've just got to check is the 39 car needed to be 2 minutes and 26 seconds. They did 2 minutes and 27. They're actually quite good. But yes, the number 19 car is starting to fall away in terms of the standings at the moment. They fall back. That's also supposed to be a 1 minute 25 second pit stop, and they were also 1 minute 29. So as far as I can tell, everyone's actually good in terms of their pit lane times. There was a couple cars that just went longer than they needed to in end-to-end times at the moment, as we're starting to see the pro drivers cut their way through. And that's an overtaking move on track 4 position. Kennedy Kasiri gets his way past Sudapong as lap times starting to build up.
So one of the key gaps for me at the moment is that 19 seconds between Kingsford and Mitchell, and hadn't closed as quickly as I thought it might on the last lap. You're certainly seeing immense pace from Kandati in the number 1 car after their long stop. So the Pro-Am cars having significantly longer pit stops based on the compensation times than the AM cars gives us the order that we currently have, and we expect it to close in quite a few of these cases.
Be interesting to see how this develops. Yeah, I think because right now we've got 2 GT4 AM cars with the race lead, and then come the whole host of the Pro-Ams, and they've just done the handover to the pro drivers as well. 21 minutes left on this one. It is getting darker, but not massively. So I think the threat of rain, at least to the end of this race, might have passed. But you were saying something earlier in the day, and that always has me watching the skies for what might happen, Dave. And the comment was that it tends to happen is the rain forms in the area around the racetrack. And I think that's something that always worries the teams here. Again, keeping our eye on lap times. Race leader, Todd James Kingsford, 2 minute 20.128. P2, South the Pond at the moment in the 32 car, 2:19.603. So the B-Quik Absolute Racing car starting to track them back down.
This is one of the fastest cars on the track right now, Kandati. Oh, look, I mean, just eating them up, eating up a little bit too much of the racetrack.
Oh, that's a switchback. That was a supreme switchback, and that was aggression as well from the 33 entry, trying to hang on to that one. So, change of positions, the 7th. And Kennedy Kasiri is going to try and do what he can. The next car on the road, by the way, is the fastest car on track at the moment, Hayden Haikal. So, look, brand new car, but professional racing car drivers take what's in front of them and they go and work with what they've got. And right now, Hayden Haikal, albeit in a car he's completely unfamiliar with, is setting the track alight. Fastest car on the circuit. Last time by 1.5 seconds faster than the car that's just up the road, which is Kazuhisa Urabe in the Toyota Supra. So that will be a battle for 5th overall that we'll see develop over the next couple laps.
We didn't see much in the way of dramatics from Todd James Kingsford in the first stint. He would have known that his compensation time was relatively low, and you correctly dissected that the team and he nearly perfectly executed their minimum pit stop time with very little extra fat on it. So after all of that, he's come out in the race lead with a very clean car, and you just saw that, you know, his PB was 2:19, and then he's doing low 20s. The consistency is very strong, even if there are some quicker cars and quicker drivers. And it just means that with 18 and a half minutes left, this car in second place is not catching him, and the other cars are not catching him quick enough. The number 39 Toyota exited pit lane about 20 seconds back. It's trimmed that gap down to about 18 seconds, but needed to be taking 2 to 2.5 seconds per lap to stand a chance, and they've not been able to do that. So they're in the 3rd outright. 4th versus 5th outright seems to be happening in this run down towards turn number 1 again. The number of times and the different ways that we are going to see strengths versus weaknesses of Toyota Supra GT4 versus Cayman GT4 is numerous.
Run in at turn 1. 95 machine was a touch quicker on that most recent lap. 220.3 versus the 221.2 with Anapatra. And Haikal, again, 218.2. So he just took 3 seconds out. You know what? He's going to be on these guys at the end of this lap. At the moment, with just the pace that he is running.
Gap's actually relatively small at the lead at GTC here. So another situation where geeky Ian Ross was just restrained, knew he had a quick pit stop coming, has exited in second place. and is just 3 seconds behind the lead at the moment. Last lap was advantage Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, but that Porsche will not go away or leave too much room for error or any more bodywork to come off this race leader.
Yeah. And there'll be no breathing a sigh of relief until the end of this race. I think with that one, once you can see them in the mirror, that means you just got to keep pressing on.
Got a facelift headlight on one side, but not the other. No, one of the elements in the headlight has gone out.
Interesting to note as well that Shane Ang now is on board the Honda that sits in third in the category. Number 23 machine, the Supersonic by Rongpo Power Units, is actually the quickest driver in class on that last lap by a tenth. Sorry, my apologies. It was actually a tenth of a second slower than Ian Ross. So Ross is starting to find a little bit of
now
time.
the gap from 3 to 2 seconds at the lead of GTC, and then the camera can pan straight to the lead of GT4. Now look at that consistency. Just low 2-minute 20s, lap after lap, is all that's needed. You don't need to pull out 2-minute 18s or any magic. But just consistent 2 minutes 20 will bring this home for Todd James Kingsford. But fatigue could set in towards the end of this 60-minute race because he's driven the whole race himself, unlike the other cars where it's split between drivers. The RO started in this car, but now we think it's Sathapond Verachura in this machine, so less fatigue on what is a very hot and very humid day at Sepang Circuit, Malaysia.
About the drivers that are coming in behind as well. What are their lap times looking like? Well, it was the second out of the race lead on the last lap for the Wing Hin Motorsports car that sits in third place. They are going to run out of time. Everyone else that's coming in behind them as well. Hayden Haikal on this current lap is set to catch Thanapatra on board the 99 Porsche. So we're going to have that fight for third in Pro-Am about to kick off. 2 seconds faster on the most recent lap, and also at the same time, this is the battle just in front of them, and that's Haikal. So Super Porsche, this is the battle we were just talking about. 4th, 5th, and 6th on track.
Funny to think that Haikal is currently chasing down a Toyota, but later in the day and tomorrow he'll get out of that Porsche and get into a Toyota GR86 for the Malaysia series of GR86 Cup. So that's the kind of versatility, but really showing his worth. Quick in GT4, quick in the GR86. Pencil down the name Haikal because you'll be hearing more of it. Very young guy, but clearly really good racer.
A good guy to listen to in an interview at the end of the race as well. He's very spirited, likes a good laugh, and enjoys his car racing. He's been a part of the Thailand Super Series over the last couple of years, Super Compacts last year, which become Super Touring this year.
He's going to have to drive smart, not just drive quick, though, because you come up on a battling pair like this and you kind of need to find a way to separate them and divide them.
The thing is, I reckon Thanapatra is definitely quicker than Kazuhisa ahead of him. So he's definitely capable. It's a last-second lunge into turn number 1. Didn't open up for him. Now he's going to try and make sure that he gets to the curve. So no mistake made at turn 1 as well from Thanapatra. He was looking for that opportunity in the middle of turn 1 to open up, and it just didn't. That door never opened, but there is half a sniff of a rental Porsche being placed to the inside of the AAS Porsche Cayman at the moment. Haikal's going to chase him all the way across the inside of the road. There was still a whisper of an opportunity down the inside of turn 4. He does get the drive out of turn 4, but this will put him on the outside for turn 5. And the bravery required to go around the outside here. He's got a lot of trust, and he's put a lot of faith in Thanapatra. And it's repaid because he got around the outside. Now that allows him to set the eyes forward on Kazuhisa Urabe. And Kantani Kasiri will be hoping that these guys continue to stoush because he wants them to lose time, whilst he will creep up on the back of them with 12 minutes on the clock now as well.
really, really gutsy to go around the outside of turn 5, but there's just so much more pace for that driver in that car at the moment. Now he's got to find a way, not just to battle Porsche versus Porsche, but to get around one of the Supras that I think have been pretty strong traction out of slow corners and in a straight line, but it's being able to position the car through the corners. Like you've seen Porsches be able to duck underneath through turn 1 and just be a little bit more flexible through the middle of the corners with where they place themselves, and that puts the Supras under pressure in curved braking zones like this and through fast corners and changes of direction.
A little bit of a wiggle on power too there for the ENG AutoWorks Racing Supra, and that means that he is going to have to get defensive as they get down towards turn number 14. Look over at the support category garages at the moment, and to the outside now for Hayden Eichel. 1 spot already on this lap. Can he make it 2 at the final corner? Gets it turned back underneath. The door gets closed a fraction, but he's there. And again, the Supra can't quite get the power down. A small wiggle from the rear bumper of the Toyota Supra, and they are neck and neck when they get to the start-finish line. Hayden Eichel gets the Porsche ahead. 2 in the space of a lap for the Malaysian driver. And home field advantage paying off at the moment, but it's not done because fighting back under brakes is the 95 of Kazuhisa Urabe. Shuts the door finally at turn 2, finally gets that job done, and he will hope he can disappear. In the meantime, look at Kennedy Kasiru starting to get close as well. And another shot of dust flies into the air as they crawl all over the curb at turn 3.
Yeah, these cars are starting to slide around, move around a little bit more, not as planted as they were at the start of the race. Been a long one. The tyres begin to wear out, go past their best, begin to just overheat a little bit, and then you slide them, and then they overheat more. So that's perfect timing from Hayden Eichel to get these moves done, because that number 1 car that's just been closing in on the battle is so quick. 2:19 flat from Kansas He. Quickest car on the racetrack that I can spot, quicker than the top 3, quicker than those cars that have just been battling. So there is, with 10 minutes left in this race, still a chance that the number 1 Porsche Cayman picks off another 1 or 2 spots.
And that was important, by the way, to get that battle done, because not only is it 4th on the road, it's now 2nd place in GT4 Pro-Am. So it's the 2 AMs that actually lead the way at the moment overall with the pit stop compensation times. How about the Aston Martin who gets up the inside? That's at turn 8. That's a great overtaking move there for Romain Leroux. That's a phenomenal job.
One of very, very few drivers with a French racing license racing this weekend. Made a simply spectacular move just there. That Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand number 19. Not as quick in this second part as it was earlier. Yeah. Which car did that come off? Is that coming off the GTC leader?
Yeah, it is.
Is that left rear tyre being cut down enough by the rear bumper? We're going to get a damn good look at it, aren't we? Change for... No, not a change for the lead in the class yet.
What's the lap time look like? It looks still okay. The last time by for Chris aboard the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand GTC leader.
You just can't get your B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche Caymans confused, because the GT4's just gone by. The GTC is in the background here. The gap between first and second had been as low as 2 seconds. Now it's out to 7. So last lap for Giki Ian Ross. Hey, just as I'm thinking about it, the graphic comes up 2:27. Tiny bit of pace drop off going on the last couple of laps for this older spec Porsche.
Just starting to use up its tyres just a fraction. And for him, he'll just be trying to keep himself alive. Experience our drive, so it wouldn't surprise me if they turn that car around for some hot laps at the end of the days and some fan engagement as well. Which would be a good opportunity to get out there and experience the pain. I tell you what, if I end up over here at some point, there is absolutely no way that I'm not going for a lap on board with somebody.
I'm a fan and I'd like to be engaged, please. Preferably by the racing.
Has been good. today. It's been brilliant thus far. Super Touring was stunning.
Quick envelope maths, 7 minutes to go. 4 more laps.
It's going to be tight. I reckon it's going to be really,
Four,
tight.
four more than +1. 4 more than +1. So actually 5 more laps, I think, for your race leader. Only 7.6 seconds clear of third place. That Supra back there, the black one, is now beginning to get closer to taking 1.5 to 2 seconds per lap out of the leader. You see the gap now says 11.5. There was a point where it was sort of more than 20 seconds. Yeah, get a look at that last lap, 2:20.194. It's a good lap.
We're sort of watch and wait as well because Hayden Heikel just ran a 2:19.1. So, but the problem for him is 20 seconds back from our race leader. He's not going to get there, but he has put daylight between himself and the next couple cars. Kennedy Kasiri has shown up into that battle and has found his way past Decathlon. So that is swapping positions of the two AAS Motorsports Porsches. And there is that battle in the background of that shot at the moment. And that is now Kazuhisa Urabe defending on the 95 Toyota Supra as they run down to turn 4. Because Kasiri's picked off his teammate. Don't tell me somebody else is going to try the outside at turn 5. There was nearly a hole that appeared on the inside at turn 5.
Well, by staying very close to the left-hand side through turn 5, you open up turn 6. And then 7 and 8, tough to follow through here. Oh my goodness.
He definitely got into the bumper there, and now he's forced him a little bit wide at 8. And that's outside of the track limits, you know. Kazuhisa has got to have a think about, is it worthwhile fighting this one? Because that was a touch. It was a definite touch, and it was at a critical moment in those corners. And sometimes, is it worthwhile hanging on to it? And again, lights up the rear tyres on board that Porsche. Run down to turn 11. Now it's on to 12 and the flick back. And I reckon he's going to try and set him up to get him at the last corner at the run to turn 15.
Still got plenty of time with 3 or 4 more laps as well. When that kind of pace advantage, you can keep chipping away, keep making them defend, take tight lines that eat up the tyres a little bit more, and then engage in another inline 6 versus flat 6 drag race past the support pits.
Well, he got good drive off of turn 14, and that's going to give him the opportunity down at 15. Might have been clearing before he gets there. Indeed, he does. Kennedy Kasiri moves up. 5th spot on the road, catching a little bit of lap traffic as well as the GTC cars. Gets the job done, locks it down. Can he survive with a little bit of drive off the final corner? Yes, he can.
Kiki Ian Ross is going far to the left-hand side of the racetrack, saying, don't involve me in this, but they want to pick off a little bit of slipstream as they can.
Flash the lights in the background for Dan Apache because he still wants to be a part of this one, just in case an opportunity presents itself to have a go. Kazuhisa Urabe gets held up, unfortunately, not quite able to pick his way through.
Not much breeze through the palm trees at the moment. They look pretty still. A bit more rubber being flung around. Look at how many marbles have come along, and I think a lot of that still is coming from the GTC leader. The gap has ebbed and flowed. It went out to 7 seconds. It's come back down to 5.7. I think it's expanding again. That Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand car just needs to hold on in the lead of GTC for a couple more laps. And I think it'll be 3 more, actually.
I think that's going to be the case. You know what it is? It's the traffic that would have done that too. Because they were just being picked off by the GT4s at a critical point in their race as well. This is our race leader on the run through turn 12.
Consistently doing what needs to be done. Every time I'm about to talk about the last lap, the graphic comes up. This is good. I like this. But still, yeah, another 2:20 is the consistency.
The run from Sapperpon, though, he is doing some work. So for Todd Kingsford, he cannot rest as they come up on the rear of Pruderat in the AIM Motorsports Mercedes. To put him 1 lap down across the start finish line. You know, I reckon there's only one more lap at the conclusion of this one. I think we've only got 2, because remember, we're doing 220s at the moment. We just saw our race leader go out the last corner. We're just barely going to miss out 7 seconds. Not enough time.
I think the last lap board comes out next time by.
It does.
2 more to go from now.
Which
fastest lap of the
means-
race in any category has been a 2:17, and that's about how much time was on the clock as they passed it.
We're definitely beyond that now. Tyres starting to hurt. How about the margins? And well, there you go. 2:17.3 for Niki Baslen, I think, at the front end of the stint. Back to a 2:19 on that most recent transit.
Camera panning from the lead of GT4 Pro-Am to second place in GT4 Pro-Am. Now, you might want that outright win, but I think as far as, you know, championship points and big picture, being your class winner is good enough for the 39, 36. Big second place, Hayden Haikal on board at the moment. Only taking about half a second out of his class leader. Race control have been busy investigating track limits, haven't they, Scott?
Yep. Constantly work to be done. Number 7 car now, which has got Romain LaRue behind the wheel. The Aston Martin gets himself a track limits warning. Any more of those and I'll start handing out 5-second penalties like they are candy. We've had gooey references tied to cookies today. And here come the candy ones, because the stewards like to give them out when the drivers get grabby with the track limits violations.
So what's it going to be at the line this time? Are we going to see the last lap board? I think we will. 20 seconds and about 20 seconds away from crossing that line. Todd Kingsford doesn't want to worry too much about traffic, so in the straight line, as he begins to catch them, he just gives them that gentle reminder, I'm here, don't be surprised, as I close you in. Time is definitely up, and are they holding out the last lap board?
I don't think they are.
It says final lap on the timing, though. It says final lap on our graphics, so expecting the checkered flag at the end of this one.
Well, we are, but I've seen no indication that we're going to get it. There could be 2 laps here. We're not 100% certain at the moment of what we'll be seeing, but I can tell you as well, Sathapond on that most recent lap just ran a 2:23.0. Something happened to him, and I was comparing the sector times. It didn't look like it was one bad sector time either. It looked like it was pretty consistent across the board. This is the 19 car as well, with Sudapong behind the wheel, Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supra. And our race leader is catching at the moment. And you can see he is desperate to get through. Get down the road. He's getting held up just a little bit at the moment. He might get down the inside here. Yeah, he does. So it clears him nicely. So it didn't cost him too much.
No, and you saw he didn't want to take any risk with that either. He wasn't going to make a speculative dive. You've got the race lead here. You've got a little bit of time in your back pocket. You can afford that little bit of patience that he showed, and just doesn't need to throw it all away at this point when he's not under that much pressure just yet.
The Todd James Kingsford gets through the big braking zones on this lap. Run downhill, turn 12, the quick left-hander, up through 13 and 14. He'll turn the car, he'll point it in, and he'll point it straight. There will be one more braking zone, we think, to come our way for him. He's been good this year. He's been consistent this year. One of the strengths of only being a single driver is you get a lot more track time. One of the deficits is you got to look after the car. You got to look after yourself for the full entirety of that hour.
A couple extra seconds of compensation time as well, being a single driver.
But for Todd James Kingsford, final corner to the start finish line, and there is confirmation. Checkered flag in hand, gets the race win. Southampton will come home with P2. 5 seconds the margin. And 8 seconds, by the way. I tell you what, Mitchell ran them down in the last couple of laps. Margin down to 2.8 seconds for P3 on track. Hayden Highcal got aggressive through the stint. He gets back to P2 in class, misses out on an overall podium. And Kennedy Kasiri also, with some overtaking to do, comes home in 5th. But this is your GTC leader. It's damaged on the back end, but it does not matter for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. Number 9, Chris behind the wheel will take class honours with teammate Karapong. Geeky and Ross, great job for him, home in P2 in the GTC category as well. I'll be happy with that.
Total race time, that's 60 minutes plus a lap, taking us to 1 hour and 2 minutes. Kingsford had the fastest lap in the GT4 AM class, but not the fastest lap outright. So at one point there was a graphic declaring him as having the fastest lap, but it was specific to his class. Well, I think that left rear bumper was only slowing them down for your GTC winners in the number 9 car from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand.
Should have had a few marbles, that car. I guarantee there'll be some inspections underneath of the bodywork, and the other concern will be is perhaps that's opened access to a panel that might have gathered a bunch of rubber as well. That's always a concern, particularly if flame gets too near that or heat. That can sometimes cause a major concern of it catching on fire. But Todd James Kingsford's going to get the overall and class victories in M from Satapon, Virashur and Yaro Resinakoto and B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche. So 2 Porsches from the first of the Toyota Supras and the first of the Pro-Am cars as well for Wing Hin Motorsports home in P3. Confirmation for Pruderat, last car home in class. 1 lap down, the only Mercedes-Benz running here this weekend in GT4. And also, we'll get a few moments across to your GTC results. Karapong and Chris Vasaratna, who are just Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. Altus, Kiki and Ross in the Porsche Cayman. 981 gets home in 2nd. And 3rd for Shongyi and Shiwan Shana Eng. The Team Supersonic by Rongpo Power Units Honda Civic. 1 lap down for them. So there's a little bit of issues with that car by the look of things, but home, unfortunately for Damien Hamilton, only ran 4 laps. And the last 2 of those were quite off the pace. So a little bit of work to do on the Trans Am car to return tomorrow.
3rd place might have been scored a lap down, actually by virtue of where the outright race leader was, causing them to complete 1 less lap than 1st and 2nd in class did. That can sometimes happen. But everyone, thrilled to greet Todd James Kingsford, not just the GT4 AM winner, but the GT4 outright winner for the TSS, the Super Series by B-Quik's GT4 GTC race. Saturday, another one to come Sunday too.
We're very, very happy with that result as well. Climbing from the car. Looks like he's worked incredibly hard. Looks definitely a little uncomfortable in Malaysian conditions, although temperature would have come down a little bit with the cloud cover. And towards the tail end of that race, it got brighter again. So that might be the last opportunity for a little bit of rain in the area at the moment. So keep an update of that. 40% chance of rain at 5 p.m. So that's up to an hour from now. We've got the highest chance of rain. So keep an eye on that. And then after that, it falls away. We actually are expecting storms again tomorrow, but it never actually gets higher than a 30% chance of rain. So regardless, congratulations to the place getters from GT4, Tom James Kingsford from Southampton and Yarrow, and Nakeeban Mitchell home in 3rd place on the outright results from race number 7 of the GT4 Championship. But the big one is coming our way in the near future. We are off to Formula 4 Southeast Asia next in just about 15 minutes time for race start for those guys. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step away, take a break, and we'll be back with more action from from the Sepang International Circuit and Thailand Super Series.
Thank you very much. We feeling good. I think we made a good start. Our start was
Formula 4 Southeast Asia time now. And the first of the support categories coming with us this weekend. And you can see that those lights are going off at a frenetic frequency. And I reckon that track's gotten a little bit darker again, David Haynes. So again, the swirling weather of the Sepang International Circuit is going to continue to paint a story for the rest of this afternoon. Half an hour in this one. And we'll be underway. Sorry, my apologies. 25 minutes plus 1 lap is the distance for F4 Southeast Asia this weekend.
Yeah, and unlike all of the sports car categories, they get a standing start. Now, they're formed up currently on what you'd typically refer to as the back straight, besides the support paddock pits. So it'll be interesting when Formula 4 Southeast Asia gets underway what the weather does. I don't have another weather update, but even in the most likely scenarios, it seems like only a 40-ish% chance of rain, and the rain lights are going off on a handful of these cars. We'll get to looking to the grid shortly. 10 F4 cars out there on the grid.
Yeah, we'll take a quick opportunity to run through the entry list. Driving the number 7 car, Joshua Berry for Black Arts Racing. Number 12, Soa Hongdat or Alex Hongdat for Evans GP. Nicolo Macagnani, the Italian driver for Pinnacle Motorsports, come over here. The first time that we've seen him this year. Wang Zhongwei for Origin Motorsports. Seth Gilmore in the 24 for Evans GP as well. Inigo Anton, the 33 car Black Arts Racing machine. Hoynam and Nguyen for Black Arts Racing 37 car. Ayrton Asdathorn, you would have heard that name already this weekend from the Super Touring class in the Star Performance 51. Thomas Yuli in the 56 entry for Evans GP. Rafael Rahul Vaisen for Evans GP. And Imran Halim in the Black Arts Racing car as well. And I believe Thomas Yuli is racing in the Master class as well. So one of the older drivers that's a part of this one. I believe this is us set for a start on the back straight. Reminder that this is a support category here this weekend. It's going to be Nicolo Macagnani from pole position in his first event with the series. Alex Sawyer for Evans GP. Seth Gilmore and Ayrton Asdathorn on row number 2. Inigo Anton, Rafael Vaisen, row number 3. Hoi Naman, Nguyen, and Joshua Berry from row number 4. And from the last row of the grid will be Pateri, Hani, Imran, and Thomas Yu Lee. Green flag from the front end of the field, and our formation lap begins. And look, you can see from the front end of these race cars, those wings are quite trimmed out. And I reckon that is Joshua Berry who was struggling to get that car away off the grid.
Yeah, the yellow flag waved, but eventually it got going. Actually gorgeous hues around the horizon. Yeah, a little bit of cloud, bit of moisture in there, but the sun getting lower as we cross 4:25 p.m. local time. Being so close to the equator, summer and winter aren't really a thing for Malaysia, and the longest day of the year is not that much different than the shortest day of the year. I think today there's meant to be 12 hours and 4 minutes of sunlight.
And confirmation of the grid here, Nicolo Macagnani, Alex Sawyer, Seth Gilmore, and Ayrton Asdathorn on row number 2. From row number 3, Inigo Anton and Rafael Vaisen in the Black Arts Racing and Evans GP cars. Waynaman Nguyen in the Black Arts Racing car alongside teammate Josh Berry, also for Black Arts Racing. Final row of the grid, P9 and 10. Terry, Hani, Imran, also Black Arts Racing entry, and Thomas Yuli in the 56 for Evans GP.
Yeah, the M noting that he's the sole driver in the Masters category. So you've got rookies, Masters, and everyone else. Your pole sitter counts as a rookie. Ayrton Asdathorn's the next best rookie. Alex Sawyer and Seth Gilmore, it's not their first rodeo.
Warming the tyres up here through 7, 8, and 9. And we're going to wait. We're uncertain at this point in time if we'll be starting on the support paddock start-finish line, or if we will move over and start from the main start-finish straight. So either turn 1 for these guys for the race will be turn 15, or it will be turn 1. We're just waiting on where they're going to pull these cars up as they go through their formation laps. But yeah, really trimmed out for Formula 4. I thought we might have been running a touch more downforce there, Dave, but they don't like punching big holes in the air with the engines they have on board of these cars, and there are enough straight lines. Given how aggressively they're still weaving, I would guarantee you we're going for a start on the main straight.
Yep, past where they formed up on the formation. Heading around to the traditional front straight.
Slow up and pull up for the race start. Big thing I think that these guys are going to have to deal with is the amount of marbles that have come off tyres this weekend. It has been a big, big tyre burner for the field.
So you can see the local time on the clock there. We've got plenty of time to get in this race. 25 minutes plus 1 lap for Formula 4 Southeast Asia. Some drivers here today that you will see and hear go on to many, many more things, climbing up the ladder of global motorsport. Drivers from all over Southeast Asia and the world. An Italian on pole, followed by a Vietnamese driver, an Australian driver, at Nasdathorn from Thailand in 4th, and the list goes on.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First of 2 races for the weekend in F4 Southeast Asia. Green flag from the rear end of the field. We'll get our eyes set towards the front and the lights. What can Macagnani do in his debut in Formula 4 Southeast Asia? And away we go on the launch down to turn number 1, and immediately the squabbling between the 2 teammates. I don't think Alex Sawyer got a great getaway from the second row. And that means that Seth Gilmore is going to try and force his way through on the run out of turn number 1. There's teammates squabbling as they got down in there. Edson Asda-Thorn's going to try and shove the nose of the 51 to the inside. Couldn't quite pick that spot up. Now we'll be forced to race it with Inigo Anton. He's going to go around the outside at turn 1, becomes the inside at turn 2. Who will get the drive as they funnel down the hill? It is indeed going to be Asda-Thorn who cuts his way through. And he will be... Sorry, my apologies. The 33 driver who's got through there. That's Inigo Anton, who's actually managed to grab the spot off the start. Edson Asda-Thorn forced to shuffle back through, but Nicolo Macagnani, very, very comfortable when he got to turn 4.
Yeah, loving seeing that squabbling from 2nd and 3rd place as well when you're trying to get away. These F4 cars are so light and nimble, but it means the slipstream is incredibly powerful at any occasion. So if you can get a second or so clear, you'd love to have that. Otherwise, you'll have to fight for everything the whole race. Through turns 7 and 8, tire pressure not quite there, rear sliding around. You notice that small rear wings laid down very flat as well. So you want the car to handle a bit like a big go-kart, but it still needs to be controllable at high speeds through those corners.
Yeah, have a look at the chopping of noses. They got down through turn 9 as well. And Macagnani at the moment looking very prominent and comfortable. Josh Berry trying to close up at the moment on Rafael Vassan just ahead of him. 33 car here for Inigo Anton. Great start for him. He's managed to really cut his way through. He will be a thorn in the side at the moment of these boys. But Alex Sawyer's been able to go with Nicolo Macagnani. Now Macagnani's going to be punching the big hole in the air as they run down the back straightaway as well. Can Gilmore start to look to close in on Alex Sawyer for P2? And how about the battle between the Black Arts Racing and Star Performance cars for 4th as well?
You can see the rear moving around a lot under brakes as they go to turn into some of the slow corners. Saw it happening at turn 9, saw it happening there at turn 15. And everyone's looking to pick up the slipstream, looking to break the slipstream down the 2 long straights. That's what it's all about.
Did it nicely. I was just keeping an eye on that one as Asda-Thorn was actually starting to make some headway. but not able to get close enough to complete that pass. So Inigo Anton was a little bit vulnerable at turn 1 there. Has managed to settle back in. Mac Ignani at the moment, still comfortable and confident. Pinnacle Motorsports machine doing a great job to punch out clear of the field. Is punching that hole in the air. Seth Gilmore struggling to go with teammate Alex Sawyer at the moment for P2. So he's got some work to do to try and find some more speed. Have a look at the rear end talking for Ayrton Asdathorn.
Yeah, and for a lot of these drivers, they've come to F4 racing pretty directly from racing karts. So you're looking to set up your F4 car to handle like a big go-kart. That's into turn 9 there, where a bit of rear movement has been happening.
Machine at the moment, Alex Sawyer. Been comfortably the championship leader to this point in time and punching clear. It's been on everyone else to sort of see if they can come after him. But it was an incident, I believe, in the formation lap all the way back at Bung San. Is potentially going to be a thorn in his side. It's a huge moment as they fed down into turn 15. Cars tripping over each other. But again, Macagnani just seems comfortable, seems confident. He's not able to break the toe at the moment, but he's just edging that little bit further ahead. As to Thorn, not as close as he was last lap. So a much better lap that time by for Inigo Anton. Fastest lap of the race now for Macagnani, 209.406. Only 10th of a second slower, by the way, for Alex Sawyer, 209.5. Only drivers down in the 5s. As the Thorn ran an 11 flat, and that's why there's a little bit of a margin, because Inigo Anton sets a 210.694. So he is absolutely making some headway in terms of time at the moment.
Oh yeah, quick look at the weather as they head up towards turn 4. So just a bit of spread happening up front. Expecting to see a little bit more battling through the middle of the field. Turns 6 and 7, and you can appreciate where a Formula 4 car deviates from some of the other categories we've seen today, like Super Touring, for example, because through turns 5 and 6, it looks effortless. Through to 7 and 8, it's still a little bit of work. But through turn 12, it looked like it was so easy for an F4 car when others were struggling with track limits through that section.
Yep, now down here into turn 9. And again, the car's just moving around fractionally on the run down here. But again, pretty consistent for now. 6 minutes has already gone by in this race. Lap times down around the 209s, which means these guys are running very close to what we'll see the GT3 guys run in the next race out to finish off our racing action on your Saturday afternoon. Isn't that phenomenal? Just the raw amount of downforce that these cars have and the light weight of them. Much, much smaller engine that they are absolutely able to maximize speeds. I think that slightly narrower frame as well just allows them to carry a little bit more speed at the entry points. They don't, use the track a little bit better, if you will.
Near identical laps between your drivers in first and second place. The gap across the line last time, 1.090. This time, 1.110. Macagnani pulls 0.02 of a second away from Alex Sawyer. Seth Gilmore, little no man's land in third place here. First and second are getting away from him, but not facing any pressure from Inigo Anton at the moment. So it's sort of no one 1.5 seconds ahead of him, no one 1.5 seconds behind him, whereas Anton still needs to worry about Ayrton Asdathorn being in his slipstream.
One driver that did it was actually a couple of drivers that made a little bit of time on rivals at the moment was Rafael Vicen. Actually took a 0.2 of a second out of Pateri Hani Imran for 6th and 7th, and the other one was Hoynaman Nguyen. Took about 1/10 of a second out of Joshua Berry ahead of him. So Berry's been closed in on half a second that margin for 8th spot at this point in time. So battle continuing to form between those guys.
Puteri Hani Imran, the local driver, the only Malaysian flag driver in the race. Oh, it's not so far away from home for Rafael Vaesen and Joshua Berry from Singapore.
A big trip over, by the way, from Macagnani. You're right, that Italian driver jumping over to this side of the world. But it's a great opportunity to go racing at Sepang as well. So, you know, good opportunity to do some research, run on tracks. Because that's the big problem when you look to take the step up to the next category. It's Formula 3. You're driving in a lot more places. And the worst possible thing is to have a narrow understanding of your regional tracks. So any opportunity you can take to pick up a little bit more experience is always a good thing.
So now your race leader builds out a little bit more advantage, 4 tenths away from Alex Sawyer. And that just about seals the slipstream braking range, so maybe can begin to increase the advantage a little bit. New personal best is a fastest lap of the race on the lap just completed at 2:09.322 for Macagnani.
Yep, so just that extra margin, that extra safety net starting to help him at the moment.
This is exciting here.
Yeah. Time through Sector 1, by the way, for Alex Sawyer. He's starting to really sort of find his rhythm. Has taken a little bit more time out. And
We're moving around a lot for Puteri Hani Imran through the long corners. The tail doesn't look particularly planted compared to Rafael Vaesen following and pursuing him here. So this is the two closest cars racing for position on track. Up to Inigo Anton in the 33 car from Black Arts Racing ahead of it, and Asda Thorn in the 51 behind him.
And that's the problem, isn't it? They've started to become a little bit separated, I think, in the middle of the field. Asda Thorn just wasn't able to maintain that pace. He'll now actually dip down into a 210. So found a little bit of something as Ayrton Asda Thorn, but too late because the cars ahead are starting to disappear fractionally. But again, best battle on track is Rafael Vasen's attempt to chase down Puteri Hani Imran. 6th place on track. That's this battle right here. A little bit of a break lock up, and that'll be Ayrton Asda Thorn just ahead of these two.
It's deceptive a little bit with that final corner because of the way that it's off cambered. Sometimes you think someone's run a bit wide, but actually they find a lot of grip on a flatter part of the racetrack. Still think that Puteri Hani might have run a little bit wide. Vaesen has a much stronger run on the front straight. Really going to challenge. This is the kind of car that can go side by side through turns 1 and 2. Can go out there and find a little bit of grip. Can you go all the way around the outside of 1 to make the pass stick in 2?
Oh.
Yes, but then can you stick it in 3?
The big thing was that they got close to each other at the apex of turn 2. The longer way round at turn 3 means he's going to have momentum when they get off the corner here, and they were exceptionally close. Again, Hani Imran's going to cover the inside, and Rafael Vaesen is starting to make the number 88 look in his rearview mirror. And Patera has had to get significantly more defensive on this lap. Just searching, Dave, isn't he? He's just running fractionally different lines at the moment to Patera to get some of that clean air.
Yeah, still think I'm seeing the rear move around a little bit more for Puteri Hani Imran. And I guess that could give you a lot of control early in the race, but does it begin to just cook your tires a little bit as it goes on?
By the way, purple first sector of the race for Nicolo Macagnani, who celebrated his 15th birthday 3 weeks ago. Gee, wouldn't this be a life? Take me back. Take me back 18 years ago to run laps in a Formula 4 around Sepang. when I was 15. Man, that'd be an experience. That's what he's doing at the moment. Again, eyes on him, just punching above his weight, doing everything he needs to do. Quick lap, quick lap, quick lap. Look after the tyres. Keep punching out best laps. What's this lap time going to be? Fastest for the race has been a 209.322. And on lap 6, he's going to do a 209.377. So the consistency is there. And that is exactly what anyone looking for a driver to the future will be looking for. It's not just speed, but you've got to be consistent too.
And with 25 minutes plus 1 lap in this race, the first of the weekend for F4 Southeast Asia. We're just crossed the halfway point realistically with 12 minutes to go. Closest cars on the track still Vaesen and Petteri Hani Imran. Rafael Vaesen has gotten ahead per the timing. Not something I think we saw on track, but we might see it in the background of this shot.
Yeah, he's going to get defensive now. And the run down to turn 4. Finally, the 68 machine of Vaesen does get ahead, but they're going to swap it back. He was too deep down at turn 4. And Petteri Hani Imran takes that one back. Great to see. Good defensive effort. And then gets back on the confidence to go back by.
That's quality racing. It's what you want to see. You never want, a driver just on 1 lap pace to get all the way to the top of the racing pyramid and never have had to, battle wheel to wheel, never have had to learn the racecraft. It's why so many junior series have sort of top 10 inverts. If you've got a standout driver, you've still got to make them work for it so that they can grow, so that they can prove themselves, so that they can add to their experience and their repertoire. And we're getting that certainly right now. For these drivers, that's wide.
Yeah, very, very wide. Picks up the touch of the marbles. You can just see he was just trying to catch the car for the rest of the corner there. Have a look. The next time we get a straight line shot of these two cars, I reckon there's a fair bit more camber on the front end of the Evans GP Rafael Vaesen. So this will be worthwhile having a look back at, if you can sort of see it. The tyres are just leaned in a little bit more towards each other.
Yeah, I see it a little bit, but not a drastic difference. Bit of wheel work managing the car through the middle of the final corner, turn 15 there. Of course, you get a good look at everything the driver's doing in an open wheel car. We're side by side a bit further back. Hello.
I believe that'll be Joshua Berry and Hoi Naman Nguyen.
Yeah.
Going side by side through the final corner for 8th spot. It's
still a game of very, very fine margins between first and second. And Macagnani will pull, 2/10 on Alex Sawyer, and then Sawyer pulled a 10th back last lap just to keep that sort of 1.5 second margin between them, where Macagnani has it on a string but can't afford a mistake, a slide, go wide, touch the grass, or, as has been coming through, too many warnings for track limits or anything. Yeah, you've got to be perfect and precise to bring this one home in the lead. It was Seth Gilmore in 3rd that got a track limits first warning from race control. The first and only such warning we've seen come through yet so far in this race.
And there's only been 3 winners thus far this season, and this is actually the final round of the season as well. 3 races here this weekend. I think that might be incorrect. We've definitely got the one on this afternoon. No, there are 2 tomorrow. There is 2 tomorrow. Yep. So there is 3 races here this weekend. So far in the season, we've only seen a win for Alex Sawyer, who wins all but 2 of the races we've had thus far. 12 of them. He's won 10. Ayrton Asda-Thorn won on the streets of Bang Sen. Sorry, my apologies. Set the fastest lap on the streets of Bang Sen. Seth Gilmore won race number 1 of round number 3. And he again won race 2 of the Sepang race last time out as well. So Alex Sawyer has won every other race of the championship. Macagnani is going to be here to try and disrupt that this weekend. And these two are still going toe-to-toe, by the way. Hoynam and Nguyen and Josh Berry. Berry will cross the timing line fractionally ahead, less than a tenth of a second in it when they got to the line. Now it's going to be Nguyen who gets the inside line on the run to turn 1. Berry elects to not go the long way round, but he will crisscross him at the apex and gets back underneath. Great job to recognise the mistake of the other driver. Get to the inside. Is he given room? Yes, he is given room. On the curb at 3. Shorter run. Through 3 and up the hill to 4.
Yeah, flat out through that turn 3. So it's all about that traction out of turn 2. You slightly rise up the hill going into turn 4, which has got just a little crest at the apex as well. That sometimes means being a tiny bit wide of the apex can give you a good exit. In this battle will go back and forth. I loved going down the front straight where they both looked across at each other just to try to get an idea.
And there was contact there. Front to rear wheel. Berry made contact with the front wheel of Hoynam and Nguyen. And Nguyen's chopped off the pace a little bit. Those bars don't look too bad. I think he's okay. He's kept the pace up reasonably. Hasn't fallen off the back, so it doesn't look like there's any damage.
Escorted him wide towards the grey and the dust a little bit, knowing that he was coming for a look around the outside of turn 5, and said, well, you won't find the grippy part of turn 5. So it was pretty elbows out from what had been fair racing to that point. Just a bit of a squeeze through the middle of the corner, but not forcing him off the racetrack, just forcing him off the grippy part.
I think the important part as well is it was shutting the door to turn 6, and that's the critical factor, because if you're on the inside at 6, you're likely going to be on the inside at 7 and 8, and that's where you'll get the move done. So a little bit of desperation from Nguyen, but again, it's trying to set that pass up. Be patient, keep yourself in it. Race lead now 2.9 seconds for Makignani over Alex Sawyer. Seth Gilmore 7 seconds further back. That's that battle back there as well. Vasen still trying to track down Imran after the moment a little bit earlier on. Have a look at the check in the mirrors on the run down the front straight. Patera really interested in knowing exactly where they're going to place that car, and that is the 7 machine to bury around. Which means, I wonder, was there another moment with Hoynam and Nguyen?
Looks to be the final corner. We've seen cars lose it by themselves in the final corner.
Yeah, on his own.
Rough place to be, and you saw how much work it took for him to get it facing the correct way around again.
Well, it will be that leaves him out and on his own now for the rest of the race, 16 seconds further back from Thomas Yu Lee. That's the pressure, though, that Hoynam and Nguyen was applying. Consistently to the rear end of that car. 4 minutes on the clock. Lap times down around the 209 means we'll get ourselves 3 more laps, including the current one. Sorry, my apologies. 3 more laps at the end of this one.
Eyes on the race leader right now, who's still just extending that margin. 2/10 quicker through the first sector, 1/10 quicker through the second sector, another 10th quicker through the third sector, currently running through the fourth sector. So the cumulative is now beginning to drop Alex Sawyer, who for the first half of this race looked to just be with the pace of Niccolo Makignani, who's now begun to extend.
Yeah, Makignani.
Now 3.3 second lead, but this is Paterihani Imran versus Rafael Vaesen, I believe. 88, yeah, versus the 68 off the final corner.
Still there as they run down to turn number 1 as well. So this one's going to continue down through turn 1 and 2. We'll get on the outside this time for Vaesen as they get to turn 1. Does he dissuade the 88 from going back up the inside? No, he does not, but he will get the inside at turn 2. Is he given enough room? Is there a little bit of an elbow there? I thought I saw a puff of smoke as tyres made contact. And now he's had to go the long way around at turn 3. That didn't work. Can he cross over? Get back to the inside. He's going to get covered off.
purely tactical, going to look to get over under through turn 4. We've seen a good exit there, and we've also seen what can happen going wheel to wheel through turn 5 here. Mason decides that's not what I want to do. I want to follow close as I can through 5, change a direction into 6, sliding around just a little bit on the exit of 6. Now you've got to set yourself up to be precise on the perfect line through the double apex turns 7 and 8. Big braking zone at turn 9. It's slightly downhill into this hairpin. Still seeing a lot of sort of rear instability turning into the slow corners. You don't have the downforce on the rear axle. But again, if you could have a car that's pointy on the way in but planted on the way out, that's how you'd rather it than the other way.
Make sure you've got that car underneath. You can apply that power nice and smoothly. And now the margin for Macagnani moves out to 3 seconds.
Two
Get an
more
update
laps.
on the gap. Yeah, it will be 2 more here. So 10 laps complete. We 12 for race distance. Sorry, my apologies. We're 11 laps complete. We 13 for the race distance here this afternoon. And Alex Sawyer starting to fall from the rear end at the moment. Lap times just starting to degrade in these cars as well. 209.3 fastest lap for Macagnani. Lap time by 209.9. So 0.6 of a second worth of tyre fall off across the race.
Oh, that's a touch of the grass, just trying to open up the line into 5, and he doesn't get to an early apex. Of course, at this point in the race, your tyres will pick up the dirt very easily. You can even see a bit of a band beginning to open up on the right rear tyre of your race leader. The left-hand side tyres get the most work here at Sepang. So I don't think it's going to be on the worked part of the tyre. It'll just be pick up on the unloaded side tyre through the long right-handers.
Interesting to note as well, Macagnani's actually been picked up by the Ferrari Formula One Academy program, so he's off to great things for sure. Ran a Formula 4 test back in August at Barcelona, and was the fastest of the drivers in the Formula 4 test that day as well. So bright future ahead for the 15-year-old. Like we said, we'll join that program for Ferrari in 2026. For now, though, he'll come out of the last corner to see the last lap board. And for the 15-year-old, who is starting to find confidence from the Sepang International Circuit.
Did you know the song Like a G6 by Far East Movement is older than Nicola Macagnani?
I did not, and now I feel incredibly old. Thank you very much. I remember being younger when that song came out.
He's pretty fly himself, though, with that pole position, leading every lap, and definitely pressure on him in the first half of the race, and we hardly saw anything that could be called a mistake at that point until he's opened up this gap, and now the pressure's everyone else to try to catch him for the rest of the weekend.
And that will be the big thing. Who can find something? Because Macagnani's obviously second time here to Sepang. First time a little bit earlier in the year. So what can he find as the weekend goes on? He's probably got that car just about as dialed in, but there's always an opportunity to find something else. Have a look at how hurt that right rear tire is. There is definitely some blistering going on that one.
I think it clears up, though, when he goes through a left-hander, because look at it again on the exit. It's just about fine. So I think through long right-hand corners, only half of the tire is in contact. It's sort of picking up rubber that then, when you actually lean on the tire, gets thrown away.
Regardless, a couple more corners to go. Down through 12, 13, and 14. And that was the margin back to Alex Sawyer. He's done the job as the 15-year-old. It'll be 13 laps led from race 1 and the final round of Formula 4 Southeast Asia. It won't matter to Alex Sawyer, who at the moment holds a 94-point margin over Seth Gilmore, and he will extend that one. He cannot lose the championship after today. There will only be 60 more points on offer, and Seth Gilmore cannot do it. So whilst Nicolo Magnani wins the third last race of the year, Alex Sawyer is going to come home to take the championship. That's all he needed to do today, was put some points on the board, get the car to the finish line, and he's done just that. And a pass at the final corner as well. Anton Asderthorn gets down the inside of Inigo Anton. So something's happened there for Inigo Anton. He had a very, very slow last lap. And I tell you what, he lost 4 seconds in the final sector. So something went on for Inigo Anton. There was a swap of positions for 4th spot. And not teammates. There was no team orders there at all.
No, interesting. We just cut to it and saw Anton wide and slow in the final corner, ceding position to Asderthorn.
Very interesting. Very, very curious. But regardless, just waiting on Josh Berry after his spin earlier in the race across the finish line and conclude our results. But again, on the screen, Nicolo Macagnani for the Pinnacle Motorsports team takes the race win. But the big one and the big story is Alex Sawyer wins the championship for the year. And Evans GP, it was only ever going to be one of their 2 drivers heading into this weekend. The only 2 drivers who were in mathematical contention were Seth Gilmore and Alex Sawyer. But Sawyer had such a massive margin. It was going to require multiple DNFs.
There's the control tower at the airport. Sorry.
And this here's the final results as well. Alex Sawyer home in the non-rookies class from Seth Gilmore and Thomas Hugh Lee. And the rookies for this weekend will take up the other 7 drivers as well. There they all are. Macagnani takes the overall result as well from Anton Asderthorn. And Inigo Anton home 3rd in the rookies class as well, after that one changed hands on the very final corner.
Yeah, not clear at this time exactly what happened on the final lap for Inigo Anton, other than the fact that it was a 2:16 when his best of the race was a 2:10. We go to highlights, perfect standing start from Macagnani, and then it was all about making them squabble behind him so he could break the slipstream, break the toe, and then just manage his pace relative to Alex Sawyer and pull away. Great battles at other places through the field for drivers like Putarahani Imran, Rafael Vase, and Joshua Berry involved at points. But you got to give credit to just the perfect execution and pace in combination from Nicolo Macagnani. Even Alex Sawyer gave him nothing for free.
This battle was interesting to watch as well between Josh Berry and Hoynaman Nguyen. They would go toe-to-toe for multiple laps, unfortunately, before Josh Berry finally... There it is. It was just turn 4. The rear just got away. Sorry, not turn 4. My apologies. The final corner. The rear just got away from him. But there was no one touching the 15-year-old Italian this afternoon, and he would come home in style to win the 13th race of the 15-race championship. Very excited to see what he's capable of next year in Ferrari Academy.
They've got 2 more races to come tomorrow.
That is going to wrap us up here for F4 this afternoon. One final race to come our way in this afternoon's program. And it is going to be the big one. Thailand Super Series Supercar GT3s and GTMs coming your way in about 25 minutes time. Sorry, that'll be 20 minutes time. My apologies. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the big one. Hello and welcome back to the Sepang International Circuit Thailand Super Series Supercar GT3s and GTMs. It is time for the fastest cars we have in operation here this weekend. It's going to be the AM drivers starting race number 7 for the supercar categories here. And tomorrow it'll be race number 8, and the pro drivers will get the opportunity to fire off in anger and go side by side. Last year, by the way, there was a huge moment down through turn 5 and turn 6 as contact was made on lap number 1 of the pro drivers race. What are they going to have in store for us here today? And David Haynes, we're getting set to roll off the grid. Under 3 minutes till we roll away here. And the critical thing is that Porsche was quick in qualifying.
Yeah, some truly great machines on show between GT3, which are your global GT3 homologated cars, the ones you'd be used to seeing in Europe, North America, Australia, all over, and GTM, which are similar pace cars, but in this case, Simon Chan is in a Ferrari Challenge car. So just a little bit different than the pure GT3 cars that make up the front of this pack. GT3 Pro and GT3 AM, giving us the 2 driver categories of GT3 and GTM Pro Am and GTM Am, as well with the Ferrari Challengers, with the Porsche Cup car and the 2 Toyota Supras.
One minute to go, and then we're going to roll off from the grid for our formation lap. 1 hour worth of racing this afternoon in Thailand Supercar, and then we'll get 1 lap after that. No rain at the moment falling, but it has threatened all afternoon. This time period, by the way, we're expected, it was 40% chance of rain up until about 20 minutes ago, at which point it plummeted away to 5 to 10% chance of rain. So we're not expecting any rain. That hasn't eventuated, but at Sepang, you never know for certain what's going to happen. The rain can just appear overhead, but again, like we said, conditions not suggesting that we'll get rain here today.
Track temps and air temperatures just slowly coming down over the day as we look at the grid.
Yeah, it's going to be Vudicon who got it done in qualifying on the AES Motorsports Porsche from Voravu Biram Bakhti in the Ferrari. Hazik Zariel in the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi alongside a Henk Kicks in the B-Quik Absolute Porsche. Peter Biram Bakhti did not set a representative time for my liking in that Honda NSX, and Douglas Koo coming from the rear of the GT3 field. Saravut in the PSC Motorsports Ferrari Challenge car. Sidewise Simon Chen is going to be the Fire Monkey Motorsports Porsche Cup car. Manak Kulapanot is the first of Tsurugizu Racing Supra GTMs, and Nadavude will come from the rear of the field. The multi-time champion and national sporting hero in Nadavude, and that 24 car is a fan favourite at home as well.
So the Honda NSX, one of very few of the NSX Evo 2 still running out in the world. JAS Motorsports don't make spare parts for it anymore, or all of the parts and all of the support that you'd want, but a very competitive car in its time all over the world. Got plenty of use in North America as well, where Honda North America and Acura supported it, and then in Europe, of course, where the Italian JAS Motorsport made the parts for the car. But Ferraris and Porsches dominate this category, both in GT3 and GTM. There's your GTM pole sitter back there, the red Ferrari, the best color for a Ferrari.
Yeah, that
actually
it is.
Actually like yellow Ferraris though.
I don't mind them in the blue, although I just like that general golf blue color in general. Looks quite good on race cars, if you're asking my opinion. To the fans watching along on YouTube, your opportunity to get involved a little bit in the conversation, I guess. What's your preferred livery color from Ferrari? Is it the classic Ferrari red? Is it the yellow? Is it an alternative color?
The Nart blue and white used correctly is also very nice. Not far away from getting this one underway, and it's when the green flag waves that the 60 minutes begins, and then when the 60 minutes are up, we get one more lap when the leader crosses the start-finish line. So this will probably be somewhere around a 62, 63 minute race total with a pit stop window in the middle.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Final race of the afternoon, and it's the big one for some fan engagement for the rest of the day from Sepang. We'll be back tomorrow as well, kicking the day off with Formula 4 Southeast Asia at 9:40 local time. And out of the final corner. Changing the co-drivers for Vodacom and the AAS Motorsports by EBM. He'll be alongside Dorian Boccolacci. Out of the final corner to the start-finish line. Keep your eyes on the gantry and keep your eyes for those red lights to go out. And there they are. We will get underway for the GT3s immediately. Piti Bhirombhakdi, after a poor qualifying efforts, looking to remedy that, gets down the inside. He'll get to the middle between Henk Kicks, and he's even trying to go around his teammate, and does so. That's a phenomenal move. Goes from 5th to 2nd by the time they get to the first corner. Might even be for the race lead. This will be an amazing start if he can hang on to this down the inside at turn 2. Now he's going to be on the outside at 3, and he'll have to go the long way round as he'll try and get all of the horsepower the Honda NSX has got to give us. He's, though, forced Vodacom to actually have a think about it and block on the run down to turn number 4 and cover him nicely, and does so. The two B-Quik Absolute Racing cars go toe-to-toe, and Henk Kicks has actually managed to steal that spot away from Haziq as well. So good start by him. Douglas Coote still trying to hang on to the background of this one, but that was a phenomenal start from the Honda NSX.
Yeah, amazing, and it goes on. So how they lit it all up so quickly, and is it pressures that are going to be sustainable across this long race, or will we find a time where the Porsche begins to find its legs again? Wide from one of the B-Quik Absolute Racing cars, sees a change there. Singer Motorsport Team Thailand also 2nd and 3rd, so there's a lot of team action happening up front, but it's AAS Motorsport by EBM Vodacom who holds the race lead after sustaining some serious pressure through turns 2, 3, and 4.
And have a look at how aggressively he was up and over the curbs then at 11 for Piti Bhirombhakdi. Vodacom has the wheel before he'll have to hand over to Dorian Boccolacci a little bit later on. The AM drivers get to drive in anger for the first part of this race, and then when you join us tomorrow, it'll be the pros that get to start. But for now, he's going to have to survive a little bit of pressure as the Singer Motorsports Team Thailand NSX does start to close down. Sector 1 time for Piti Bhirombhakdi was supreme. The rest of the lap, though, has been going the way of Vodacom behind the wheel of the Porsche that leads the way to the start-finish line. First lap times, again, changed up in the final sector. 3/10 quicker was Piti Bhirombhakdi, and he starts to close in on the run down to turn number 1. So it looks like this end of the racetrack is where that Honda NSX is showing its speed on cold tyres. And that Ferrari lost a number of spots on the first lap as well. It went from the front of the grid to the back in GTC as well. Sorry, GTM.
But you just saw exactly how much horsepower and straight line speed that Ferrari Challenge has got. But then it faces all sorts of pressure from the other cars in its GTM class through some of the twistier parts. Very little to separate our outright race leaders either. On the timing column on your screen, you can see blue for GT3 Pro-Am, black for the GT3 Am competitors, although that just goes and changes. GTM is in orange, being led by the GTM Pro-Am Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supra.
Yeah, and at the moment, a little bit of work to do for the two one-make Cup cars, because the Supra's done a phenomenal job on the opening lap. Manor currently leads that class. Great job by him. Again, sector times are being traded, by the way. Again, supreme in the first sector is the Honda NSX, but it's sector 2 and sector 3 where the Porsche is showing That grip and that balance through the longer corners. Starting to fall back a little bit is Vorvu Birambakti. In the Ferrari 296. He'll struggle to go with. Go ahead.
Still doing well to hold on to that third place, though. There's just a little bit of track limits through turn 12 from Henk Kicks, I think. And knowing that they really pushed the limit of that Ferrari in qualifying, had a little bit of a spin. So that's the kind of thing that sits in your back of your mind. Because you can't afford something like that in this race. It would cost you time that would be so difficult to ever get back. Different lines from our leading duo through the turn 15 hairpin. That off-cambered nature does tempt you to try to go the long way around the outside, try to find some grip on the high line, as it was.
I think it's important as well that you talked about the lack of parts that are coming for this Honda NSX. I don't think
GTM lead battle there off the final corner as well, if you don't mind. The Porsche was going side by side with the Lexus Supra. This is cracking stuff.
Yeah, both front of both of our categories we've got here tonight. Sorry, this evening. And Simon Chen was incredibly close at the line. The margin was less than a tenth of a second, and this is a huge dive now down on the inside for Piti Birambakti. He's going to get the spot at the apex, and now he's just sort of got to prop that Porsche up, because this is where the Porsche has been quick. Again, bravery opening up that inside line at turn 5, and he had a lot of trust that when he turned in, Vudakorn was not going to be there. So now he's going to try and make a little bit of headway. So this will be where the dirty air will certainly be compromising the trailing car. This is the first time that Vudakorn's had to trail through 7 and 8. Now can he find some time back down here at turn 9? Perhaps reply with a send of his own. But that was a great moment on the brakes for Piti Birambakti, showing some real aggression.
Yeah, getting to that clean air right now. There'll be plenty of clean air if you're leading this race with 10 cars on track. And the GTM pace being not too dissimilar from the GT3s. So that's great work. If you can get that clean air, now you can try to build your advantage if possible. GT3 Pro-Am with Piti Birambakti in the car. Kantasat Kosiri still to come when we get to the pit window, which will open at 5:48. 5:48, yes.
Just
In
noticing
18
as well,
minutes time.
hello to everyone who's joining us for the first time. And again, Piti Birambakti runs it a touch differently through the final corner. Does get great drive off the exit as well, and he'll carry that the whole way down the start-finish straight. As of 2025, the Thailand Super Series GT3 and GT4 categories moved to support from SRO, which means Pirelli tyres. Of course, the balance of performance that goes on board with that. A lot of research and investment that goes into that. And worthwhile pointing out is that the NSX, you mentioned it, and also I think the Audi as well is worthwhile pointing out. Well, and why are we saying that? Well, Henk Kicks and Sandy Stuvik, they're on board the Audi, and this is the battle actually for lead in GTM at the moment as well. Simon Chen's closed in, but going with him is also Saravut in the Ferrari Challenge car. Worthwhile pointing out that Ferrari Challenge will be the only car you'll see refueling in this race as well. Tank size won't necessarily allow that one to last the distance. They have special regulations to allow that one to refuel, including full fire suit for the fuel man, and won't be refueled from a large refueling rig. And Simon Chen really starting to apply the pressure now to Manat as they get through turn 5 and turn 6.
Always, of course, interesting to see the different strengths and weaknesses. That Supra looks so low and grippy, but you know that a Porsche Cup car gets really great traction out of slow corners, gets pretty good straight line performance, but even more so that can be said of the Ferrari Challenge car. When that prancing horse gets to stretch its legs, 700 and a little bit of extra horsepower, it can be so quick in a straight line. It's not quite as quick through the corners as a GT3 spec Ferrari 296, not got quite as much downforce on it. So imagine, in this sort of racing situation, it's difficult to not overdrive that car and difficult to have the patience that's necessary to wait for this, the support paddocks pit straight and the main pit straight as well.
And Piti Birambakti comes out of that final corner sets the purple sector time now in Sector 2 and Sector 3. He's already got it in 1 and 4. Won't improve upon it on this lap, but new fastest lap of the race, 2:08.7. Pulled 0.6 of a second that time by out of Woodacombe. And yeah, worthwhile, you made a very, very relevant comment about the lack of support for that Honda NSX moving forwards, and that is the entire reason why the second of the Singer Motorsport cars is the Ferrari 296. Have a look at this battle. Sidewide Chan now takes the lead on board the Porsche 992 Cup spec. And now, time for the Ferrari Challenge car to have a little bit of a go. And better into the corners and on the brakes by the look of things for the Toyota Supra. But Simon Chen's backed him up a little bit. Now he's going to go toe-to-toe through 1 and 2, side by side. Can the Ferrari get the horses put down? He's going to have to do something if he wants to find his way on by that Supra at the moment.
Gain another look down the inside at turn 4, but not enough overlap for the Ferrari from PSC Motorsport. So this is coming up very nicely for Sideway Simon Chan. Fire Monkey Motorsport Porsche Cup car getting to the lead of GTM.
I think the big thing is it's giving him a little bit of room to sort of step away as well, with 2 cars in behind him just being touched too close together, battling quite excessively. That margin's starting to build. But yes, so the 2 teams searching for new cars. Here comes the dive bomb now for Saravut. Gets to the inside, doesn't get clear at the apex of turn 9 and have to go the long way around through 10 and 11, and pass still not complete. See if he can get better drive off of turn 14 this time down that back straightaway.
You can buy old Ferrari Challenge cars for cheaper than you can buy their road car equivalents. I was looking at 430s and 458s, but for the current spec, the 296 Challenge car is going to run you a little bit more coin than a road-going 296. Now, here's the straight line performance from the turbocharged wide-angle V6. 2 turbos on that V6. Lots of horsepower on Ferrari's newest engines.
Runs in a little bit hot, but he's going to get the crisscross at the apex. The only problem with this is it puts him on the outside when they get to turn 1. So he needs to make sure that he gets the power put down and gets clear. Does so this time by. So moves 1 spot up for Saravut. Now he's got to go after Sideway Simon Chen for the lead of GTM.
And a battle opens up between the teammates from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand and their Supras, because Nadavude, who'd been watching the 3-way battle for the lead unfold, now closes in on his teammate in the number 9 car. B-Quik Absolute Racing's Audi leading their Porsche. And actually catching in on 3rd place. Last lap, just 1/10 of a second quicker than Vorovud Birenbakti in the Ferrari GT3 spec.
Yep, starting to make some time as well. And it looks like Henk Kinks has actually found a little bit of confidence in the background as well. He was only a couple tenths away from these guys on that last lap time. But yeah, there's a little bit of debate coming out of the B-Quik Absolute Racing team about what they're going to do in the future. And well, to solve that question, team boss, team owner, Henk Kicks bought a Porsche. And that's what you see in behind. And we've heard what's coming from Lamborghini in the near future in their next GT3 entry. BMW's the other one that you got to keep half an eye on and where they're headed with the M4 and its Evo package and upgrades now as well. Do my eyes deceive me, or is Vodacom starting to pull back in that Honda?
Looks gone from 1.6 seconds back to crossing the start-finish line 1.3 seconds back. So yeah, beginning to get closer once again. Not like last lap was a bad lap from your race leader, but just Vodacom finding something from the Porsche, and he's got a really, really good co-driver that everyone's excited to see, I think, in Dorian Boccalacci.
A mistake by the look of things through 1 and 2. He's dropped a little bit of time there at the moment. We've got the sector time. Just a few moments. It looks like it was actually his best first sector of the race for Vodacom. But yeah, B-Quik Absolute Racing are debating about what to do in the future of their GT3 program. As last year they had 3 Audis in operation. This year, just the one. And a Porsche. Actually, I think it was more than that. It was 4 when you add in the win here by B-Quik Absolute Racing car as well. That's where Sandy Stuvik and Yi Dang were racing last year. Of course, enjoying an entry in Asian GT3 racing as well. Simon Chen now starting to get run down by Saravut aboard the PSC Motorsports Ferrari.
Yeah, I'm not sure that last lap is correct. I think the last lap was a 2:13. Was the best lap 2:13.6 from this Ferrari, which does seem like it took a couple of laps to find its rhythm, and for the driver to find the rhythm. But it's the quickest car in GTM right now. It's leaving those 2 Supras behind. It's beginning to close in on the Porsche Cup car. So it's Cup first challenge now for the lead in GTM before we get to the pit window. Should open in about 10 minutes as well. So it's still about gaps, managing the car, managing tyre life for the moment. Putting yourself in the best possible position before your teammate takes over the car to try to bring it home. And if you've got extra compensation time, you're trying to make up for that now, trying to build a gap that will nullify the effect of that compensation time as best as possible.
Yep, so a mixture of drivers and ratings up and down the field. And highest rated driver this weekend, Dorian Bocciolacci, is bronze and gold pairing in GT3. They will have the longest pit stop of the field at 121 seconds from end to end in pit lane. So just over 2 minutes on that one. In terms of our GTM pairings, the longest pit stop will go to the 77 car at which is the Ferrari at 117 seconds, so 3 seconds shy of 2 minutes. And Simon Chen will have the shortest of the lot of them and in a good position at the moment. He's going to significantly extend that margin post pit stop. But these two squabbling, the teammates, Tony Gazoo Racing Thailand.
Yeah, Nanavude getting closer.
Certainly a man of countless experience as well, Nanavude. Won multiple championships in terms of Thailand car racing. The experienced campaigner will be leveraging everything he's got underneath him to try and pass the teammate of Mana. And learn how that car goes post pit stop as well. Right, that's the Honda NSX, and that's the lead margin. So it was just a little bit of a mistake, perhaps, on the previous lap. But Peter Bakti just set a 2:08.396 and was the fastest lap of the race. What's he going to have for us this time by? Margin at 2.0 seconds. So they come to the final turn. That might increase just a little bit. That certainly looks to be growing lap on lap at the moment. And margin is out to 3 seconds. So found something extra. And unfortunately for Vodacom, tyres might be just starting to go away from him.
Yeah, no real update on the weather. It's been very similar temperatures across the whole day. Just a bit of cloud cover coming and going. It's sort of warm days, warm nights in Sepang. You'd expect in this race, the first of the GT3 races, where we start with the AM drivers and go to the pros, that the pit window could be very front loaded, and that's about 6 minutes away from opening up.
So what's coming our way in terms of pit stops? Driver changes, whereby they are a 2-driver combination. There's 3 of them that are solo entries in this field. Sideway Simon Chen, currently in the lead of GTM, as well as Natavude and Douglas Koo running around at the back end of the GT3 field at the moment. Everybody else will have to do a driver swap. AM drivers start in race number 7 of the championship, the first race of the weekend. Tomorrow, pros will do the starting duties and hand on over to the AM drivers. No refueling unless you are the Ferrari challenge car, only car in the field allowed to do so. And then compensation times based upon your driver ratings and as well result in the most recent race. You win the race, you get 15 seconds added to your pit stop. Second place worth 10 and third place worth an additional 5.
So just seeing that the peak of the tyre performance is past most of our teams, there's not a lot of purple sectors or indeed that many personal best sectors coming up. So where the pace comes from right now in this phase of the race is your consistency, is managing that fall off, is, you know, lap to lap only losing 1/10 of a second rather than losing 1/2 a second. Challenge is on for the lead of GTM. It's just a little sloppy perhaps from Saravut there, but sensed an opportunity, went for it, wasn't quite there, ran wide, will have dirtied the tyres, but we'll get another couple of opportunities wide off the penultimate corner as well. That Ferrari is gorgeous in a straight line.
Starting to get closer as well. Just seen a warning pop up on my messages from the officials. Car 89, third overall at the moment. Vorovu Birambakti has a black and white flag. Track limits warning. Pick up any further infringements of the track limits and you could find yourself with added time to your race. Teammates as well starting to get a little bit closer as well. Kicks is certainly finding his confidence. He just ran his personal best lap of the race, a 2:11.4. Took 1.3 seconds out of Zeke just ahead of him. But this is the battle for GTM lead at the moment.
Again, my feeling would be that Porsche Cup car might struggle a little bit under braking, but should be strong out of slow corners with so much weight over the rear tyres. It just gaps the Ferrari a tiny bit out of turn 4 into turn 5. Ferrari could be good through this stuff, turns 5 and 6, change of direction. 7 and 8 to come up where you don't really want to be in the dirty air. Oh yeah, that's why. Wide on the exit of 7, but still getting to the apex of turn 8. Not so bad from Saravut in these pressure conditions where you will be challenged with your visibility directly behind the other car, challenged by the dirty air coming off the Porsche Cup car in front of you. When you get that close, your consistency, spotting all of your braking markers and executing as cleanly as you may have done in qualifying or in clean air, it's just not as easy.
Now for Budikorn, his responsibility will be to stay as close as he possibly can. Remember, longest pit stop of the GT3 drivers at 121 seconds. Piti Birambakti only has 112 seconds from entry to exit, 121. So it'll be a 9-second gain that they will make over the Porsche. How about our third place car? Vorovu Birambakti and Carlo Van Dam, 116 seconds. It's only a 5-second gain. So they will maintain track position there. Having a quick look at the Audi's pit stop, I'm expecting as well as only 95 seconds for bronze and bronze rated drivers. So there will be a change of position. As it's a 21-second difference for P3, P4. And Hank Hicks and Sandy Stuvik will be 112-second pit stop as well. So 4 seconds faster. That'll be quite tight between those drivers on pit lane exit, and Carlo Van Dam will have to cover off Sandy Stuvik after emerging from the pit lane at the moment. So any time that the Ferrari can find at the moment will be supreme as they get towards the back end of this race. And prior to that pit stop window, most importantly, opening in about 90 seconds time.
Yeah, so then for Vorovu Birambakti in third place, he knows he's got a good teammate to get in the car after him. but needs to make sure that he doesn't put too much work on the desk for Carlo Van Dam to try to keep that car in a podium position.
Starting to close in just a little bit more for Saravit. And Simon Chen is doing all he needs to at the moment to keep that car there, sort of waiting for a mistake from the Porsche driver.
When you cut from the Challenge 296 to the GT3 spec 296, you see swan neck rear wing mounts, larger front diffuser, much larger, more sophisticated rear diffuser on the GT3 spec car, but not quite as much horsepower. So much of the performance from the GT3 car is in those long corners here at Sepang, like turns 5, 6, 7, and 8.
But now Hank Hicks is starting to make some inroads on that Audi. He's been closing in over the last couple of laps, and that margin now has come down to about 0.4 of a second when they crossed the start-finish line last time by. 5 seconds from now, we'll get the notification that the pit window has opened. And with 34 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, you might start to see some pit stops. How long do they wait? Pity Birambakti to hand over to Kedasik Kasiri, and Bocciolacci is about to get behind the wheel of the number 18 Porsche, the middle point of this race. They're actually starting to track down Vorovod Birambakti as well. So great job by both of these drivers. Kicks has consistently been in the 211s now as he closes in on the Audi. So his confidence level's grown across the weekend in that Porsche. It'll be first time through. First opportunity for a bunch of these drivers to do their pit stop. 10 minutes this window will last for. From first time we see 35 minutes on that timer. So once that timer ticks down below, 25 minutes to go, pit window is closed.
Well, I think there's a split of strategy. Piti Birambakti has come in, but Vudakorn has stayed out. So Kantasak will be able to get in one lap earlier than Dorian Boccolacci, and we've got a split of strategy here as well from B-Quik Absolute Racing. The Porsche comes in with Henk, and the Audi stays out. A look down pit lane at the work transpiring. So that was your race leader, that Acura there that you can see towards the pit exit end. In comes the Ferrari that was running in third. Carlo Van Dam's going to get in to take over from Vorovod Birambakti. And Vudakorn stays out one lap longer, will go into the lead of the race for the moment, but will need to pit soon to install Dorian Boccolacci. Scott Rankin this time. Vudakorn does have a French co-driver.
Be interesting to see how Bocciolacci goes when he gets behind the wheel. This has been an interesting one. Hank Kicks also in. And I believe we've seen a few of the GTM cars dive in as well. And the critical factor in GTM is that Simon Chen stayed out, as did Natavuto. So the two solo drivers stayed out, but the two drivers looking to swap have come to the pit lane to get the pro drivers in. So the PSC Motorsports Ferrari will come in and Saravut will jump out. Afik will jump behind the wheel. And for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, Manat will jump from the cockpit to hand over to Natapong. First car to resume after the pit stops is Kedesak Kasiri and the Honda NSX. He takes over from Piti Birambakti. Have a look at the time period. Everyone else behind is still sat there. Somebody else dived into the lane in the background of that shot. It's going to be Vudakorn. So here comes the driver swap to the Frenchman.
But because of the driver combination, it will be a long stop for the number 18 before they're allowed to be released. And then Dorian Boccolacci will have to exhibit all of the skill that he has to see if that number 18 can win race 7 here on Saturday at Sepang.
Told you that one was going to be tight. between Vorovu, Biron Bakhti handing over to Carlo Van Dam. And Sandy Stuvik has gotten the lead after the pit stop. Looking for 112-second stop for Kicks and Stuvik. And they were bang on at 1:52. And for Vorovu handing over to Carlo Van Dam, we're looking for 1:54 for the 89 car. And they were slow through the pit stop. That's why that overtake has happened. They were looking for 1:54. Their pit stop, 1:58. 4 seconds lost there has been translated into a loss of position out on track.
So Gantasak Kasiri in now. Some other stops in GTM as well, which was really exciting in the first half. We'll see how it shapes out now. Of course, in the GTM, Natavude staying in. Saiwai Simon Chan will stay in at their stops, and that's why neither of those two have stopped yet. The GTM stops have come from the Pro-Am cars, where they've had a driver change in the PSC Motorsports Ferrari and the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supra, that loud thing, the number 9 that's in Pro-Am.
Incredibly loud. That's the margin now. As Bocciolacci comes out of pit lane. That's the AM car as well, the 786, who will leave the pits only just behind the gold driver. So bronze and bronze pairing on board the 786 Audi for B-Quik Absolute Racing. Rejoins just in behind bronze gold pairing in the
That's
AF
going to be some
Motorsports Porsche.
work to do for Boccolacci, as you see that their rivals, Kantasak, just exiting turn 4. Well, Boccolacci was about in turn 2. So again, it's the end of this lap or next, the timing will update to give us the most accurate picture of how we're racing towards the end. But we've crossed the halfway point of the race, and there are just 3 cars left yet to stop, and they're all of the single driver cars. So Douglas Cruz still out there in the Viper Nizza Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 and GT3 AM. Simon Chan still out there in the Porsche Cup car, and Natavude still out there in his Supra.
So just waiting for some sector times to start to come through.
Because at the moment it says 2.6 seconds between Kantasak in the Honda NSX and Dorian Boccolacci in the Porsche, but I think it's a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
I think it's probably, we're talking more like 10 to 15.
Tyres already starting to come up to temperature and pressure as well for Kantasak Kasiri. Put that 1 lap earlier.
Which I thought was a good decision too, but I can see why you might go 1 lap longer and not pit the same lap as your rival just to do something different. So we're going to get Kantasak over the line, and now you can, start counting 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Whereas Dorian Boccolacci, how much work is he going to have to do? Is this going to be a tight race to the finish?
New fastest lap of the race in the meantime, though, for Kantasak Kasiri goes and sets a 2:07.796. So now we're starting to rattle off fast times.
And the gap at the race lead is 12 seconds between Kantasak and Dorian Boccolacci. 12 seconds between the cars that will be the net race leaders once we get the compulsory pit stop at the tail end of the pit window, which will close soon for Douglas Koo, Natavude. And we have Simon Chan in the lane, I think.
Yes, he is. He's the only car in the lane at the moment. We'll be expecting Koo and Natavude this lap. They won't have another lap by. They won't have enough time. So they'll have to pit this time by, which means we'll get the first opportunity to have a look at the field after it shakes out. It's going to be Kantasak Kasiri who leads the way on board the Honda NSX. And the Porsche of Bocciolacci will now go in pursuit.
Whole lot of personal best in purple sectors coming in. Track still cooling off, some fresh tyres on some cars, and of course, the higher rated drivers getting in and really flexing their muscles. So Kandersak, personal bests. Dorian Boccolacci, personal bests. So Santi Stuvik actually laying down some really strong times as well, as we're going to get Douglas Koo entering pit lane. Whole lot of speed through that pit entry where you just go wide of the final corner, but then you need to slow it down to 60 kilometers an hour through the lane. There comes Nadavude as well, so that's the whole field.
This will be the shortest pit stop of the day as well. Douglas Koo will come in for a grand total of 93 seconds in the bronze solo driver entry. Nadavude was just in behind him. He's going to wait 108 seconds at the moment after winning last time out.
The race lead and sets the fastest lap of the race. So 206.7 just now from Kandersak. Dorian Boccolacci, 208.1 is still a personal best, and know that there's a lap offset between them. So I think there's going to be still more pace to come. However, they've pressured the tyres for this number 18. You know that it was going to be something in the order of a 35-minute run home from that pit stop. So you set yourself up for the best race pace over that run. And, you know, if we get a safety car at some point, you want to be quick post that safety car rather than just come flying out of the pit box 2 or 3 quick laps and then fade.
Right, run to home. Under 25 minutes to go now as the pit window closes at this point in time. But it does not matter. Everyone's gotten in to handle their stops all in time. The only questions will be, did anyone go under their minimum pit lane time? And from the data we're looking at, that won't be a problem. Koo was 5 seconds slower through the pit stop, than he needed to be. And Nadavude, we're looking for a 4-minute 48-second stop. And he did get that. Again, 3 seconds longer as well. So Simon Chen does have the lead of our GTM field. Trying to get an update on that one at the moment. Looks like it's about 8.7 seconds over Saravut, who is storming around at the moment and has set the fastest lap in the class of a 2:11.9. So
it'll be Afik in the car now.
Will be. Yeah.
Sandy Stuvik has just been on the cameras there in the B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche, and he is absolutely flying. So he's got the fastest lap of the race at the moment. It might update in a moment as the rest of the field come by, but he's also got some really strong purple sectors. So Stuvik's looking for a podium for that car. Perhaps a little bit too far, though, behind Kandersak and Dorian Boccolacci first and second. And that gap sits at 14 seconds right now. So the Honda NSX pulls a little bit further away, but also pulls up a little bit of dust on the exit of turn 2. You've got drivers in now who are unafraid to push the absolute limits of the envelope of these racing cars. And it's amazing to watch.
So had a quick look through the pit stop times. I did get a message of pit stop time under investigation. And unfortunately, it is going to be the car that sits in P3 at the moment. Our timing says currently they've done a pit stop time of 1 minute 31. They needed to do a pit stop of 1 minute and 35 seconds. They're going to have a 4-minute stop and go penalty. 4-second stop and go penalty. By my estimations.
Yeah, we've seen that happen before as well. So you got to make up the time that you shorted, plus the penalty of a drive-through effectively is what it is.
Yep, so they'll have to come back down for sure. If that's correct, that'll be what Race Control's investigating at the moment.
Sandy Stuvik was going to catch them either way, I think. New fastest lap of the race, 206.175.
He's only 2 seconds behind them. He's going to catch them on this lap. So Stuvik is absolutely flying at the moment. Thai native has spent a couple of years off in Europe racing open wheelers. Douglas Koo and the Viper Nitsa racing Mercedes. God, that's a beautiful looking car. I am always partial to a green and black car.
And here we go, Stuvik with the pace, just absolutely flying down the inside into a podium position on their teammates.
And then we'll have to wait for the 4-second stop and go penalty. Car 786, which is just being confirmed. They will have to transit back through the pit lane. And into the pit lane immediately to get that one served. So for Aaron, who's behind the wheel of that one at the moment, we'll have the slow run down through the pit lane. 60 kilometers an hour and 4 seconds to be added in the box. This will be painful. They were in a good position. By the way, lap times are starting to come down right across the board. I'm starting to see best lap times for everyone. Update as well, that's not the only car that has a stop and go for short pit stop time. That's one of the GTC cars I'm hearing has been short by 2 seconds on their pit stop.
Yeah, the GTM Toyota there that's already sitting in 10th. Bizarre.
2 seconds short for them by the look of things as well. Expecting a minute 52 seconds. They transited the lane in a minute 50.
This hasn't been terrible, by the way, for the 786 because they've taken that penalty and they've still come out ahead of Douglas Koo. So that's the two cars that make up GT3 AM. Is the Audi from B-Quik Absolute Racing and the Viper Nizza Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. And yeah, still after that, I think, ahead in the class battle, we cut to that other GT3 AM, the slightly older spec Mercedes AMG GT3. And the rear bumper hasn't been painted, and neither is the right-hand side skirt. Keep a look on that. The left side is painted and the right side isn't. Gone deep into the spare parts bin to find what's necessary to get that car tidied up and on track.
Here comes the number 9 entry for the 2 second stop and go. And it will be a very short pull away. That's got to feel painful for Natapong. Good opportunity to show some pace. Unfortunately, today has not necessarily gone their way. Right, Katasak Kasiri has control. 14 seconds is now the margin, 14.6 seconds. And he's just gone ahead and set a purple sector 1 on this lap as well. And that is the margin back to second place Bocciolacci. Pretty significant margin, 14.6 seconds. Going to be difficult to overhaul that in the dying stages of this one.
Yeah, would need some kind of other intervention based on the pace we're seeing at the moment, because Kantasak was a little bit quicker initially as they got going, having taken over their cars from their co-drivers. And now that they've both plateaued to about the same pace, that margin is staying relatively steady, 14 to 15 seconds. And if you're going to get up and fight for that race lead with 18 minutes to go, with about 6 or 7 laps to go, you need a seconds per lap pace advantage, which we're just not seeing at the moment. It's incredibly evenly poised, that Kantasak has the lead and a little bit of time in hand and is managing it perfectly.
Yeah, Bocciolacci, though, is improving on his sector times this lap. New personal best in Sector 1 and Sector 3. We'll wait for the time at the back end of this one.
These GT3 cars will be getting pretty light by this phase of the race as well, because they will have started with, gee, what's that going to be, 70 to 80 kilograms of fuel?
Burned through 3/4 of that by now. So, yeah, going to be nice and light at the back end of this stint. And Bocciolacci will be thinking, we'll just keep building on this pace. Won't take too much out of the tyre. Could be planned as well. Might be saving something up their sleeve for race start tomorrow.
I bet you were dying to know that Elf Core 50 the official fuel of SRO GT3 racing has a specific density of 0.748. So a litre of Elf Core 50 weighs 748 grams.
There you go. Do you find those stats interesting? It's
Best
interesting
is
to
at
know.
one point I found a comparison of the density of different fuels, and some of the stuff they use for drag racing, very, very dense. And same for Formula One cars in the 1980s, when they were not limited by how many kilos of fuel they could use, but limited by the volume of their fuel tank. They developed some very, very dense and cancerous racing fuels in that era.
Whatever the rules are, they'll always find a way around to have a crack at optimizing those cars. Of course, don't forget, this weekend racing from Baku, Azerbaijan as well. As the title fight continues for McLaren. They need 9 points, by the way, to lock up the Constructors' title this weekend. That's it, 9 points more than Ferrari.
GTM battle, let's go. And they're about to get lapped by the outright leader as well. So I was looking for who are the closest cars on track. Well, across GT3, the answer is between 3rd and 4th place. But the pace that Sandy Stuvik has got, that's actually been growing. But in GTM, bottom of your picture there, Afik in the PSC Motorsport Ferrari Challenge car last lap about a second faster than Simon Chan in that Porsche Cup car. So they're going to come together to battle it out for GTM honours by the looks of things. But just as they do, they're going to see a blue flag or two for Kantasak.
Yeah, and that'll be critical for this battle as well. Is that they're going to have to try and navigate that whilst having to deal with the race leader as well. Last time by for Kantasak Kasiri, 207.195, and these two on track, 213.8 for Simon Chen, 212.2. So he's taken about 5 seconds out of those guys a lap. So he'll be on them very, very quickly.
So Simon Chan in that gorgeous black and fluoro green Fire Monkey Motorsport Porsche. Red and yellow on a GT Ferrari is gorgeous, and that car's so quick through 7th and 8th. It has to check up in the middle of the corner to not run up the back of Chan, and now defending the inside into the turn 9 hairpin. Round the outside goes the Ferrari, nearly contact, but takes the lead of GTM with a superb move from Afik.
Yeah, great job. Harassed, harangued, was in the right places at the right time. Now, GT3 leaders coming up on them. A little bit of margin for Kantasak Kasiri. So he'll get it done at the most appropriate time. You probably might see him dive to the inside and immediately does so underneath Simon Chen right there.
Straight line pace difference, challenge car versus GT3, interesting to see. The challenge car is not going to hold up the outright race leader.
Indicating to let him know where to go.
I maintain that they've done that backwards, but the same thing is the frustration I have watching the Nürburgring. So it's a me problem, like most things.
Mate, it's what we're all taught in traffic, is to indicate where you want to go. But the difference for race car drivers, indicate where the hole's going to be, make it nice and easy. Path of least resistance for multi-class racing. Sunset, late afternoon, makes for some very interesting shots. GT3 racing in Malaysia. Get some beautiful shots here out of turn 4 as they rise up the hill. And the sun starts to set in the background. Look at the color of the sky in the backdrop. 12 minutes to go now, and Kantasak Kasiri is just in control.
Yeah, because of that traffic, Dorian Boccolacci did close Kantasak a little bit. Kantasak just had to be a little bit careful with the traffic, lost a tiny bit of time, 5 or 6 tenths maybe. But then you know that Dorian Boccolacci, when he brings his Porsche up to that same GTM battle, it's not necessarily going to be smooth sailing for him, although the two are a little bit further apart as the Afik and the Ferrari takes the lead and pulls away, and Simon Chan can't quite find something in the Porsche Cup car to fight back. Now that a slightly quicker driver is installed in the Ferrari and is extracting a little bit more of its peak performance more consistently. Because the last lap, 2:14 flat from that Ferrari challenge car, 2:15.6 from Simon Chan.
Yeah, so all the margins starting to open up a little bit more at this point in time. Would have been interesting to see these cars in the gloom, in the wet this afternoon, but not to be. Rain ran in the other direction. Rain potential tomorrow as well. Thunderstorms from midday through to about 6 o'clock. There's a chance of rain. Strongest chance of rain across the weekend was this afternoon. About an hour ago, that rain chance dropped off dramatically.
My understanding of the climate here is that there's always at least a 10% chance of rain at any time.
Tomorrow's definitely a fair bit more cloud cover. Thunderstorms, partly cloudy, partly sunny. The weather graphics got just about everything on it. Sun poking out from behind a cloud, rain and lightning, all potentials tomorrow.
Full credit to Sandy Stuvik here in this back half of the race, because while I haven't featured for the race win and we haven't been comparing their pace so much to Kantasak or Dorian Boccolacci, across the last 2 or 3 laps, Stuvik has been the quickest car on the track. Stuvik has the fastest lap of the race, and with different compensation time or the first half of the race playing out differently, you could see Stuvik battling it out for the race win with either of the cars in the top 2. And to give credit, the faster of the 2 Porsche drivers at the moment as well.
Worthwhile pointing out that in terms of pit stop length for tomorrow, if things finish as they are, that's going to be an extra 5 seconds longer in the pit lane for the 18 car, but an extra 15 seconds for the 12 car. So actually the longest pit stop at the moment for tomorrow is actually going to be the Honda NSX. So they'll be scheduled to add 15 seconds to 112 second pit stop, which would be 127. So 2 minutes and 7 seconds is what they're looking at the moment for tomorrow. Whereas Vudakorn and Duran Boccolacci are looking at an added 5 seconds from today. So with their pit stop today, 121 seconds, minute 1. They're looking at, 2 minutes and 1, 2 minutes and 6 seconds tomorrow. So that will make for a little bit more even of a fight, which will be very, very curious to see how those 2 cars match against each other tomorrow.
Is the traffic for Boccolacci has to make a dive with a shallow entry to the final hairpin. That compromises you just a little bit, but not too much. And now going to have to find a way past PSC Motorsport Ferrari 296 challenge. Blue flags are already being waved, but that doesn't always make things easy just because they're aware that you're there, especially with the pace in different areas. You saw that the Porsche Cup car has to brake a lot earlier than the GT3, but kind of matches it in a straight line. Similar here versus the challenge car is you just need to bomb your way down the inside, use your superior braking performance. I see, and he's misunderstood the indicator. I'm so vindicated. Indicated.
Yeah, I got a feeling he was looking for the Ferrari that it's just going to pull itself across the racetrack.
Perhaps be frustrating for Boccolacci if he thought he stood a chance of closing in on the race lead to just lose a little bit of time in traffic. You never give up in a situation like this. You're always hoping that if you push as hard as you can, do the best that you can and execute perfectly, then maybe something falls your way, even if it changes your chance of winning from 0.1% to 0.2%. You'd kick yourself if you didn't do everything you could all the way to the checkered flag.
Did you know, by the way, just looking at Duran Boccolacci's history career, in 2018 to 2019, he won an ice racing championship, the Andros Trophy Elite class, by the way.
Yeah, a French category. A lot of French drivers did that. So that's cool. I guess it doesn't surprise me because he's French.
No, and he's been very successful across the years at it as well. Second in the 2022-2023 series as well. I think one of the biggest things is there's been an expansion into Asian series this year, for him, and well, sorry, in the last couple of years. Getting a little bit more outside of the European region. Competing in the Nation Le Mans 2023, 2024. And continuing that up with GT World Challenge Asia last year. This year, though, been competing for EMA Motorsports in the GT World Challenge Australia and Phantom Global Racing in GT Challenge Asia, as well as Super GT.
Still the closest cars on track is that GTM lead battle, having ceded the lead to the Ferrari. Sideways Simon Chan has found a little bit of extra motivation to just lift a little bit and try to stay within about 2 seconds where possible. Chan's fastest lap of the race at 2:13.4, while the fastest lap of the race from the Ferrari at 2:11.6. The ultimate ceiling of the pace that we've seen from this car on screen has been higher, but it's just dropping a tiny bit now in this phase, and you can see the black and green Porsche every time you look in the mirror down any of the straights, with a camera as it probably is for that Ferrari.
The difficulty for him, though, is that he can't drop the ball in this final 5 minutes of the race. Simon's only 1.8 seconds behind, so it's just, he's gonna park the bus a little bit and protect that car to the finish, and he has a huge moment as he gets down through turn 12. There'll be some marbles on that, on the tyres into 13 and 14 as well.
He's turned his headlights on. I noticed that. Maybe when he turned the indicators off, when he found some other buttons. But yeah, turn 12 becoming a challenge now. We saw for the F4 cars, no trouble. For the GT3 cars on, good tyres, not normally any trouble. But right now, wearing out those tyres, we'll go to the replay that there's just a bit of a snap that he has to save. It walks out wide, wrong side of the curb, into the paved runoff, where there's all sorts of gunk out there that you don't want to be picking up. So again, that's why you'd never give up, because that could have been an even more costly moment. Chan could have been right back in this, and that's why everyone, regardless of the gaps, just needs to maximize their own car performance and their own odds all the way to the checkered flag, which is not too far away. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. So the timer runs out, and then we get +1 lap.
Get that feeling we're going to get 3 more laps here at the moment.
Look at the wheel work. Massive slide from the rear through turns 1 and 2. This Ferrari might be struggling a little bit.
It's got a fair margin back to the AM car, so it doesn't need to press on so much. And there was issues in qualifying, but it was the other driver behind the wheel. Vorovubi, run back to you, rotated the car right here in qualifying earlier on in the day. Carlo Van Dam, though, nice, safe and secure. The other of the team cars leads the way. And Kantasak Kasiri. Out of turn 14, there'll be 3 more laps when he crosses the start-finish line.
At this pace, absolutely. He's going to get to the line with still 2 minutes 10 or so, and he's currently lapping 2:07s. Yeah, so the pace from the leader's probably going to take this 1 lap longer, because if he was 15 seconds further back, it'd be 2 laps to go, but it's 3 where we sit at the moment.
Breaks down into turn 1. I like the fact that down here it's not just, obviously a Tilke design track, it is challenging. You don't just brake straight and then turn in. No, you've actually got to brake in a line at the apex of the corner, because it just narrows, or it turns back on itself.
A couple of other curved braking zones are sort of turn 11, turn 13 into turn 14. And sort of the way you attack turns 7 and 8 as well. So really only turn 9 and turn 15 feel like you do most of your braking in a straight line, and then turn in.
Keeping our eyes on the driver on board the number 12 Honda NSX at the moment, down through 7 and 8. And the big thing is that track is going to require a clean off before tomorrow. Look at the amount of marbles just off the racing line as well. He'll work his way up the hill through 11. Sorry, through 10 through 11.
You've got Pirelli rubber from GT3 and GT4 out there. You've got GT rubber from Formula 4 Southeast Asia out there. You've got Hankook rubber from Super Touring. So there's all sorts of compounds and such out there. But this is what GT3 cars do so well. The consistency of the pace, the metronomic speed. They just don't drop off like supercars do, like Formula 1 cars often do. The peak of their pace versus their race pace can be quite different. GT3 cars with the ABS, the downforce, the traction control are just so consistent. Everyone's doing 207s, 208s in GT3 Pro-Am at the moment. And with that time on the clock of about 15 seconds, we go around for this lap and then one more.
Race distance is going to be 29 laps when all is said and done. From 1 hour worth of racing here from the Sepang International Circuit. That is the margin, a lick under 15 seconds.
It's been so consistent the last 10 laps as well, hasn't it? Boccolacci's giving it all, but not able to make any inroads. Kantasak Kasiri incredibly consistent, except when he came up on the lap traffic, managing that 15-second margin. And Sandy Stuvik's quicker than the both of them once again, but just too far back to make an imprint in race 7. You were running those numbers provisionally for race 8, and they could be a little bit closer in the mix when the compensation times change.
Yeah, it's going to swing around quite massively. And effectively, what you've got to remember is that the 18 car already had 5 seconds worth of compensation time added for finishing third in the previous race, and race number 6 also from Sepang last time out. Whereas PDB Rombakti and Kantasak Kasiri, your race leaders on track to a 15-second win, well, that's the margin they're going to have added to their pit stop for the race for tomorrow.
I'm trying to see where this difference is between the two GT3 Porsches. Like, is there anything in the body language or the braking or the racing line that they're taking in this number 26 car that's setting it apart from the 18? I can't see with my eyes where that half a second a lap is in this Porsche compared to the other. Both of them look like they're getting the most of it and doing similar things.
The interesting thing as well is have a look at the sector times between them. Sector 1, it's 8 hundredths of a second quicker for Stuvik. Sector 2, 9 hundredths of a second quicker. Sector 3 is actually quicker for Boccolacci this time by 1.5 tenths, so he nearly matches that one back. So we'll keep our eyes for our final sector time. In the meantime, though, race leader will pick up the white flag effectively. One more lap left to run here from Sepang. And your Saturday afternoon racing action will get coverage back underway. Current time in Malaysia, just before 6:30 p.m, 6:26 p.m. Tomorrow racing action will be underway with F4 Southeast Asia from 9:40 a.m. local time, which is 13 hours from now. And to give you some perspective, Thailand Super Series Supercar GT3s will be just before the lunch break tomorrow. Third race of the day, starting from 11:45 a.m. local time. If you want to join us for that one, make sure that you put that one in the calendar so we can join you tomorrow. Kantasak Kasiri, though, run through 7 and 8, down to turn 9. He'll pull the car up nice and accurately. Few corners to go. 14.3 seconds was the margin the last time by. And here comes the AM class leader as well on board the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. Final couple of corners now. 13 and 14. He'll turn it back on itself. And for the long run down the back straightaway to turn 15. One more corner left to go. And although there's no more spare parts rolling off the production line, when you've looked clean, consistent, and accurate out in front, both drivers have done their job today. Piti Bhirombhakdi went from 5th to 2nd in the first corner, and then he went set for getting the race lead. That's what they needed him to do. That's what he's done. And Kandasak Kasiri has led the whole second stint to home in comfort and without much pressure going on. Great opportunity for a little bit of a test session and working on things for him. Dorian Bocciolacci will bring the AES Motorsports number 18 Porsche home for P2. And the gold-rated driver's hard work gets repaid. And then finally, rounding out your podium, the AM driver will be one lap down on the field in Douglas Koo and the Mercedes. Sandy Stuvik gets it done in GT3 Pro-Am. 3rd place this afternoon. That's the class podium. And we'll wait in the background. Saravut Nafik going to get it done, by the way, in that Ferrari Challenge car in your GTM standings. And Sawai Simon Chen at the moment looking like he's going to bring it home second. Have a look at the marbles that have built up on the straight of all places, by the way, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing them come off GTC cars, coming off the touring cars. And of course, we've had multiple categories with 1 hour races just pounding around, wearing on the tires, heating up the tires, sliding around on the tires, and therefore marbling all of the tires. It means it's a racetrack that's seen plenty of great action today, and it has.
Yep, confirmation class winner. And doing the job of going around and picking up some of those marbles as well. Look at it, there is just so much rubber that's been laid down with all the racing that's been happening thus far today.
Well done to the GTM race winners, the pairing of Saravut and Afik Yazid. They had to make some passes in that final part. And make those passes they did. It was pretty exciting. And this is a pretty new piece of equipment, a 296 challenge. So no doubt they'll be pleased with that.
It's your AM winner for the day. B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. They missed their pit stop as well, their pit stop time period, so some work to do for that car tomorrow. 4 seconds as well, they were short, so a massive margin in terms of pit lane transition time.
Seems like a pretty significant miscalculation that you'd release the car when it could get to pit exit that early. Normally they sort of calculate this thing, okay, this is the transit time at 60 k's an hour, so we're at this stall, if we've got 10 seconds left on our time, we can release the car and it'll be on time, or you measure it out and calculate it, and they've not got it right. You can often sort of trial run it in some of the practice sessions and stuff as well.
Here we go for the GTM standings as well. Afik Yazid drove the PSC Motorsports Ferrari Challenge home from Sawai Simon Chen, and Nadavude actually made reasonable inroads as well. I thought that car was going to finish significantly further back than it did, so to only be 18 seconds back after an hour worth of racing. Not that bad. I reckon that's not a half bad day at the office, but that day is coming to an end as the sun starts to set in Malaysia. I'll bring it back down to pit lane, and Kantasak Kasiri will climb from the Honda NSX as the winner of race number 7 of the 2025 championship. One more international round left for the international race left for TSS Supercar will be held tomorrow here from Sepang. And then the wait for the last weekend in October, 31st of October, 1st and 2nd of December to cap off our championship. Extended break as well at the back end of the year. to bring us to a close. Head kicks. Looking happy with the result for car number 26 as team owner driver.
Well, he knows he's got a good car for tomorrow as well when you look at the times that Stuvik just did. So he'll hope that his co-driver tomorrow puts him in a really good position. And he knows that, what he's seen today, third place, okay, means that tomorrow could be a very, very good day. So he'll sleep well and he'll wake up tomorrow with bounce in his step.
I think worthwhile pointing out as well, he actually looks really, really good in terms of his pace, actually, when he was circulating in behind the Audi, the 786 car as well. So he looked like he found a little bit of something. He was actually able to start making some inroads and some gains back towards that car. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to wrap us up and the coverage here today as we get it done for TSS Supercar GT3. Any final words on the day? I think that was a rather interesting day. The Super Touring category really laid it onto us with a late yellow and an opportunity to go racing at the very tail end. That put some real spice in the day.
Yeah, we're loaded with good categories and big races. So, GT3, GT4 still to come. GR86 Cup we can look forward to, as well as F4 Southeast Asia. Actually really liked that racing. So a whole heap of great categories, lots of racing tomorrow. It's just wall-to-wall races, and it promises to be good, and who knows what the weather might do as well.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll join you back once again tomorrow for all your action from the Thailand Super Series, including coverage from Malaysian GR86s in the Southeast Asian Formula 4. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been Scott Rankin, he's been David Haynes, and behind the scenes has been our producer, the lovely Havenish Munro as well. We'll see you all tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, for the next round of Thailand Super Series.